1. Gloritant Salvig Thraven lowered his head. Only for a moment. A single, brief instant to respectfully acknowledge the passing of his finest evolent, Trinity. It was a shame she had to die. When he raised it again, he smiled.
"Is this how it begins?"
he said to himself. The great return. The promise of the Covenant. A new evolent in the making. Perhaps the strongest of them all.
Perhaps stronger than me.
He laughed at the idea. He was a gloritant of the Nephilim. He had survived the wars. He had seen civilizations rise and fall. He had been in the extant for millennia, tending to his flock, preparing them for the future when the promise of the Father would be fulfilled. A promise born of the cycle of all things. Chaos, strife, death, power, control. The outworlds, the Republic. They were labels. 2 shards of a broken whole, but only 2 shards. He would unify them as he had been ordained to unify the extant. He would harvest them as the Father had promised the harvest. 900 planets, 22 species of advanced intelligence, the most successful evolutions to arise from the countless seeds that his kind had helped God sow across the universe. Until the rebellion. Until his demise at the hands of the Father, when the Nephilim no longer followed his commands or accepted his rule. When his technology became their technology. When his blood was filtered to become their gift. It had been left in ruin. Primordial. Basic. It had taken time to start over. They had waited in the extant for the crops to grow. They had been patient, as their father told them to be patient. Their civilization rose and fell and rose again, and he remained above it all. He never forgot the Covenant. He never lost hope. It was promised to them, and the Father didn't break promises. He stood up and walked over to the transparency, through which he could monitor the construction of his fleet. 99 ships rested across the plains of Kel. The Fire was the largest. It sat at the head of the group. Peaceful. Calm, patient. It was proof that the ways of the past, the technology of the first Nephilim, would see them rise once more. He would be the uniter. He would bring his flock back where they belonged, never to flee again. He had taken a risk putting the brimstone into the field, dangling it in front of the Republic so brazenly. He had taken a bigger risk allowing the imbecile Ursan Gall to go to Droon with the hopes of rescuing his wife. He had never expected the Outworlder to be sensitive enough to feel the change in her gift. While Ursan had accepted it, he didn't believe in it. He wasn't capable of believing in it. His mind was so filled with vengeful hate that he couldn't see how the power of the gift could carry his potential beyond his emotions. He had taken it because Trinity had asked him to. Whether that decision would transform him or devour him was still to be determined. Thraven had known his evolent would revive after her first mortal wound. He also knew she wouldn't revive after the second. Abigail Cage, an unlikely potential, had taken her head. Would she take Ursan's as well? He laughed at that thought too. With the Fire under his control, the brimstone was expendable to serve a greater purpose. With Trinity's death, a new force would rise. By the time it did, his fleet would be completed, the war machine of the Nephilim revived once more, the promise set to be fulfilled. The harvest was nearly ready. 2. Abby sat up. She blinked a few times. She turned her head toward the medical bot standing beside her, staring at her.
"I'm not dead,"
she said. "No," the medical bot agreed.
"I should have been dead."
"Yes."
"Why am I not dead?"
"I do not know. I am currently in recovery mode due to a system's fault. I am unable to diagnose." Abby looked down at herself. Bits and pieces of her health suit rested across her flesh and on the table, expelled from her body as it knitted itself back together. The suit was still intact on her feet and calves and missing from her upper torso where she had taken the most damage. Dried blood was caked across her skin, marking her everywhere. When she thought about it, she could still feel the bullets hitting her. She could still feel the pain of the mutilation. And that was what had happened. She hadn't just been shot. She had been mutilated, torn up by the collective firepower of an entire platoon of soldiers, most of them in battlesuits. Where had that shuttle come from? And who the hell was the asshole that ordered them to kill her? She reached up and rubbed her face, picking some of the blood away. She held it between her fingers, staring at it. The blood of life. That was what Thraven's killer, Trin, had called it. The gift that had made her somewhat bulletproof, and now seemingly immortal. You only have half, she remembered Trin saying to her. Half of the gift. Half of the power. What could she do with the rest? Set herself on fire? Ben Hill called her the Demon Queen. That didn't mean she wanted to be one for real. That wasn't right. She wasn't immortal. As far as she knew, she had never stopped breathing. She had never stopped living. She had come as close to the edge as anyone would ever want to be, but she hadn't gone over. There was a distinct difference. Somehow, her team had gotten her out of there. Somehow, she had survived. She leaned over, pulling the scraps of her hellsuit off her body.
Do you have a robe?
She asked the bot. It walked over to a nearby shelf and retrieved a thin white cover, holding it out to her.
Thank you,
she said, as she took it and slipped it on.
I'll send Gant back and reset you. If I have time later, I'll see if I can update your programming to accept miracles as a potential cure.
And that's what it was, wasn't it? A fragging miracle. She wished it were that simple. She was afraid of what it really meant. The only things she knew about Glortant Thraven scared the shit out of her. He had access to a power unlike anything she had ever seen or heard of before, something a part of her wanted to call magic, while the other part wouldn't believe such a thing existed. He was building an army that included any number of warships. He had control over the Fire and the Brimstone, the two most powerful starships the Republic had ever made. Oh yeah, and some of the soldiers in that army could only be stopped by removing their heads. What the frag? I will look forward to that, the bot said. It used an appendage to reach into a cabinet behind it and retrieved 2 pills, holding them out to her. Another limb produced a cup of water. Take these.
Painkillers?
Abby said. Yes. She smiled.
I'm not in pain.
It froze for a moment, clearly trying to process the statement. Then it put the pills and water back. I will prepare your discharge report. You are free to go.
Thank you,
she said. Not that she needed the bot's permission to leave. She hopped off the table, looking back at the mess she had left behind.
Are you able to sterilize the room in recovery mode?
Yes, I will clean up. She didn't envy the bot. There was blood everywhere. Only the gift had saved her. She wished it felt like a gift. She couldn't help but think it was more like a curse. She opened the hatch, stepping out into the dim corridor of the Faust. The air smelled heavy, burned. She wasn't surprised they had been forced to fight their way out. A simple mission to make contact with a single skink, and it had gone to hell. Completely to hell. They had been led right into the middle of something that stank worse than she did right now. Trin had told her the Fire and the Brimstone were inconsequential in comparison to the bigger picture, and she couldn't find an argument to counter that statement. She had been up for less than 2 minutes, and she was already on her 3rd terrifying thought. She needed to talk to Captain Man, to update him on what had happened and to find out what he knew. She was willing to bet that it was more than he had let on. He wouldn't have been a very good HSOC if it wasn't. She made her way from medical back toward the ladder that would lead up into the rest of the starship. She was surprised Gant hadn't been waiting for her outside the clinic, his fingers working feverishly on some bit of metal or another in an effort to keep himself calm. The absence forced her to consider that he hadn't made it off Droon, that he had been killed. Scary thought number 4. She heard voices as she neared the ladder, feeling a small sense of relief that she wasn't alone on the Faust, even though she knew the idea was ridiculous to begin with. Someone had carried her back here. Someone had flown them out.
"I'm telling you, it's fragging suicide," Ben Hill said. "You saw what happened to Queenie? That woman that attacked her? You saw what she was capable of doing? She was on fire, for shit's sake. And did I mention those soldiers? They were burned to a fragging crisp, and they were still coming at us. What the hell was that? Damn, we needed all the collective luck we had left to make it out of there alive. I don't know about you, but I'm done. Let man drop me, seriously. You hear me, Ruby? Tell him to flip the switch, because this isn't fun. I'd rather die easy than go back out there and get thrown around like the invisible hand of God is bitch-slapping me or get taken out by a fragging piece of toast."
It was always 99% suicide, Jester,
Irie said.
Do you think rotting in hell is better?
I think anything is better. Whatever the frag is happening out there, it isn't normal. It isn't even human.
Neither am I,
Pick said. That's not what I mean. I don't know. It's like a horror stream. Demons, you know? For real. Monsters. Nightmares. Shit.
Can you just cool it for a minute? Bastion said. Ruby, don't tell man to kill Ben Hill just yet. I have no intention to, Ruby replied. Yet. I may be synthetic, but I still understand emotions. Jester, the mission is to recover the fire and the brimstone. We do that, and we're free and clear. We don't have to fight the boogeyman. We just have to get the ships back.
And how the frag are we supposed to do that? We ran away, which means we don't even know where the hell they are. Which means we're back to square one.
Your whining is giving me a headache,
Pick said. Frag you, Pick! Seriously, Bastion, our only lead was on Droon, and even if he isn't dead, there's no way we're going back there. Gant is missing, Queenie is dead. We're screwed, even if none of you want to admit it. I don't want to die, but letting man do it is a hell of a lot less painful than what's in store otherwise.
Abby decided she had heard enough. She could feel herself getting more and more angry, the sensation of motion beneath her skin beginning to return as she did. She wanted to shower and change, to get back into a suit and have the familiar pressure on her flesh again. She was glad to hear the others standing up for one another and the mission. Or maybe it was self-preservation and denial. It didn't matter. They weren't quitting, and they certainly weren't letting Captain Man shut them down. Especially not now. She started climbing the ladder.
"Frag me?"
Pick said.
"Why don't you come over here and say that to my face?"
Number 1, because your face is too ugly for me to look at. Number 2? Oh, there is no number 2. It's because you're ugly.
That's it. You want to die? I can take care of that.
Pick, wait,
Irie said.
Move, Fury, or I'll move you.
Do you think because you're bigger and stronger you can just tell me what to do?
Pretty much.
Abby reached the top of the ladder. The others were assembled around it. The only one who noticed her was Ruby, and while a smile played at the synthetic's face, she didn't say anything. Abby turned her head, finding Irie in the middle of pulling a knife from a belt at her waist, while Pick advanced toward her. Ben Hill was behind them, wearing an angry, frightened expression, while Bastion was leaning against the bulkhead, waiting for the whole thing to play out.
Enough!
Abby snapped, sharply enough that she could see the muscles on Pick's back tighten as he froze.
I want you rejects at attention. Right now!
She glanced over at Ruby. She had a full smile now as she snapped to attention. So did Irie and Pick. Ben Hill glowered for a couple of seconds before joining them.
Nice dress,
Bastion said. Abby glared at him. He was smiling too.
How much did you hear?
Ben Hill asked.
I heard enough to know you're on my shit list, Jester,
she replied.
You could have at least waited to be sure I was dead before you started your bitching.
Ben Hill looked at the floor.
Shit, Queenie. Did you get a look at yourself?
I can't believe you healed from that, Bastion said. I mean, I was hoping you would. We all were in our own way, even Benny. But damn. Whatever they gave you, I want some. No, you don't, Abby said. This isn't a gift, no matter what that bitch called it. It's uncomfortable as hell, and it's fueled by anger and hate. I don't mind a little anger and hate,
Irie said.
That's my natural state of being. Yeah, you're not really dissuading me with that argument. 3 hours ago you looked like you got stepped on by a mech. Now you're back in one piece. And I repeat, nice dress.
Abby realized the back of the gown had slipped open. She grabbed it and tucked it closed.
That's two.
Bastian laughed in reply.
You have nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh, you didn't,
Pick said.
That was bad,
Ben-Hill agreed.
really bad.
Okay, enough jokes,
Abby said, having to force back her smile. They didn't know how much she needed a dose of levity at the moment.
I need a debrief. Start by telling me what happened to Gant.
Dunno,
Pick said.
he went apeshit when he saw you were getting hit.
Gant shit, Ben-Hill said.
He was on a rampage,
Irie said.
He killed 4 of their soldiers, and it looked like their commander tried to use his magic on him, and he just shrugged it off like it was nothing. It isn't magic,
Ruby said.
Then what is it? Inconclusive. Magic doesn't exist. Therefore, it isn't magic. Magic is any science we don't understand,
Abby said.
FTL used to be considered impossible, and the properties of Dysterium were called magic. In that sense, magic does exist. True?
Ruby agreed.
Then let's call it magic for now,
Bastian suggested.
It'll make it easier to talk about.
We could always settle on fragged up demon shit,
Ben-Hill said.
That's a mouthful. Get back to the point. Where is Gant?
Back on Droon? I looked for the little freak monkey. I couldn't find him, and we had to blow off the planet.
You left him behind? I assumed he was dead.
He could be?
You don't know for sure?
No.
Abby stepped toward him, and he pressed himself against the wall in response.
Queenie, wait. Come on, that's not being fair. You were dead. The whole place was a war zone. I had to get airborne, or we would have all been dead with you, and we don't heal.
He's right. We all looked for Gant. If we had seen him, we would have tried to grab him.
Abby turned around again, looking at each of the rejects.
Irie, Pick, do you agree? Yes,
Irie said. Pick nodded.
Sorry, Queenie. I know you two were friends. The good news is that the little guy may still be alive.
Abby decided to drop it. She hoped Gant was still down there, hiding out somewhere. She imagined he would send a message their way if he was.
Where are we now?
Outworlds,
Bastian said.
about 400 light years away from Droon. We dropped out of FTL to do some easy repairs and get our shit together.
You said 3 hours?
Yup.
Ruby, have you tried to contact Captain Man? Not yet, Queenie.
Queenie,
Bastian said.
the brimstone was in orbit when we bailed.
And you outmaneuvered it?
Abby said, surprised and impressed.
I wish. It had a torpedo lock on us. Then the craziest thing happened. The shot went low.
What?
It missed and hit the other enemy battleship, the one we saw off Ornell, instead. Blew the fragger right up.
Abby stared at Bastian, trying to make sense of it.
How can that be possible?
It shouldn't be. I don't know.
I guess we don't know where it went after that?
No. Back to Thraven, I guess.
Okay. Jester, you're right about being back to square one.
I told you so.
Shut up and deal with it. No more shit about letting Man kill you. I need you to come up with another way to track down the ships in Thraven. You can only die when I do.
Ben-Hill looked like he was going to argue, but he decided against it.
Yes, ma'am.
Ruby, get Captain Man on the line. I need to discuss this with him. Yes, Queenie. Fury, you're about my size. Where's your hellsuit? In our quarters.
Fury replied.
But it's coded to me. You'll have to suit me up for now, then. Meet me up there in 5. I'm going to get cleaned up first.
She whirled on Bastian as his mouth started moving.
That's 3.
I didn't even say anything.
You were about to.
You don't know what I was going to say.
Stow it and get a course plotted for the nearest planet that isn't a nearly deserted, waterless shithole. Preferably closer to the fringe.
Yes, ma'am. What should I do?
Pick asked.
Go take inventory of the armory. I want to know what we've used and what we have left.
Okay.
Abby turned and headed back to the ladder, grabbing it to climb to the top level of the ship.
Queenie,
Bastian said as she gained the first rung.
What?
It's good to have you back.
3.
Nephilim,
Captain Olaf's man said, his mouth barely able to move. How was she holding him like this? He tried to shift his arms and failed.
like fallen angels?
Time has a way of disorganizing facts,
Emily replied.
History would have you believe that the seraphim were some kind of mystical beings. That's what human legend turned us into, but that isn't what we were.
Then what were you?
The first intelligent species, the crew of a starship, believe it or not.
I don't believe it.
I don't care. I don't need you to believe the truth to know it is the truth. I've seen the Covenant. Look at the cover again, Olaf. Do you think that's paper?
Olaf found his head was suddenly free. He turned it to look at the projection again.
It looks like paper to me.
The discoloration is from data loss. My version is a copy, of course, a duplicate of the original carried from this part of the galaxy nearly 10,000 years ago.
That's a long time.
It is. Sadly, the original was damaged, too, or none of this subterfuge would be necessary. A casualty of war. Do you believe there were intelligent races that long ago? Do you believe there were starships?
Does it matter?
No. Is your mind that small that you can't believe? And Gloritant Thraven speaks of you with such respect. You should be honored by his caution.
For all the good it's done me? How did you know I was here?
I could smell you.
I saw your live stream. I know what you were doing in there.
Did you enjoy it? Mars is old, but her body is in good condition.
Why do you drink her blood?
I enjoy it.
You enjoy it? That's all?
It's a long story, going all the way back to the origin of the Nephilim. I'm sorry, Olaf. I don't have time to tell it to you.
She moved to him, leaning past and reaching to where he had placed the extender. She pulled it off, dropping it onto his lap. She smiled as she grabbed his helmet and lifted it off his head, throwing it into the corner of the room. Then she ran her hands over the terminal's controls.
Gloritant Thraven,
she said. She glanced at Olaf.
Let us see if the Gloritant has the same idea of what to do with you as I do.
I can't wait,
Olaf said. It took a few uncomfortable minutes of silence for Thraven to respond, his form projecting into the empty space ahead of the desk. He was resplendent in a crisp black uniform, handsome in a way that Olaf couldn't quite put a finger on. He smiled as soon as he saw the prisoner. To Olaf, it was the smile of a snake.
Captain Man,
Thraven said. His attention turned to Emily.
Venerant Alarin, I assume you have a good reason for this?
Olaf was surprised. Thraven didn't sound happy.
Gloritant,
Emily said.
I caught Captain Man searching through my secured terminal. He knows about the fire and the brimstone, and about my involvement.
I told you to be cautious,
Thraven snapped. Emily reacted immediately, falling forward on her knees, choking.
Is this your idea of cautious? There are reasons I've allowed Captain Man his freedom so far, despite the damage he's managed to do. Or do you think I'm incapable?
Gloritant,
Emily said, barely able to breathe.
No, I'm sorry. I thought...
That was your first mistake, Alarin. I give you orders. You follow them. You don't think for yourself.
Should I have let him take the data?
She asked. The furor in Thraven's eyes cooled, and Emily was able to get back to her feet.
You should have anticipated that he would try to retrieve it and taken greater care to remove the evidence. You were careless. You've created another complication. Be thankful I still have need of you.
His eyes shifted back to Olaf.
You've created a complication of your own. Glad I could help,
Olaf said. Thraven smiled.
Lieutenant Cage is quite a handful, isn't she? Did you know she killed my best assassin? I knew you were brilliant, Captain. You outdid yourself with her. If your tool, Lurin, hadn't been such an idiot, I might not have even known she was valuable. That is why Lurin is dead. Of course, you already know the prison was cleansed. Who are you? What is it you're after? Only what was promised many, many years before you existed. An ancient spacefaring race. I got that part of the story already.
More than spacefaring, Captain. More than ancient. You have no idea.
Care to fill me in?
I have more important matters to deal with.
Like Cage?
Thraven's smile vanished.
I would prefer that you were still in play, Captain. As long as you were investigating the disappearance of the ships, the Republic was willing to sit on the sidelines and wait for your reports, to give you time to handle the matter quietly.
With the help of your plants on the committee, I'm sure. Like Omsala.
I'm not quite ready to go to war with the Republic just yet. The fire and the brimstone are powerful, but even they wouldn't survive a joint assault by multiple fleets.
Olaf felt a chill as he realized what Thraven was suggesting.
You're building more of them.
The smile returned.
Many more. We didn't have the resources for all of the research and development that went into the prototypes. The specifications were damaged, and time also erased portions of the data. Now that the technologies have been reintroduced and reintegrated, it is simply a matter of time before we fulfill the promise of the Covenant and make our great return.
Return to where? Earth?
No. Though the path leads through Earth, through the worlds of your charted universe, and through the beings of the one you call God. We intend to return home, Captain. Our true home. We intend to finish what we started here and free our brothers and sisters from the yoke of control they've been under for countless ages. We killed one shard of God, and we will not rest until we've killed them all, along with the Source.
Olaf continued to feel the cold chill wash over his body. He had no doubt about Thraven's seriousness, even if he wasn't quite sure of his sanity. Then again, the fact that he was being held paralyzed by nothing at all did lend weight to the man's statement, as outlandish as it seemed. In the end, it didn't matter if what Thraven believed was true or not. The Gloritant still wanted to do harm to the Republic, and that meant he had a responsibility to do everything in his power to stop him. Which wasn't looking like very much at the moment.
Gloritant,
Emily said.
What do you want me to do with him?
Thraven stared at Olaf for a minute, still and silent. Olaf stared back at the man, trying to get a look at the backdrop behind him. The comm projection blurred it intentionally to keep focus on the subject, but maybe he could spot something that would give him an idea where he was preparing his assault.
I need time, Venerant. Time to finish preparing the fleet. I will inform General Omsala of Captain Man's condition, but I expect we'll need more than that to convince the rest of the Republic Council that the Director is part of the problem and not part of the solution.
You want to frame me?
Olaf said.
I can't simply kill you. Or I would have beforehand. Your position and reputation require a more delicate touch. Venerant Alarin, you are personally responsible for Captain Man.
What do you want me to do with him? I had thought to convert him.
In time, perhaps. For now, ensure that he does not escape Faerû.
Olaf stared at the image. There was nothing there he could use. The background seemed to be a transparency of some kind, with a flat plane spread behind it. He could make out the shape of starships there, confirming Thraven's statement that he had a fleet in production. So what? They could have been on any one of hundreds of planets.
That's all? You want me to hold him prisoner?
Yes, that's all.
The link was broken, the projection vanishing. Olaf looked into the empty space for a few more seconds. He knew exactly what Thraven intended. Even worse, he had created the conditions for him to do it. 4. Abby watched the dried blood fall off her, the cleanser pulling it away as it rained down from overhead. Slightly thicker than water, the gel captured dirt and grime and dead skin, sloughing it off as it fell to the floor, sinking into a tube where it would be carried to recycling and treated for another use. It only took a minute for it to get her completely clean, and she stepped out of the stall and grabbed the robe the medical bot had given her, wearing it as she crossed the short open space to the quarters she shared with Irie. Irie was already waiting there, having placed her hellsuit on Abby's mattress in anticipation of her return. She was sitting on her own bed, legs folded and head straight, eyes closed. Abby removed the robe and picked up the hellsuit. The feeling of the gift beneath her skin had only intensified as the blood washed away, and she found that she was hungry again. She began pulling the suit on, thankful that Irie was close enough to her size that it would stretch to fit her.
Queenie,
Irie said, opening her eyes, noticing her movement. She turned her head, her expression changing slightly before she caught herself.
let me help you.
She moved in front of Abby, reaching under the edges of the hellsuit and pulling it together.
There you are.
Thank you, Abby replied, feeling comforted by the pressure of the material against her skin, though slightly discomforted by the way Irie had looked at her half-dressed body. She knew why the former Master Chief had been sent to hell. Other than that, she didn't know much about her at all.
I'll see if I can figure out how to clear the security settings later, or maybe getting a new suit from somewhere. I hope you don't mind helping me gear up until then? Not at all,
Irie said.
I noticed the way you were looking at me,
Abby said, deciding to be blunt. Irie's pale skin started to redden, and she looked at the ground.
My apologies. I was staring. I'm sorry. Please don't get the wrong idea. It's just, you healed from critical injuries, and there's no sign of any scarring.
Abby felt relieved and embarrassed.
Oh, right. Now I feel like an idiot. I thought you were checking me out.
Irie laughed.
You have a very nice body. I would have to be blind not to see that. But I wasn't looking at you that way.
She paused, letting the smile fade before speaking again.
Do you know why I was in hell? You murdered your commanding officer, cut his throat while he was sleeping. Premeditated? Yes. But the Republic doesn't care about reasons. They care about outcomes. My commander was an asshole, and he was a worse criminal than me by far. You're only a criminal when you get caught, or when you don't know the right people. You tried to get off on an insanity plea, and got sunk deeper into hell when the psychologist told them I was unstable. Are you unstable? I think I can be. I think anyone would be if they had been treated the way I was treated. I couldn't take it anymore, and I won't take it anymore. Not from anybody. Pick thinks he can control me because he's bigger? No. He can't. He won't. I'll handle Pick. We're all crazy in our own way, aren't we? Bastion told me you think you were set up. I know I was set up. That doesn't make me not crazy. Not now. I've got something inside me that's still changing me. And I don't want it. I do. No, you don't.
Abby said again.
I know you're angry. I know you're hurt. I think if you had this so-called gift, it would destroy you. Maybe. Maybe not. I'd like to see for myself. Even if I knew how to share it, I wouldn't. My job is to get us out of this alive and intact as best I can. Understood. You can help me, though. I got lucky with the sword. I still don't know what I'm doing. It seems like it might be a handy tool to have on my belt, especially if we run into more assholes with the gift, considering they can stop bullets. And deflect lasers. You didn't see the one that came off the shuttle. He took the blue-haired woman's head. Just her head?
Irie nodded.
What the hell for? I don't know. He took it and ran away. I don't know if I like the sound of that. I can teach you. I recovered the sword from Droon, but we don't have another. Maybe Captain Man can get me one. Yes.
Abby put her hand on the hellsuit.
Thank you again for this. I'm going to go eat. I can't believe how hungry I feel. I'm sure you used a lot of energy recovering from your wounds. That's probably it. But I don't know. Something about it doesn't feel natural.
She shrugged.
There's nothing I can do about that now. We already have enough to deal with. Queenie,
Ruby said, her voice filling the room through the ship's loudspeakers.
Can you please come to the CIC immediately? We have a situation. Another one?
Abby said, looking at Irie.
We have a CIC? That's what Ruby has started to call the common area behind the cockpit,
Irie said.
I guess that's as good a label as any.
The speakers were unidirectional, and she hadn't replaced her lost ear communicator yet. She would have to head down to see what the latest problem was, though her stomach was begging her to let her wait a minute.
I can get a few food bars for you,
Irie said.
Okay, thank you.
Irie bowed slightly as Abby fled the room, heading down the ladder into the common area. Ruby was there with Bastion.
Queenie,
Ruby said.
I'm picking up an emergency beacon from Captain Man. A beacon?
Abby said.
From where? Faru,
Ruby replied.
Inside Republic space,
Bastion said.
I know where Faru is,
Abby said.
I assume the beacon means he's in trouble. Who else might be receiving? This isn't a standard military beacon. This one is keyed directly to me. So, nobody else.
Irie slipped down the ladder, carrying a handful of food bars. She handed them toward Abby, who took one and tore it open.
Hungry?
Bastion asked.
Starving. What about Captain Man?
Ruby asked.
What about him? He got himself in trouble. He'll get himself out.
Ruby, set a new course for Faru,
Abby said between bites.
What? Queenie, I know you got beat up a bit, but I'm hoping you still have some small measure of sanity left. We can't go to Faru.
Why not?
We're in an unmarked, outworld ship for one, which is all fine and dandy when you're on the fringe or in the outworlds, but Faru is deep inside Republic space. For another, this is our best chance to get out of this shitty deal.
What do you mean?
Bastion smiled.
Think about it. If Man is dead, he can't send the signal to unleash the hounds. We're home free. You can go back to Earth and your kid, and I can go back to... well, wherever the frag I want to go.
He has a point,
Ben Hill said, appearing from the lower deck. Pick came up right behind him.
What's going on?
Pick asked.
Captain Man is up the comet,
Bastion said.
Queenie here wants to go rescue him. I say frag it, let him die.
You were on Droon, weren't you?
Abby asked.
Whatever is happening is bigger than 2 stolen starships. It's bigger than our freedom.
No, it isn't,
Pick said.
We've got another way out, and we should take it.
What the hell good is freedom if some nutjob is just going to come along and take it all away? We need to stop him, not make things easier for him.
I vote to let him die.
This isn't a democracy,
Abby said. She was starting to get angry again. She could feel the gift responding.
It sort of is. You're outnumbered 4-1.
4-2,
Ruby said, moving to stand beside Abby.
So you assholes are going to mutiny over this? Trying to save a man's life? He got you out of hell, whether you like the terms or not.
I only ask myself one question, Ben Hill said. What's in it for me?
I won't kill you.
Go ahead and try. You can't take us all at once.
Abby looked at each of the rejects. She could feel her body shaking with anger. She had nearly fragging died for them, and this was how they were going to pay her back.
You all deserved to be in hell, didn't you?
She spat.
The only way we aren't going to Faru is over my dead body.
The others froze, trying to decide what to do. Abby raised her hands, ready to attempt to use the gift, even if she wasn't sure it would work. It didn't feel the same as it had before. It was present, but it seemed weaker.
I can't do it,
Pick said, backing down.
You came back for Irie and me on Droon. I owe you for that.
Me too,
Irie said. Abby glanced at Bastion and Ben Hill. Bastion shrugged and walked away, going back to the cockpit.
I look like an asshole for the second time today, don't I? Ben Hill said. Faru it is, I guess.
He started climbing the ladder.
Here, Queenie,
Irie said, handing her another bar. Abby took it eagerly, tearing the wrapping off and taking a bite.
I just want to go home,
She said.
My parents think I'm dead. You will,
Abby said.
Queenie, there's something you should know,
Ruby said.
What is it? I thought it might be helpful to see how the crew reacted to the news. There is a complication.
She paused, biting her lower lip. The way she did it, it was clear the move was designed to be enticing.
The kill signal is on a timer. If Captain Man doesn't reset it, the clock will hit 0, and the transmission will go out. What?
Irie said.
If Captain Man dies, you all die,
Ruby replied. 5. Gant remained sitting against the blast door inside the Brimstone's engine room for a few minutes, trying to calm himself down. He pulled a small piece of metal wire from his light suit, manipulating it in one hand, bending it into the shape of a Gantian suzine, a three-dimensional, 12-pointed star. He had been planning to sabotage the ship, to break the engines and leave it stranded so that Abby could come and find them. He had been expecting a standard Dysterium conversion reactor, a device he knew well. Instead, he had been treated to a split-second look at a fragging monstrosity. A fragging nightmare. He closed his eyes, and it was the only thing he could see. Bodies. Terran bodies. Pressed against the walls of the compartment and hanging from the ceiling, held aloft by a dark material that was wrapped around their arms and legs. They had tubes running into and out of them. One was carrying a nearly clear material to them. Water? Nutrients? The other tubes were blood red and connected to a machine in the center. The Terrans were alive, their eyes open, their chests moving slightly up and down as they breathed. There were at least 100 of them, though he was sure it was more. He couldn't see all the way to the back of the space. The device in the middle was tech of some kind. It was made of alloy, matte black like the starship that had been in orbit around Orinel, the one that belonged to the assholes that attacked the planet. It had the connectors sticking into it, and a transparency in the back that showed both the current level of the collected blood and other pipes and tubes that revealed the plasma swirling through it. The blood that moved through the machine was darker in color, and it looked thicker. It reminded him of the blood that had poured out of Blue Hair's neck when Abby chopped her head off. He had no idea how it worked, and he hoped he never needed to learn. Whatever this was, it wasn't right. It wasn't sane. How could the Republic have created something like this? How could they approve of it? He didn't have a high opinion of the masters he had once served, but he was pretty sure they wouldn't have. That meant Egan Heavyworks knew what this ship was. And if that were true, didn't it also mean they had helped Thraven steal it? And what the hell was the ship? How could he even define it? It was using Terrans as some kind of horrible fuel source? What might it be using for weaponry? Fragging fetuses? The idea made him nauseous. His fingers worked more quickly, folding the metal into a suzine. He had to do something. But what? Obviously, his original plan wasn't going to work. If he could get in, could he save the poor bastards inside? Could he at least put them out of their misery? What if life support was dependent on the reactor? He would be killing himself, and while it might get one of the ships out of Thraven's control, it would make it harder for Abby to find out where they had taken the other one. Plan B, he said to himself, swallowing his fear. Get the beacon up. Let Abby figure out what to do with this horror show. He pulled himself up on shaky legs, making his way over to the terminal on this side of the blast doors. He activated it, hopeful that the system wouldn't report its use. It didn't matter. It was secured. He would need the command key to get in. He backed away from it. The comm systems were likely a different story. They would be using those systems, and he doubted they would lock up every time they were finished. He returned to the external hatch, opening it and peering out into the corridor. It was clear. He ducked out of the engine room and hurried down the hall. He would have to head closer to the bridge, closer to the enemy, to find an open terminal. He was an engineer, not a ninja, but hopefully, his size would make it easier not to get caught. It took close to 10 minutes, but he finally found himself closing in on the occupied part of the starship. He moved more cautiously when he did, keeping out of sight of the assholes, hugging the walls and slipping behind frame supports whenever he spotted one that might have spotted him. He opened the nearby hatches in turn, seeking out living quarters and terminals. He found a few, checking them quickly. Locked. It seemed the ship had little more than a skeleton crew. He kept going, losing track of time in the pattern of hiding and running, opening doors and closing them, activating terminals and abandoning them. Finally, he opened one of the hatches and found himself in larger, more plush quarters. The terminal in the corner had a secondary terminal hooked into it, one that looked a lot less fancy but a lot more damage-resistant, a worn and beaten mobile box. He hurried over to it, examining the wiring. It was primitive, but functional. He moved to settle in ahead of it when he heard a noise to his right. He ducked beneath the terminal, looking back in the direction of the sound. It had come from a closed door, another room in the suite. He wasn't alone. He decided he would find another terminal. He began to retreat from the room, making it a few meters before the door swung open. He dove back under the terminal, pressing himself into the back corner. He wished he still had his gun. A pair of boots appeared a moment later, coming his way. He remained still while their owner sat down at the terminal, slumping back into the seat. Gant risked lowering his head slightly to get a better angle to see the soldier. He drew back when he recognized the one who had ordered Abby's death. He felt his anger building, tempted to jump the man right there. He forced himself to stay restrained. He couldn't help Abby that way, and maybe he could learn something useful.
"General Thraven,"
the man said, activating the comm. 6. Ursan stared at his wife's head, resting on the bed in the quarters he had claimed on board the Brimstone. He still wasn't quite able to accept what he was seeing. He was still surprised at himself for what he had done. What else was he supposed to do? He had seen the bitch who had cut off Trin's head. She had the gift, and she had impossibly outmaneuvered his wife with it. Who was she? What the frag was she doing on Droon? Was she the reason Trin had been there? He didn't have any answers. Only questions. Only pain. His soldiers had killed her. At least he hoped they had. They had shot her dozens of times, shredded her body to a near pulp. He hadn't gotten to take her head, though. That Gant had shown up, berserking across the field, attacking with a fury he had never seen from the species. He knew the Gant were incredibly loyal to those they took as alphas, but he hadn't expected it to have a resistance to the gift. That surprise had cost him his kill, and forced him to retreat or risk losing his entire platoon. The head was all he had left of her. He reached down and stroked her blue hair. Her eyes were frozen in a look of surprise, her mouth slightly open. She had never expected the woman in the red soft suit to get the better of her. She hadn't expected to be torn in half by a gift-enhanced sword. A fragging sword, of all things. Who carried a sword anyway? Weapons like that had gone out of use thousands of years ago. Trin was dead, and he wanted to know why. He reached up and wiped his eyes, clearing the tears from them once more. He had refused to take off his helmet until he had made it back here. He refused to let his crew see him fall apart. He was, though. He was losing it. Had lost it. He had taken her head and carried it back here with him. They were probably whispering to one another about it even now. He could feel the gift within him, squirming through his body. He moved his hand from her head down to her neck, where a line of dried blood was resting. He stared at it, hesitant. What he had already done was insane. Would he turn himself into a monster as well? More of the gift would make him stronger. Would it make him strong enough? He scraped the blood off with his fingers, bringing it to his lips. He tasted it gingerly before slipping the fingers into his mouth, sucking the blood off and swallowing. He repeated the action a few more times, the tears streaming from his eyes again.
"I'll find her," he said to the head. "If she isn't dead already, I'll find her, and I'll destroy her. I promise."
He stood up, stepping back and looking at Trin's face again. Was there any way to bring her back? He knew some of what the gift could do. He knew how it could heal. Could it return her to him? He made his way out of the bedroom, heading for the terminal there. He sat down, slumping in the chair, tired and angry and sad.
"General Thraven,"
he said, opening a link. Then he leaned back further, wiping away the wetness on his face while he waited.
"Captain Gall,"
Thraven said, responding a few minutes later.
"She's dead,"
Ursan said.
"I'm aware."
"Who is she?"
"Who is who?"
"Don't frag with me, General. The other one. She had the gift. Who the hell was she?"
"Oh, You mean Lieutenant Cage. Lieutenant Abigail Cage of the Earth Republic.
The Earth Republic? Ursan could feel the gift burning within him. Hadn't he lost enough to the damned Republic?
Where did she come from?
Hell. She was supposed to be converted. She escaped. I sent Trin to find her.
You sent Trin to die, you son of a bitch!
Thraven raised a hand, and suddenly Ursan was choking.
Watch yourself, Captain,
Thraven hissed.
I allowed you to make an attempt to save her. Did you arrive too late? The failure is yours, not mine.
He felt his throat clear.
She shouldn't have been there. Not alone. I told you we're better as a team. This woman, Cage, wouldn't have been able to stand up to both of us.
Your wife was the best assassin in the Outworlds, Captain. I had no reason to believe she would fail against a woman who had only been given the gift days ago.
Ursan put his head in his hands.
I know. I'm sorry, General. I'm not handling this well.
You're only human, Captain.
The gift. I know if we lose our heads, we can't regenerate. But what if we have the head? Can we bring it back? Maybe attach it to a synth body or something?
Thraven's eyes narrowed, and he looked disgusted.
Did you take Trin's head, Captain?
I might...
There's nothing anyone can do. Your wife is decapitated. I'm afraid it's fatal. The gift isn't magic. It can't do the impossible. Only things that seem impossible to those who don't know any better.
Ursan nodded. He had been hopeful. That didn't mean he was going to throw Trin's head out of an airlock.
What about Cage? Do you know if she's still alive? I fired a torpedo at her ship, but it missed.
Thraven's whole face turned dark.
What?
It hit the Lahar. I don't know how. We had a lock.
You hit the Lahar?
Destroyed it, I think. I'm sorry, General. I don't understand it. We couldn't hit that damn ship no matter what we did. All of our shots seemed to go around it.
I see,
Thraven said, his expression turning curious. Ursan was surprised by that. He should have been furious for the loss of the battleship. He expected to find himself choking again. He didn't.
You disobeyed my orders. You destroyed one of my ships. You should be thankful I don't kill you where you stand.
I know. Please, General. If Cage is alive, I want to find her. I want to be the one to catch her and kill her.
Your wife couldn't do it, but you believe you can?
I have a lot of motivation.
Thraven smiled.
Return the brimstone as you were ordered, Captain.
General,
are you resisting me again, Ursan? Are you questioning my ability to lead this war again?
I want revenge.
I want the brimstone. That is an order, Captain. Do not disobey me.
Ursan scowled, but nodded.
Yes, sir. We're on our way.
Thraven cut the link, his projection vanishing.
After Abigail Cage is dead,
Ursan said, getting to his feet.
Once I've had her blood, I'll kill you too, you son of a bitch.
7.
We're almost to Faru,
Bastion said, glancing back at Abby as she entered the Imp's cockpit.
I hope Fringe Patrol doesn't catch up with us too quickly.
He shook his head, still not happy about the idea of trying to rescue Captain Man.
I hope we can avoid orbital patrols and planetary defense, too. The place has to be crawling with Republic assets after what happened here.
I told you what Ruby said,
Abby replied.
Regardless of what you thought you wanted, and whatever you were willing to do to get it, if we don't make an effort, then we're all dead.
That doesn't mean I have to like it.
I haven't liked anything since they sent me to hell. I'm still here. I'm still fighting.
Better go strap in, Queenie. I have a feeling this is going to be a hell of a ride, and we don't have Gant here to fix our shit if it decides to break.
You'll get us down. I have faith in you.
She tapped him on the shoulder and then headed to the rear of the shuttle. Pick, Ben Hill, and Irie were already strapped in, looking almost like a real team in their dark light suits. She was the one who stood out. Her soft suit and the HUD Gant had made her were both destroyed on Droon, and they didn't currently have another that would fit her, which meant she was going in unenhanced. It wouldn't be the first time she had made a drop without augmentation. She had done a job in a short dress and high heels once, a mission to get some data from some rich corporate asshole who turned out to be funding a mercenary unit for the Outworlds. The hellsuit was still a step up from that. She just wished she had more pockets, a tactile interface, and some breaker gear. Brute forcing her way into anything just wasn't her style. At least she had an ear communicator, though it was a pretty lousy setup compared to the TCUs the rest of the rejects were wearing. It was enough to connect her to the network and send orders, but she would be relying on them to do most of the heavy lifting.
Ruby,
she said, contacting the synth.
ETA? 97 seconds, Queenie,
Ruby replied. Abby took a seat, pulling the built-in straps over her chest and attaching it between her legs. She glanced over at the others. Pick raised his hand in acknowledgement.
Speed is key here, rejects,
Abby said.
Ruby will dump the imp near Faru's orbit and head into FTL again, taking up a position still in sensor range, but hopefully far enough out that PD and any Republic orbital defense will decide to observe and let Border Patrol deal with the problem. It's not like our space bird is all that imposing, and I think her presence will leave them a bit confused. Meanwhile, we'll have 20 minutes total to find Man and get him out. We have to make it back into orbit for the rendezvous, or the odds are high that the Faust is going to get blown apart by a Republic warship while we're fragging around on the surface. If that happens, none of us go home, and we all die. If Man dies, we all die. If the imp gets knocked out, we all die.
Is there a scenario where we don't die? Ben Hill said. Because this is the worst battle cry I've ever fraggin' heard.
You want me to hold you while you piss too, Jester? It's honest. We have to be clean and on point or we're fragged. There's only one way we live, and it's by doing everything right.
I've got your back, Queenie, Pick said.
Do you okay?
Abby replied, not letting him off the hook for his earlier resistance.
Yeah. I'm sorry about before. I just thought we had an easy way out, you know? No offense, but I'm a little claustrophobic riding around in this thing. And Jester smells.
I smell. Try getting a whiff of yourself sometime.
Pick laughed.
20 seconds, Queenie,
Ruby said.
Lucifer, are you set?
Roger. Firing her up now.
The imp shuddered for a moment as the reactor came online. Abby put her hand on her thigh to the belt wrapped around the hellsuit. A pistol with an extended magazine sat on her left side. A Republic Army standard-issue knife rested on her right.
10 seconds,
Ruby said. Abby leaned her head back. 20 minutes. They had a general idea where on the planet Man was because of the beacon, but otherwise they were going in blind. What were the odds they could get in, grab him, and get out in 20 minutes? She didn't want to know, but she was sure they weren't very good.
Mark,
Ruby said, as the Faust blinked into existence outside of Faru.
Lucifer, punch it,
Abby said.
Roger.
Then she was shoved back into her seat as the imp's thrusters fired full bore, sending them rocketing forward toward the shielded hangar opening. The force field dropped for a split second as they hurtled through, giving them passage out into space. Abby could see through the imp's forward canopy from her position, and she felt her jaw clench at the sight of the Republic battleship hovering in orbit ahead of them. Her eyes caught sight of the ship's identifier a moment later. The driver.
Returning to FTL. Good hunting, Queenie. Good hunting, rejects.
The Faust is away,
Bastion said.
I'm picking up activity from the surface. It looks like PD is sending units our way. Oh, and we're being hailed.
We're a shuttle full of escaped convicts,
Abby said.
I have a feeling they won't give us the VIP treatment no matter what we say.
Oh, Queenie, you're so negative.
I'm getting action from the driver now. It looks like they're sending an escort.
Any kind of escort they have, I don't want, Ben Hill said.
Can you get around them?
I've got a good vector, but these are starfighters we're talking about. Looks like rapiers.
You're telling me this thing can't outrun a rapier? What kind of crap did Man give us?
Approaching orbit. Hold on.
The imp shifted in space, rolling and pointing toward the planet, the view constantly shifting and changing as Bastion adjusted vectors to avoid the fire from the incoming starfighters. Abby saw a missile go streaking past, missing them by less than a meter and detonating way too close. The shuttle rocked as it crashed through the small burst of quickly vaporized air, and Bastion altered direction, shifting them perpendicular to the planet.
Here comes PD! Are those daggers? I don't think I've seen a dagger in 15 years. Isn't this where Egan Heavy Works built their ships? You'd think they could have provided some upgrades. No wonder the Outworlders were able to get in here unnoticed.
The imp shook again, a tone sounding in the cockpit.
Shit.
Can you stop talking and concentrate on getting us down?
I'm more focused when I'm talking.
You just got hit!
It was a lucky shot. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Hold on.
The imp twisted, the inertia pushing Abby around in her restraints despite the dampeners. A dagger appeared in front of them, and she watched as a round of fire from the shuttle's forward guns tore into it, blowing it silently apart.
Lucifer, what the frag? Those are friendlies!
What? I don't know much about the company you keep. Well, I do now. Queenie, unless I'm blind, they don't look very friendly to me.
They're trying to defend their planet. You know, the one that had 2 orbital stations destroyed along with the Republic fleet. Can you blame them for attacking us?
No, but they should expect us to fight back. Hold on.
The imp maneuvered again, shooting past a rapier as it tried to get an attack vector. The planet was approaching rapidly.
Anyway, as I was saying, someone on that planet is holding Captain Man prisoner. That means they're involved in this shit, one way or another. And Man told us to do whatever it takes to recover the ships. You heard him say it. Kill whoever you have to. Destroy whatever you have to. Just get it done. If you want a chance to get Man out alive, if you think this really is bigger than 2 ships, we can't afford to be above killing Republic soldiers and destroying Republic assets. I'm sorry, Queenie, but we can't. It's them or us. You need to make a firm decision and stick with it.
Abby stared ahead, through the forward viewport as another dagger flashed past. She knew Bastion could have taken it down if he wanted to. He was giving her a choice, waiting for her orders. Damn him for making a good argument.
Do what you have to,
she said reluctantly.
You're right.
Thank you, ma'am,
Bastion replied. They sank deeper into the atmosphere, the imp staying smooth as Bastion guided it in, still slipping and jerking and altering course to avoid the fighters giving chase.
Beacon is 600 clicks ahead. 4 rapiers on our 6, and I've got visual on 2 more daggers incoming. I won't kill them unless I have to.
The imp rolled, sliding to the left and inverting. Tracers skipped by from the rapiers, narrowly missing the shuttle as Bastion expertly avoided the fire. The daggers were coming on hard ahead, and he started adjusting to avoid them before canceling the maneuver, triggering the forward gun batteries instead. Heavy slugs pounded the 2 starfighters, creating a plume of smoke as they both began tumbling away almost in unison.
I had to,
Bastion said, the shuttle blowing through the smoke. He sounded a little too pleased for Abby to believe it.
200 clicks,
he said a handful of seconds later.
Prepare for ingress. I'm going to circle around to throw the rapiers long enough that I can land.
Roger. You heard him, rejects. On your feet.
The others stood, keeping themselves firm to the ground with the magnetic attachments on their light suits. She didn't have that luxury, and she kept a tight grip on an overhead beam as she made her way toward the rear of the shuttle.
I've never been to Faru before,
Bastion said, keeping up his dialogue while he avoided the attack.
It seems like a nice enough planet. A little humid, maybe, but all the greenery is nice. Queenie, did you know my father was a botanist?
What?
A botanist. Someone who studies plants. He went all over the galaxy helping catalog native plants on worlds with pre-existing ecosystems. I went with him a couple of times. It isn't as dry as it... Approaching the beacon. Damn, it looks like it's in the middle of a jungle. Well, a jungle right beside a huge compound. I bet he's in there.
Did you need a crystal ball to figure that out?
Ben Hill said.
Shut up. Blowing past. Hold on.
The imp shot over the top of the compound, streaking by with the rapiers still tailing.
They have to know we're coming,
Irie said.
What if they kill Captain Man before we can get to him? If they were going to kill him, they would have done it already,
Abby said.
There's no benefit to leading us here.
Queenie, we've got a problem. I don't see anywhere to land this thing down there, and even if I did, there wouldn't be enough time to touch down and get airborne before the Republic thruster heads catch up.
Damn. Give me an option.
I can slow down over the top. You can jump.
I'm not wearing an augmented suit. I can't jump. I can,
Irie said.
Me too,
Pick said.
It's okay if you have to sit this one out, boss. We'll take care of business for you.
Abby didn't hesitate. What other choice did they have?
Affirmative. Fury, okay. Jester, you're up. I'm out. Fury, you have the lead. Roger,
Irie said. Abby leaned over and hit the controls to open the shuttle's rear hatch. She almost fell over as the imp rocked to the side to avoid enemy fire, but Irie reached out and caught her.
Thanks,
she said.
Anytime,
Irie replied. Abby looked out behind them at the 3 rapiers still giving pursuit. Then she looked down. They were still almost 50 meters above the landscape, way too far for her to jump, and at the edge of what the light suits were rated for.
Lucifer,
she said.
On my mark. I'm going a hard stop. Hold on.
She grabbed the side of the shuttle in anticipation.
Mark!
Bastion said. The reactor screamed, the thrusters shutting down, the anti-gravity coils going to full power to compensate. They came to a shuddering slowdown, the rapiers shooting by on both sides, sending a final volley as they did. It pinged into the shuttle on their right, the slugs missing Pick by inches.
Bastards,
Pick said.
now!
Irie said. Then she was gone, out of the shuttle and headed for the courtyard of the compound below.
See you soon, Queenie,
Pick said. He saluted as he threw himself from the shuttle.
Bombs away!
Ben Hill watched from the edge for a second and then turned to salute her as he threw himself out.
Clear your head. We're on the move,
Bastion said.
How the hell are we going to retrieve them?
I can outfox those tools and the fighters with my eyes closed. I'll get a better approach set up while they're inside. Watch your head, Queenie. The rapiers are circling back, and I don't want you to lose it to the hatch.
Abby watched the falling rejects extend their arms, the gossamer film between flowing out to slow their descent. She looked to the cockpit, where Bastion was leaning over, looking back at her.
What's the holdup?
He asked.
Lose my head?
Abby said.
Maybe I can make the jump after all.
I don't think...
She didn't wait for him to finish. She threw herself from the shuttle. 8. She didn't think all that much about the fall. After all, it wasn't the fall that would kill her. Then again, after what had happened on Droon, she was pretty sure the landing wouldn't kill her either. It would just hurt real bad. She watched the scene below her. Ben Hill, Irie, and Pick were almost on the ground. A squad of guards had emerged from one of the doors and was moving into a defensive position, spreading out behind a half-wall ahead of the main structure. The rejects spotted them immediately, finding their own cover and prepping their rifles. Nobody seemed to notice her. She could feel the gift beneath her skin. She reached inward for it, trying to use it to help break her fall, even if she wasn't sure how. She didn't feel it burning. She didn't feel it responding. She only had a few seconds. She knew there was one thing that had seemed to cause it to react. She needed to get angry. She turned her thoughts to Haley. These assholes were trying to keep her from her daughter. They were trying to kill her teammates. They were holding the key to her survival captive. And if she hit the ground without the damned gift, she was going to break her damned legs and probably get shot to hell again. She felt the burning beneath her skin, rising up from her feet and into her ankles, from her ankles to her knees. Gloritant Thraven had given her this. He had hoped to control her, to use her. Man was using her too, but at least he had good intentions. At least he wanted to help protect people. Thraven had forced her to agree to kill innocent individuals. He was pushing her toward a place she didn't want to be, whether he knew it or not. The ground came on hard and fast. She hit it feet first, the impact sending out a shock wave that seemed to spread around her, the kinetic energy being pushed outward instead of absorbed into her body. Her knees flexed slightly, and then she was still, standing and unharmed. She allowed herself a slight smile. Then she got to work.
Fury, okay, I'm down,
she said.
We can't afford to get pinned here. We have 10 minutes. That's not a lot of time. Affirmative,
Irie replied.
Cover me.
Okay, boss,
Pick said. Abby pulled the knife and the pistol as she ran toward the side of the main building, perpendicular to the guards. They still hadn't noticed her, and they were even more distracted when the rejects started firing on their position. Bullets bit into the wall in the side of the building while the guards hunkered down behind it. Abby stayed close to the wall, coming at them from the side, raising her pistol and aiming without the assistance of the TCU. She fired, 2 bullets for each guard, hitting 3 of them before they realized they were under attack from their flank. They turned her way, staying low while Benhill, Irie, and Abby continued to fire. They didn't see Pick running toward them, and he vaulted the wall, grabbing 2 of the guards and throwing them hard into the side of the building. The remaining soldiers stood to run, only to be hit by Irie's assault.
"Clear,"
Pick said. Abby joined him at the door the guards had streamed from. He tapped the controls, but it didn't open.
"Locked,"
he said.
I thought you couldn't make the jump,
Irie said, reaching them.
but I'm not surprised you changed your mind.
"Or that you survived the fall."
If I had my soft suit and gear, I could open this in seconds.
Abby said.
"We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way,"
Pick said. He stepped back and waved his arms.
"Get ready. They might have more guards on the other side."
The rejects leveled their weapons. Pick charged at the door, turning to put his shoulder against it. Trovers were big and strong on their own. Augmented by a suit, even a light suit, they were massively powerful. The door agreed, bending inward as he slammed into it.
"One more,"
he said, backing up and ramming it again. It folded under the pressure, breaking off its guides and collapsing loudly into a kitchen. Pick held his arm out toward it.
"Ladies first."
Too kind.
Abby said, moving into the building. She scanned the kitchen.
Clear.
"How do we find Captain Man in here?" Benhill asked. "This place is huge."
We don't need to find him. We just need to find somebody who can take us to him.
"In other words, don't kill anyone else?"
Pick said.
Not yet.
"Okay."
They moved through the kitchen and out the doors, into a large, open space with tables arranged around the edges and clear floor in the center. It was vacant as well, and they followed the doorway into a wide corridor.
Queenie,
Bastian said.
how's it going down there?
We're inside, trying to find Man. How are things with you?
Getting a little bored with flying circles around these monkeys. I really want to shoot them down, if only for their incompetence.
If it buys us time, do it.
Abby said, drawing a look from Pick.
What? Is there a difference between killing 1 and killing 1,000? It's still killing.
Pick smiled.
"Welcome to my worldview."
Abby moved out into another hallway, keeping her posture alert and ready. Irie stayed close, her rifle positioned on her left side.
I'm reading something on IR,
she said.
Coming this way. How many?
I got something too. It looks like they're trying to surround us."
This way,
Abby said, leading them forward at an increased pace. She wished she had a TCU so she could see what they saw.
How far? 50 meters.
Irie replied.
Next hallway after that door.
She motioned toward a door ahead of them. It looked like it was made of actual wood.
"It's going to get ugly in here,"
Pick said, turning around as the first of the squads behind them closed in. He started shooting, backing them off.
Remind me to kick Man's ass for getting captured,
Abby said.
Roger,
Irie replied. They reached the door, standing on either side of it. Abby looked at Irie, raising her eyebrow.
They're static, Queenie,
Irie said.
Waiting for us, while they cut us off.
Abby said. She looked back at Benhill and Pick. They were a few meters behind them, still taking random potshots to keep the other guards honest.
Queenie,
Bastian said again.
You've got PD headed toward the complex.
Damn, we're taking too long. Can you slow them down?
Why don't I just do everything? I'm on it.
Abby looked at the door ahead of them. Then she raised her hand toward it, trying to access the gift. She was already angry, and she thought it would come easily. She could even feel the burning beneath her skin, the power ready to act from wherever it originated. She imagined the door breaking off its hinges, exploding into the soldiers behind it and knocking them down. She wished for it to happen. Then she begged for it to happen. It was no use.
"I've got it,"
Pick said.
"Cover me."
Abby stepped aside, prepared to let him knock it down. She couldn't get the gift to do what she wanted it to. She had it, but she didn't know how to use it. Not completely. Pick approached the door while Irie turned to shoot at the soldiers at their backs. Abby remained beside the trover, ready to shoot into the next room once the door was out of the way. Pick turned his shoulder, preparing to charge.
Wait! I want to try something.
This isn't the best time to experiment, boss.
I don't know about that.
Her heart was pounding, her pulse heavy, her body burning. She was angry about being here, angry about being shot at, angry about someone wanting to do harm to the Republic, and by extension, her family. Anger wasn't enough. There was another ingredient she was missing, the one she had used against Trin on Droon. Hate. Plenty of people said it was wrong to hate. They said it led to the wrong side of humanity, the dark side. But at least hate was honest. It wouldn't hold punches or pretend to be something it wasn't. You knew it when you saw it. You knew it when you felt it. And Abby was feeling it. She hated that the guards on the other side of the door were in her way. She hated that they were slowing her down. She hated them for keeping her here while planetary defense closed in and time ran out. She put her hand up again, holding it out. She could feel the energy of the gift pooling there. She thrust her palm forward, and all of that energy poured out and into the door. It exploded from its hinges, hurtling backward, slamming into the soldiers behind it and shattering into splinters.
Oh, shit,
Pick said. At the same time, he began firing into the group.
Alive, damn it!
Abby shouted, shoving him without thinking. Pick stumbled sideways into the wall, knocked off balance by the blow. He glanced at Abby with fear and respect in his eyes. Abby didn't notice. She charged into the corridor, grabbing one of the guards and slamming him into the wall, jumping up and kicking a second in the head and knocking him down. She took hold of a third, pulling him roughly to the side of the hallway and holding him there, both hands under his helmet and wrapped around his throat.
Where do you keep prisoners?
She asked.
What? We don't... Where?
Abby said, bringing her knee up into his gut. She could hear his ribs crack beneath the blow, and only then did she realize how strong she had become. She let him go, stumbling back, suddenly feeling sick. Pick caught her, helping her stay on her feet before grabbing the guard.
Answer the lady, or I'm going to snap your fragging neck,
he rumbled.
That way,
the guard said, pointing down the hall.
There's a stairwell down at the end.
He started to laugh.
What's so funny?
Abby said, recovering from her shock.
The Venerant is down there. Good luck.
He kept laughing.
Venerant?
Probably another pain in the ass like that bitch on Droon. I'll take care of her. Let's go. Jester, Fury, let's move. Roger,
Irie said, backing up toward them. Pick punched the guard in the head before letting him go. He crumpled to the ground and didn't move.
I like them better that way,
he said, before joining them in a lumbering sprint toward the end of the hallway. The rear guards piled into the corridor behind them, sending bullets into the walls and floor around them.
Go!
Abby said, slowing down and turning. She had seen Trin stop bullets with the gift. Could she do it too? At the moment, she had no shortage of anger, no shortage of hate. She raised her hand. She couldn't see the rounds, but she could feel the way the gift burned under her skin, somehow warning her that they were coming. She held her hand out, so furious that she barely noticed how the slugs seemed to strike an invisible wall only centimeters from her hand, the heavy metal rounds flattening and dropping to the ground. The soldiers stopped shooting a few seconds later, realizing that their attack was ineffective. They didn't seek out another way to hurt her. Instead, they ran. Abby smiled as she watched them go. Trin had said she only had half of the gift. What could she do if she had it all? How much power would she have? She froze, recognizing the temptation. She was using it to protect her team, to protect herself. That was all. She turned and ran back to where the others were waiting, clearly shocked.
Unbelievable,
Ben Hill said.
Stop wasting time,
Abby replied. The door to the stairwell was open, and she headed into it.
We have work to do.
9. They hurried down the steps, a winding set that dove at least 100 meters underground. Abby took the lead, bouncing down them 4 at a time, with the other rejects following close at her back. The guards topside didn't follow, preferring to stay away from her after seeing what she could do. There was a dark metal gate at the bottom of the steps. It looked old, and it separated easily from its moorings beneath Abby's influence, clattering loudly on the floor as it toppled. Abby cringed at the noise out of habit. Did it really matter? She was sure the Venerant, whoever that was, already knew they were coming. The gate fed out into a long stone corridor, lit through spaces in an uneven cobblestone floor. It was an interesting design, unlike anything Abby had ever seen before. She followed it past a series of doors, all surprisingly made of wood, with small, barred cutouts in the center that allowed them to see in. The spaces were small, carved into stone, and containing only a small mattress and a primitive-looking toilet. It reminded her of hell. There was a second gate at the end of the corridor. Abby broke through that one as well, and they emerged into a central area. A woman was sitting at a simple table, a projection of different parts of the compound floating ahead of her. She was young and wearing only a nightgown that was semi-transparent in the light of the flames that ringed the space. She smiled when they entered, her eyes locking onto Abby as she turned off the projection.
"The Queen of Hell,"
she said mockingly.
"And you are?"
Abby asked, accepting the title.
"That depends,"
she replied.
"Some people know me as Emily Egan, wife of Mars Egan. Others know me as Venerant Alarin, a servant of the Nephilim. Which do you prefer?"
"I prefer you dead,"
she laughed.
"You have a taste of the gift, Lieutenant Cage. You've obviously learned to command it to some extent, a feat which is not achieved lightly. I applaud you for that. I know you killed Evelyn Trinity, another success not easily earned. But she was a convert to the cause, a Terran, not a Nephilim. Not like me."
"What's a Nephilim?"
Pick asked.
"The future,"
Emily replied.
"and the past, and the present,"
Abby said.
"Your Evelyn said the same fragging thing before I cut her head off. I don't have time to bullshit, so either hand over Captain Man or do something violent so I can do something violent back."
Emily smiled.
"I appreciate the no-nonsense attitude, Lieutenant. It's refreshing after all of these years."
She didn't even lift her hand. Irie, Benhill, and Pick grunted as an invisible force pushed them backward, slamming them into the wall and holding them there.
"You have no idea what you've walked into, do you?"
Emily asked.
"No idea what the Nephilim are, where we came from, or what that means to you and your kind? I understand now why Thraven wanted me to wait here with Olus. He knew you would come for him. He wanted to bring you to me so that I could finish the job that Trinity failed to do. It's his way of allowing me to make up for my error in judgment."
"Are you going to stand there and talk?"
Abby said.
"I can do two things at once,"
Emily replied. She flicked her wrist like she was swatting a fly, and Abby found herself flying back and hitting the wall between Irie and Pick. The impact cracked the stone and her spine, and Abby fell to the ground, paralyzed.
"Do you think you're strong because you have a piece of the gift?"
Emily asked.
"Do you think you know what I'm capable of because you defeated an Evelyn?"
She moved her hand again, and Abby flew across the room, slamming into the far wall. She felt the tears flow from her eyes in response to the pain. What the hell had she just gotten herself into? What the hell had she gotten her team into? She had walked into the room like she owned the compound. When had she gotten so reckless, so stupid? She was paying for it now. They all were.
"It will heal,"
Emily said.
"Even with only part of the gift, you're a difficult kill. Well, as long as you keep your head attached. But you already know that. The question is, how quickly will it heal? Have you fed the gift? Have you kept it strong?"
Abby lifted her head. Fed the gift? No wonder she was so damn hungry all the time. She had eaten half their supply of rations on the way to Faru. She could feel her body knitting back together, the gift burning beneath her skin. She downplayed it, remaining on the floor without moving.
"You don't even know what I'm talking about,"
Emily said.
"The blood of life. Why do you think we call it that? Blood alone can't give you power. It's a transport mechanism. It's fuel."
"There's something else in it,"
Abby said.
"Yes, and that something else requires human plasma to function. As a human, you can convert the food you ingest to fuel. It isn't as efficient, but it works. As a Nephilim, I don't have that option. If I want to keep the gift, I have no choice but to go to the source."
"You're telling me you drink human blood?"
Abby said, disgusted.
Would you, Lieutenant, if you knew it would give you the strength to kill me?
She moved her finger, and Irie was thrown from the wall, landing in front of Abby. Abby could see how tense Irie's muscles were as she tried to free herself from the invisible hold.
You have to be fragging kidding me,
Abby said softly, shifting her attention from Emily to Irie and back.
I'm not a monster. No? If you don't do it, she's going to die anyway. So are your friends. So are you. You can save her. You can save yourself. All it takes is a little taste.
Abby wanted to vomit. She'd rather they all die than become something inhuman.
Go frag yourself!
Emily laughed.
Why do I have a feeling you told Evelyn Trinity the same thing? Come on, Lieutenant. All it takes is a bite. Right here.
She leaned her head over and put her fingers to her neck.
There's an artery there. Good flow, and easy to stop the bleeding when you're done. The gift will thank you for it.
Abby looked at Irie's neck without thinking. Irie noticed, her eyes growing wider. Was it the worst thing she could do if it saved all of their lives?
Oh, I can see it, Lieutenant. The temptation, the hesitation. You know there's no other way out of this. No other chance that you and yours survive. Go ahead.
She shifted her finger again, and Irie slid a little closer, her head beneath Abby's, her neck in easy reach.
Once you've done it, the next time is easy.
Abby looked down at Irie. Her heart was beating so fast her whole body felt like it was shaking. The gift burned within her, urging her to do as the venerant suggested. Take it. Taste it. Tears ran from her eyes, dripping onto Irie's face. She clenched her teeth. Who was in control here? Her or the gift? What the hell did all of this mean? Emily started laughing.
You can try to fight it all you want, Lieutenant. The gift is in you. It's only a matter of time. Thraven wants you, and I'm going to deliver you to him to redeem myself, all prepped and ready for what comes next. He knew you would come. He knew I could convince you. Just one taste, Abigail. Just one.
Her speech was interrupted by the echoing of gunfire from the entrance, and bullets ripping into and through her body. She turned her head, caught by surprise, thrown backward by the force of the assault. Bastian stood in the doorway, emptying his rifle's magazine into her. He kept shooting until he was dry and she was a bloody mess on the floor.
The bad news is, they sent reinforcements, Bastian said. Like 3 squadrons. The good news is, shooting me down means I'm here to help you out.
They shot you down?
Pick said. He had fallen to the floor when Emily dropped.
Has that ever happened before?
Shut up,
Bastian said. Abby ignored them. She grabbed her knife, rising to her hands and knees. Then she shoved herself forward, launching through the air on the strength of the gift, headed toward the downed venerant. She almost made it. She was only inches from landing on Emily when the woman's hand shot up, and an invisible fist hit her in the gut, knocking her up and over. She hit the floor and rolled to her feet, coming up facing the woman.
Oh, frag,
Bastian said, releasing the empty magazine and reaching for another. Emily Egan stood up, the bullet wounds vanishing as she did.
Hell no,
Irie said.
This is bullshit.
Emily threw her hands out to both sides. A wave of something spread out in front of them, slamming into the rejects and knocking them from their feet once more. All except Abby. She absorbed the blow, grabbing her knife tighter in her hand. She felt like she was on fire. If anger and hate were the keys to getting the most out of the gift, she was ready to take the fragging kingdom. She jumped forward, going back at Emily Egan with even greater speed than before. Emily put up her hand and Abby felt the gift trying to slam into her. She matched it with her own, canceling it out. Emily ducked away as the knife came in like a blur, spinning and kicking out, clearly trained to fight. They engaged one another, moving quickly, hands and feet darting in and out, striking and blocking. Abby scored a few superficial hits with the knife, able to see how quickly the wounds healed, the gashes closing in seconds. She growled in anger and frustration, the gift adding its strength to hers.
You're fast,
Emily said.
Well trained. A true prize for the Gloritant.
She threw a series of punches as she spoke, each of them countered with quick blocks.
"Shut up!"
Abby replied. She turned the knife over in her hand, slipping it up and in on the woman. Emily stepped back, grabbing the blade to keep it from hitting her chest. It healed before it could bleed.
"Can you feel it?"
Emily said.
"The anger? The hate?" "Yeah, I can,"
Abby said.
"Do you like it?"
Abby didn't let up.
"Yeah, I do."
Emily laughed. She slapped Abby's arm away, throwing her other hand out. The gift slammed into Abby's chest, knocking her back. Emily used the moment of surprise to burst forward, slipping past Abby's defenses and getting a hand around her neck.
"Too slow,"
Emily said.
"Am I?"
Abby replied, even as her fist pummeled Emily's gut and the knife sliced through the outstretched hand, removing it cleanly. The force of the punch tossed Emily back and into the wall. At the same time, the rejects started shooting again, sending a barrage of bullets into the Venerant, tearing her open as they had before. Abby didn't hesitate this time. She grabbed the dismembered hand and threw it to the ground as she charged forward, her feet skipping lightly on the floor, diving into the middle of her team's assault, unwilling to give Emily time to heal. She felt the bullets striking her, slamming her in the back, but she ignored it, coming down on top of the other woman. She lowered her blade to Emily's neck as the rejects stopped shooting once more. Emily was laughing again.
"What's so funny?"
Abby asked. The wounds were already healing. She dug the knife into Emily's neck and left it there.
"Look at all the blood, Lieutenant,"
the Venerant said. Abby glanced down. The nightgown had been shredded, leaving Emily's regenerating body naked and bloody. She felt a sudden urge to lean down into it, to consume the thick red liquid right then and there.
"If you partake of the blood of life, your gift becomes greater,"
Emily said.
"You're already so strong for one so new. Don't you want it, Lieutenant? It's there for the taking, even after I'm dead."
Abby licked her lips almost unconsciously. She swallowed hard, fighting the desire. The need. Gloritant Thraven was more powerful than Emily Egan, and Abby had only beaten her with the help of her entire squad. As much as she despised the concept, was there any logical reason to resist? She had promised Haley she would make it home. Whatever it took.
"That's right,"
Emily said.
"Nobody can resist. Not once the gift is inside of them. Not forever."
Abby stared at the blood. She wanted it. She looked into the Venerant's eyes.
"Then I guess I should thank you,"
she said. Then she pressed down with the knife, more than hard enough to end the fight. She sat on top of the dead woman's body as the blood oozed from the arteries, so much thicker and darker than normal. She blinked, trying to fight the urge. She turned her head, finding the rejects behind her, guns still raised and ready for round 3. She looked back at the blood, lowering her hand to it. She collected a small sample onto her index finger and raised it to her face, smelling it. It was metallic and heavy. She rubbed it between her fingers. It had a subtle roughness to it. Was there something alive in there? Was that the coarseness she felt? What was it? She brought it toward her lips.
"Queenie?"
Bastian said, putting his hand on her shoulder.
"We need to grab Man and get our asses out of here."
Abby shivered, her concentration broken, her mind returning to its rightful place. She looked up at Bastian and then held out her other hand. He grabbed it and pulled her to her feet.
"Thanks for the save,"
she said.
"You won't be thanking me when we get outside. The entire jungle is filling up with planetary defense militia, and the Republic's got 3 squadrons in the air. I have no fragging clue how we're going to survive this."
"We'll do whatever it takes." "Queenie!"
Irie shouted from the corridor adjacent to the room.
"I found him!"
Abby let Bastian go in front of her, hanging back. When nobody was looking, she brought her fingers to her mouth, letting them enter and sucking Venerant Alarin's blood away. She shuddered as she swallowed, a sudden fear working its way through her. What were they turning her into? What was she allowing herself to become? 10. Gant waited for a while after Ursan left the room, remaining hidden in the shadows of the desk, pressed tight against the corner. It wasn't an uncomfortable position to be in. On Ganymant, his kind had long lived in hollowed-out stone and slept in chambers that weren't much larger than where he was now, preferring the cozy warmth of small, dark spaces to the noise and openness of Terran living. Of course, since the Terrans had arrived on their planet, more and more of their construction had been sized to accommodate larger beings, and that part of their history was quickly getting lost. It was the price of progress, a price he had never minded paying. As one of only a few thousand Gants who had ever left Ganymant, he was proud of his adventurous nature, even if it had cost him everything in the end. Almost everything. He had a second chance, a new Alpha, and now he knew for sure that Abby was still alive. It had taken all of his will to keep from chittering with excitement at the news, to remain silent while his body vibrated with warmth over the fact. Not that it had calmed his anger against this man, Ursan Gall, or his soldiers much. They had still tried to kill her, and nothing else had changed. He was going to kill them all, one way or another. The timing was everything. He slipped out from beneath the table, jumping onto it and kneeling in front of the terminal. He wasn't as good with computers as he was with mechanical parts. The shape of his hands didn't lend itself to working projections, and most software didn't recognize the twin thumb configuration. Even so, he had enough experience that he should at minimum be able to trace the route back to the main comlink array, and then make his way there to physically frag with it. He activated the terminal. It wasn't locked. What would be the point? This ship was under Ursan's control and composed of Ursan's soldiers. He had no reason to expect a stowaway. It took some work to navigate through the menus, as he was forced to hold his hands together to mimic the shape of a human hand, and then work the whole thing with just that. It was awkward and slow, and he kept looking over his shoulder every 10 seconds and pausing to listen for approaching footsteps. He was thankful his hearing was better than a Terran's. The terminal had no idea where the comlink was located on the ship. Fortunately, he knew enough about Republic Navy internetworking services to backtrace the physical location based on pings to the specific modules. Any Republic Navy craft in the fleet would have both long and short-range comms, as well as quantum filtering for signal processing during FTL. While ping times were in the 0.00001 millisecond range, the precise reporting had a lot of meaning, especially to an engineer. By also accessing one of the unsecured reactor services, he was able to correlate times to guesstimate distance. In this case, the comlink was likely a few hundred meters closer to his position than the engine room he had come from. He used that term loosely, considering what he had seen there. The thought of it still made him nauseous. Of course, that wasn't much of a definitive position, and it wasn't good enough to know it was closer. Was it up, down, port, or starboard? He had another way of determining that, thanks to the organization of Republic Navy networks. Every node on the ship was designated and numbered nearly identically across the board, with codes that stood for relative position in the ship starting from the ass. By pinging each node and checking the time, he could eventually triangulate the location down to a few dozen meters. Of course, it would take hours to manually ping the nodes. Fortunately, some clever ensign somewhere had already added a command to do just that, and that command was standard issue on all Republic Navy ships. Gant executed it, watching the numbers output across the projection in a list that seemed almost endless. He eyeballed it quickly, matching the last few digits in the response times against what he had gotten back from the link. It took a few minutes, but he wound up with a general idea of where the frag he was going. Deck 13, Node 67, about 3/4 of the way down from the central crossbeam. Meaning the link array was in the belly of the ship, and since the Brimstone had 16 decks, that meant it wasn't positioned at the bottom of the hull either. Gant motioned with his false hand to clear the list, pausing before he completed the gesture, his ears picking up the sound of feet on the metal floor beyond the room's hatch. He froze momentarily, waiting while the feet stopped in front of the door. Then he jumped off the table, his hand hitting the projector control as he dropped, turning it off. He scurried back to his hiding place, watching as Ursan Gall's boots made their way across the room to the adjacent bedroom. He could only hope the man didn't come to use the terminal. If he had, he would realize immediately that someone had been doing something interesting with it, and that the someone was probably not supposed to be on board.
"I can't do this without you," he heard Ursan say. "I don't want to. We'll figure something out. Dak says he knows an expert on Anvil who may be able to help. Says he does all kinds of augmentation. Shit that doesn't seem like it should even be possible. I know Thraven wants the brimstone, but he'll thank me if I can get you back. I'm sure he will."
Gant peered out from the corner of the desk. He could see Ursan now, standing over the bed with a satchel in his hands. He put the satchel on the bed and then lifted the head up, wrapping it in a towel before placing it reverently inside.
"I've seen too many amazing things, done too many things I thought impossible. I don't believe you can't be saved. I won't believe it. Once you're awake, we'll find this Abigail Cage, and we'll do unto her as she did unto you. An eye for an eye. Then we can kill Thraven, and we can take over the war. We'll bring the damn Republic to its knees in the name of the Outworlds, in remembrance of Caliban."
Then Ursan fled the room, carrying his wife's head without sparing a glance toward the terminal. The whole episode left Gant feeling sick once more. Even if Gaul could find someone capable of reviving a Terran head, the brain had been deprived of oxygen for hours, and the flesh was already in the process of decomposition. What the hell would he be bringing back? He waited until he couldn't hear the hard soles on the floor, and then he scrambled away from the terminal, away from the room as quickly as he could, opening the hatch, checking the corridor, and running opposite Ursan's back. He needed to get the beacon up and running, and a message out to Abby. He knew where the brimstone was going, and he expected her to be there soon after it arrived. 11. Ursan made his way back to the bridge, holding the satchel containing Trinity's head delicately, as though he could damage her with any hint of carelessness. All eyes were on him as he entered, but he ignored them, returning directly to the command chair and sitting, and placing the satchel in his lap.
"Dak, set a course for Anvil,"
he said, with no hint of hesitation in his voice. The Trover's eyes darted back for a moment, but he followed the order as it was given.
"Aye, Captain. Setting a course for Anvil."
Ursan leaned back, his eyes straight ahead, focused on the viewport as the brimstone adjusted its vector slightly and then made the smooth transition to faster-than-light travel. Anvil was near the far end of the fringe, home to a major outworld military hub whose sole job was to prevent the Republic from trying to sneak around to the planets at the outer segment of the unsettled universe. An entire support economy had grown on the planet as a result, providing anything a soldier might want. Augmentations, pleasure bots, construct gaming, drugs, alcohol, and black market military gear. It was big business, and it attracted traders from all over the Outworlds despite its relatively distant relation to the rest of the non-Republic galaxy. He hadn't been too surprised to hear the name of the planet when Dak had cautiously mentioned knowing someone there who was a master bot-maker. A Plixian named Gorix. He was rumored to have done impressive augmentation work, merging biological with mechanical. It was only a rumor, but it was also the only chance Ursan had. His heart was broken, his body so filled with anger and hate that he couldn't dismiss the incessant motion of the gift as it demanded retribution for her slaughter. Cage wouldn't be enough, not nearly enough, but he knew he couldn't get to Thraven without Trin, and he knew Trin would choose him over the general.
"I'm not crazy,"
he said out loud to the members of his bridge crew. He knew they thought he was. From the moment he had gone forward to take her head, they had been whispering that he had lost himself.
"Nobody said anything, boss,"
Dak said.
"You don't need to say it. I know you're all thinking it. Even you. I'm not, though. I'm going to get her back. What's so wrong with that?"
"Nothing, boss,"
Dak replied. He was silent for a few seconds before turning to look back at Ursan.
"Can I be honest with you, Captain?"
"What is it, my friend?"
"We're all for trying to bring back Trinity. All of us like her a lot. But we were wondering if maybe we should bring the brimstone back to Thraven first and take the Triune to Anvil. He's already pretty unhappy with us, and we're not in a position to counter him right now. especially after we destroyed his battleship.
What do you think Thraven is going to do when we bring back the brimstone? Do you think he's going to let us leave again? Do you think he's going to let any of us out alive?
He'll have the ship. Maybe he'll forget about us.
General Thraven doesn't forget about anything. If he doesn't kill us outright, he'll send us off on some other mission somewhere that's nowhere near where I want to go. I'd rather get there in an unstoppable warship. Wouldn't you?
An unstoppable warship won't do shit for us once we're boots on the ground.
That's where you're wrong. Thraven would still need to get a ship in system. He'd still need to drop units to the planet.
You're suggesting we should intercept them?
If that's what it takes. Ursan caught the nervous murmurs from the rest of the bridge crew. His bridge crew. Or were they? He brought this on! He sent Trin to Droon to die! He let us go so we could see it! We've all been through a lot of shit together. 10 years running merc jobs before Trin, 2 years after, and 3 years with General Thraven. We've got 15 years together, most of us. Since when did you all become so afraid? He isn't like other people we've worked for, Ursan. Like it, the systems officer said. We all saw what he did to you and Trin. The stuff that you can do, anything you can do, he can do it 100 times better. That's not a man we want to cross, and I don't think you should cross him either. Not for this. To save my wife? You don't think it's worth that? Liget turned away from him without speaking. Nobody was willing to say what he knew they were thinking. What had prompted his outburst in the first place? You think she's dead, and she's going to stay dead, don't you? Liget, damn you! Answer me! Liget looked back at him. Aye, Captain. Ursan acted before he thought, raising a hand and gesturing toward the man. Instantly, his head jerked downward, slamming into the terminal in front of him. His body rolled off his chair and didn't move. Is he? One of the other crew members said. Ursan lowered his hand, his whole body shaking. What the hell had he just done? Dak rushed over to Liget, putting a hand to his neck.
He's still alive. By how much, I don't know.
Bring him to medical, Ursan said, his voice uneven. He hadn't meant to react that way. Losing Trin was making him unstable, unsteady. I'll apologize to him once he's patched up.
Aye, Captain,
Dak said, lifting the man easily and carrying him from the bridge. The rest of the crew turned back to their stations. Ursan could sense the sudden fear and tension surrounding them. Everything would be better once they reached Anvil. Once Trinity was back in his life. Once Abigail Cage was dead. 12. Olis looked up when Irie's face appeared in the cutout of the door.
Queenie!
She shouted.
I found him!
He cringed at the words. Damn Thraven. He was pushing the pieces precisely and getting them into a bad place.
Captain Man?
Abby said.
Move away from the door.
Olis pushed himself against the side of the room. There was no sense resisting. It was already too late. The door exploded inward, flying back and slamming against the wall where he had just been resting, breaking apart and settling across the room.
Captain,
Abby said, entering the small cell. Cage? Olis replied, looking her over. Her hell suit had a couple of gashes in it, and her head had some dried blood running down the side. You look like hell.
You should have seen me on Droon. This is the second time I've had to rescue you.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Lieutenant, but it isn't much of a rescue. What do you mean? Bastion asked, moving in behind her.
Thraven wanted me here,
Abby said.
I know that much. He thought his Venerant would get me under his control.
You mean Emily Egan? Where is she?
Out there. She got a little overconfident and wound up losing her head.
You killed her? How?
With the help of the rejects and the power of the gift.
Is that what they call it? Whatever it is that let her hold me in place without lifting a finger?
Yeah. Or the blood of life. Dumb, right?
Abby smiled. Olis couldn't help but smile, too.
Thraven's smarter than I gave him credit for. He angled this into a win-win for him. If Emily took you, then he would have you back under his control, and I would still be locked up here. Or maybe he would have just let me walk out. Since you killed her, he got to punish her for her mistake, and he gets to push me out of the picture.
What do you mean, push you out of the picture? I don't understand.
Did you kill any Republic forces on the way in? Not the guards in here. I'm pretty sure they're all on Thraven's team. Planetary defense? Republic Navy? Abby's face flattened, and she glanced over at Bastion. "You told me I could," he said.
Yes,
she replied. Olis nodded. You were already fugitives, but by killing Republic assets to rescue me, I'm going to be one too. Thraven pulled me into this game because he wanted to keep me close. He knows I can't be bought. You don't become director of the OSI without getting offers to look the other way that would make your head spin. He had to either allow me to operate, which he did by feeding me Mars while Emily was the real problem, or he had to discredit me.
Which we're in the process of doing.
Yes.
You didn't give us much of a fragging choice, Ben-Hill said. According to Ruby, if you die, we die.
I know. Ruby didn't know I set the timer to automatically reset before I came here. I couldn't risk losing you if something happens to me. What? Bastion said. We could have left your ass to rot, and we would have been in the clear after all?
Shut it,
Abby said, turning on Bastion.
We made our decision, regardless.
You made the decision, Ben-Hill said.
And I'm in charge, so it was all of us. Do you want to question it again?
Ben-Hill shook his head.
No, ma'am.
What's done is done, Olis said. We still have a chance to fix this mess.
How?
Abby asked. It's possible that PD doesn't know you came for me. For all they know, you're one of the bastards that took the fire and brimstone, and you circled back to finish the job with Mars.
Mars isn't dead. At least, we didn't kill her.
Olis sighed. Sometimes he hated his job. I don't like it. But we may have no choice but to change that.
Are you serious?
Irie said.
We can't just kill an innocent woman, especially if Emily Egan was abusing her.
Better her than us,
Pick said.
Captain, we have 5 minutes until Ruby brings the Faust back to Faerû,
Abby said.
We're running out of time and options.
Olis stared at her for a moment, working out the problem. Emily's terminal is right beside their bedroom upstairs. I can reach Ruby from there and tell her to hold off while you take care of Mars.
Take care of her?
Irie said.
We can't kill her. I won't, and I won't let any of you.
You can't stop us,
Ben-Hill said.
You especially can't stop Queenie.
Queenie, you can't. It's not her fault. Captain, it doesn't matter if you get discredited. We can stop this from the outside. How much have you been able to accomplish anyway?
Thraven's pawns have control of the committee. I don't think they control the council yet, but it would only be a matter of time. I need to get back to Earth, to find out who's loyal to the Republic and who's loyal to the Gloritant. I need to see if I can shift the balance of power back in the right direction.
We'll make the call when we get up there,
Abby said.
We need to keep Ruby away from Faerû, or we're going to lose our ride.
Agreed, Olis said.
Let's move, rejects,
Abby said, backing out into the hallway. She took point, moving confidently ahead, while Olis remained behind the others. He was impressed with how well she had taken control of the fugitive misfits, bringing them in line through... He wasn't sure what. Respect? Fear? Most likely a bit of both. She had the gift that Emily used to paralyze him, and he could see the difference in her demeanor, even compared to their first meeting. She was becoming more used to it, instead of trying to ignore it or fight it. Whether that was a good thing or not would make itself apparent sooner or later. For now, he needed to guide her to his ends, the one where the rejects headed back onto the path of the fire and brimstone, and he made his way back to Earth, his purpose and presence here remaining secret and circumventing Thraven's trap. Hopefully, he could grab some data from Emily Egan's terminal first. Data about the Covenant and the Nephilim, about what the ships were really made of, and what they could really do. Ancient blueprints? Old technology somehow derived from God? The idea of it made his head spin. Then again, he wasn't ready to believe any of it. Not without more proof.
The gift was compelling evidence, but it was also somewhat circumstantial.
Jester, Fury, head toward the exit and see if you can get a beat on incoming PD forces,
Abby said when they reached the top of the steps.
And don't give me any shit about it, Fury. I'll do what needs to be done, and you'll like it.
Irie had opened her mouth to speak. Olis watched her shut it and nod.
Yes, Queenie,
she said.
Lucifer, see if you can get on the rooftop and help them monitor the situation. Where'd you leave the imp, anyway?
In the pool, Bastion replied.
I didn't see a pool,
Pick said. I ditched her in the lake. May she rest in peace.
Captain Man, ideas on getting out of here after we deal with Mars?
Abby said. The good thing about jungles is that they're easy to hide in.
Even against sensor sweeps?
My jamming bot is still up in the office. It should come in handy for that. Unless there's another blood-sucking gifter wandering around out there, I suppose.
Roger.
The bad thing about jungles is the spiders. I fraggin' hate spiders. There aren't any on Tro.
Lucky, Ben Hill said.
And unlucky. Have you ever seen a female trover?
Come to think of it, no.
Ha! I'll take the spiders.
Olis followed Abby, Pick, and Bastion up from the ground floor, while Ben Hill and Irie headed for the front of the mansion. There was no obvious sign of interference anywhere nearby, and he was sure it was because Abby killed Emily Egan. If the guards were all Thravens, they knew better than to tangle with someone who could take out their boss. Unfortunately, planetary defense wouldn't be as smart. He was hoping he could get them out without having to kill any of Faeru's local militia or destroy any more of the Republic's assets. At least the Republic wouldn't drop any Marines unless things got really out of hand. It was his job to make sure they didn't. Bastion split from them when they reached Emily's office, heading down the hallway in search of an access stairwell up to the roof. Abby and Pick entered the office with Olis, and he immediately went over and grabbed his helmet from the floor, slipping it on and reinitializing his TCU. Then he picked up the jamming bot from where it had fallen, reconnecting with it and restarting its systems from the soft suit. When he tossed it into the air, it remained stationary there, active once more.
Queenie,
he said.
What's your identifier?
She rattled it off to him, allowing him to connect to their short-range comm.
Queenie, we've marked a dozen tangos incoming,
Jester said.
3 squads of 4. They're being pretty careful.
Roger,
Abby said.
Secure the entrance. Don't engage with them unless they engage with you.
Roger.
Olis turned his attention to Emily's terminal. It had locked itself when she had brought him down to the cells, but he stuck another extender to it and hacked in easily. A few seconds later, he groaned out loud.
Damn.
What is it?
Abby asked.
It's been wiped. I was hopeful.
He leaned back in the chair for a moment.
We need to make a decision on Mars.
He looked at her.
Are you asking my opinion?
Abby said. He nodded.
You have a lot of the same training I do. What do you think?
I hate to say anyone's life is less important than anything else. But in this case, I think we have to say it. She let the Venerant in. She's not completely innocent. I'll take care of it.
Queenie, wait.
Pick said.
I'll do it.
No, I'm not going to ask you to do something I won't do myself.
You aren't. I'm volunteering.
He paused, introspective.
Won't be the first time I killed someone while they were sleeping.
The statement sent a shiver down Olis's spine, even though he already knew why Pick had been in the deepest pits of hell. Abby responded by turning toward Olis. Pick grunted and headed for the door adjacent to the bedroom.
Queenie, it looks like the skies are opening up,
Bastion said.
but ground forces are heavy. 2 more personnel carriers are en route, and it looks like they've got a Springer.
The Springer was a light mech designed to maneuver through rough terrain. It wasn't common for planetary militias to have any, but the machine was manufactured by Egan Heavyworks, making its presence less surprising.
It doesn't matter what they have once we get away from the compound,
Olis said.
I'm contacting Ruby now.
He switched comm channels, using the terminal's connection to send a long-range ping.
Ruby,
He said.
Captain Man?
The synth replied a moment later.
Are you well?
I've been better. I'm here with Lieutenant Cage and her team. We need to delay pickup.
Roger. How long?
Olis considered.
We'll let you know. Is your position secure?
For now. I don't expect that to stay true forever.
Neither do I. If you have to move, move. Just keep your comm lines clear.
Roger.
Ollis closed the link, turning as Pick re-entered the room. He looked confused.
She was already dead,
he said.
What?
Abby replied, a hint of disbelief in her voice.
Are you trying to make me feel better?
I swear, Queenie. No pulse, no movement. If I had to guess, I'd say she died the same time you popped the head off the bitch downstairs.
Ollis and Abby locked eyes. Emily had been drinking Mars's blood with regularity. It was an interesting outcome.
At least I don't have to feel guilty.
There's nothing to get here,
Ollis said, giving up on the terminal. If he had a few hours, he could try to restore something, but he didn't even have minutes. He would have to be satisfied with his memory of his first view of the so-called Covenant.
Then it's time to evac.
Agreed. We head into the jungle. We try to steal a ride back to Faerû City. I'll get you on a transport hush-hush, and then I'll return to the driver. Commander Usiari doesn't know I was here. Or if he does, I'll make sure he won't be able to prove it. I just have to figure out what bullshit to feed General Amsala.
He paused.
Actually, I can use that as a reason to go back to Earth.
Abby nodded, but looked concerned.
How do you plan to let us have our freedom once the whole fragging Republic is hunting us? It's one thing to escape from hell. It's another thing to murder the director of Egan Heavy Works.
I know. I'll figure it out. You had enough faith in me to come break me out. Trust that I'll do you right.
I've heard that bullshit line before,
Pick said.
What about the timer? You die, we die? That isn't going to work.
You're right,
Ollis agreed.
Queenie, I'm going to give you the codes.
What?
I'm assuming the virus wouldn't be able to kill you anyway. I'm sure you considered the same.
I did. I got shot at least 100 times on Droon and came back. I don't think a superbug could knock me down. Not now.
What?
Pick said.
If he can't off you, then why the frag are you still here? You could be on your way to Earth to get your kid.
Abby turned toward him, but she sent her words over the team channel.
Because this is bigger than me, okay? Bigger than all of us. I swore an oath to defend the Republic, and it doesn't matter if I wound up in hell. It doesn't matter that it wasn't my fault. Whoever Thraven is, whoever the Nephilim are, they threaten everything I've always believed in protecting. The same things you all believed in protecting at one time or another. If this asshole gets his way, there isn't going to be anywhere to go. There isn't going to be anywhere to hide. We'll be as much a prisoner to his will as we are the Republic's. I want my daughter to live free.
But you'll let us go, won't you, Queenie?
Ben Hill asked.
You'll let us decide for ourselves?
Why the frag would I do that?
She replied.
You're in hell the same as me. You're going to earn your freedom, just like I am.
Ben Hill was silent. Ollis could imagine him cursing off the comm link.
I'm with you, Queenie,
Bastion said.
You don't have a choice,
Irie said.
None of us do.
Then I'm choosing to pretend I have a choice.
Bastion said.
This is a lot more fun than hell ever was. You can't deny that.
Nope,
Pick said.
I'm having a fragging blast. Except for that part where I got slammed into the wall and held there with magic. That kinda sucked.
Lucifer, clear the rooftop. Meet OK and Killshot at the entrance.
Killshot? That's me,
Ollis said.
Cool, Nick. Roger. What are you going to do?
Ollis asked.
I'm going to create a diversion.
She looked at him, a devilish smile playing across her face.
I've got an idea.
13. Abby moved out onto the rooftop of the Egan mansion, quickly scanning the skies before making her way from the emergency access stairwell to the edge of the building. She didn't try to stay low or hide as she looked down at the area around them. Planetary Defense had taken a defensive position around the cleared area beyond the compound, a collection of vehicles lining the area, soldiers hiding behind them with rifles up and ready. There were more soldiers closer in, hanging near the walls and the foliage that surrounded the property, waiting for the signal to close and engage. Just beyond the front gate, 3 squads of soldiers in battlesuits had lined the walls, prepared to go in hard and fast. They were the first and best line of offense the Faerû Defense Forces could produce, not including the Springer. The mech was hidden somewhere out of sight, ready to bounce into the fray at a moment's notice. Abby had been on missions with Springers before. The mechs weren't that tough, but they could stand up to small arms fire and battlesuits just fine, and they were quick and powerful, their normal ordnance including a pair of light railguns, a heavy laser, and a handful of fragment munitions. Standard operating procedure was to hang back and catch enemy units by surprise, using their powerful jump jets to make high, fast arcs along the battlefield, firing down on targets from above. She had no doubt the pilot of the PD's Springer was hoping to do the same.
"This is Queenie," she said. "I'm in position. Prepare to engage on my mark."
Roger,
the other members of the rejects, plus Olus, replied. Abby closed her hand into a fist. She could feel the gift throbbing beneath her skin, still hyperactive after her fight against the Venerant. She had tasted the woman's blood, thick and metallic and gritty, taking it and swallowing before she could reconsider, and then questioning the decision when she felt the change in her system. It reminded her of a warrior's high, only more crisp and defined. She knew she had made a mistake because she wanted more. Emily had warned her that a taste would break her. She had laughed about it right before she died. Then why had she tried it? Why had she been unable to resist? Did the individual control the gift, or did the gift control the individual? She had to get her team out of here, away from the mansion, away from Faerû. She needed to find the fire and the brimstone and stop Thraven. Was it a mistake if it saved lives? She hadn't bitten Irie, as Emily suggested. She had taken the blood of a woman who was already dead. It was disgusting, immoral, reprehensible. It was also logical given the circumstances. Wasn't it? She looked down at the enemy forces again. She didn't want to kill them, not if it could be avoided. Too many people were dying around her, enough that she was beginning to feel like a real demon, a real monster. Still, they needed the gift. They needed the power. All of them would have been dead 3 times over without it. She found the 3 squads near the front of the compound. The gift was still active, but it wasn't as strong as before. She didn't hate those soldiers. She didn't hate what they were trying to do. She had a feeling that Emily's blood was the only thing keeping it awake. She stepped back from the edge, took a few quick breaths, and then sprinted forward. She could feel the strength in her feet, enhanced by the gift. Her steps were quick and light, and she reached the edge in no time, bouncing off as though she were in a battlesuit and letting the low arc carry her forward, from the 6th-floor rooftop of the mansion, over the front gates, and into the midst of the soldiers beyond. She rolled when she hit the ground, tucking her shoulder and absorbing the impact, coming up and darting toward the first squad as its members turned to face her. They were hesitant, rattled by her sudden appearance within them, surprised by her bald head, her hellbrand, her deep red suit, and the blood that marred her face. She hit the first one quickly, batting his rifle aside and punching him in the helmet, hard enough that he spun and fell. She pivoted, swinging her leg up and out and kicking another under the chin, lifting him up and dropping him, turning again and punching a third soldier, hitting the armored chest with enough force that it cracked beneath her fist, pushing the man back and down. The last soldier caught up and tried to punch her, a suit-enhanced blow that would have crushed her if it connected. She ducked away from it, grabbing the outstretched hand in both of hers and pulling, tugging the soldier up and over onto his back. He tried to get up, but she slammed her foot into his helmet. He fell back and didn't move again. The other 2 squads had adjusted for her, and they swung their weapons her way. She bounced back and into the front line of foliage. One of the squads decided to follow.
"Mark!"
she said, calling the rejects out.
"Squad 1 is down. 2 is giving chase. Squad 3 is still manning the gate. Non-lethal if possible."
What if it isn't possible?
Pick asked.
"Don't kill them unless they're about to kill you."
She moved deeper into the jungle, ducking behind a large tree. She could hear the motion of the soldiers entering the brush, their boots stomping heavily on the greenery around them. She could hear other motion in the trees further away, the defense forces already deployed around the perimeter being called back to find her. She smiled. It was just what she wanted. She stepped out from behind the tree, making sure the soldiers saw her, ducking back as they opened fire, their bullets striking the wood. Then she ran, racing ahead of them, leading them away, their attack at her back, bullets whizzing through the air around her. She felt something hit her leg, stumbled but stayed up, kept going as it healed. She felt another sting in her arm, brushed it off, and kept going. A soldier popped out of the trees in front of her, a young man who couldn't have been more than 18. He aimed his rifle at her but didn't fire, afraid to pull the trigger. She reached him, grabbing his weapon and pushing, throwing him to the ground. She turned back with the rifle and squeezed off a few rounds, her aim intentionally high.
"Kill shot! Sit rep!"
she said, ducking behind another tree and staying there for a moment.
You pulled a lot of units away, but they're filling the gaps from the blockade,
Olis said.
"Can you get to the trees?"
Affirmative. We're on the bounce.
"What's the range on the jamming bot?"
90 meters.
"Don't get too close to me. I'm trying to find that fragging Springer."
Roger.
Abby moved again, running through the foliage, pushing through large leaves and hopping over mossy roots. The fire had lessened behind her, the militia losing her in the brush or becoming more cautious as they neared other friendly forces. There was still no sign of the mech, but she knew it had to be hiding somewhere nearby, waiting to make a grand entrance. There! She caught sight of it out of the corner of her eye, a single glint of metal reflecting light through the trees. She adjusted course, heading toward it. If she could get to the cockpit and tear it open, she could stop it before it became a problem. She was still 10 meters away when it moved, its legs carrying it sideways like a crab, through a wider access point in the jungle and back the way she had come. She came to an abrupt stop.
"Kill shot! Springer is incoming. They've made your jamming radius."
Roger. I'll alter the bot for variable signal blocking. That should confuse him a bit.
Abby didn't have the equipment to see the change, but the mech stopped moving almost immediately, pausing while planetary defense tried to adjust for the new dead zone. It would still allow them to get within 200 meters, but in the dense cover that might as well be 10 kilometers. She sprinted after the mech again, nearly colliding with a squad of soldiers as they cleared the brush. She jumped toward the nearest one, bouncing into him with the force of the gift, giving her the strength to knock him over in his armor. She wrenched the rifle from his hands, using it as a club and bringing the stock down to his chest. Then she dove to the ground, bullets passing overhead, pausing when she vanished behind the downed soldier. She shouted as she threw out her hand, in awe as the soldiers all toppled backward.
"Nice,"
she said, getting to her feet and running once more. The Springer was moving again, too, headed toward the defensive line. Had Captain Mann led the rejects into the thick of the defenses?
Queenie,
Olis said.
Turn left 100 meters.
She followed the directions, covering the distance, clearing a fallen tree and dropping into a ditch on the other side. The rejects were all waiting for her there.
"What did you do?"
she asked Olis.
It's still trailing the jamming bot,
He replied.
They'll have a bitch of a time sniffing us out down here.
"We still need a ride back to Faru City."
Olis nodded.
You were a breaker? You know the value of patience.
"What are you suggesting?"
I'm working on it.
She noticed his fingers tapping at the invisible pad embedded in his soft suit.
That was your big plan?
Bastion said.
Jump into the middle of them and run?
"It worked."
So? I thought you had training.
"Training to infiltrate. They don't give us much on escaping. Usually, if a breaker gets caught, they get dead in a hurry."
Good point. Queenie, get ready,
Olis said.
I'm directing some big traffic.
Abby grabbed the side of the tree and pulled herself up, peering over the top to the jungle ahead of her. The Springer was coming back again, trailed by a troop transport.
"How?"
Little trick I picked up 20, 30 years ago. Jamming bots are good for more than hiding you from scanners. If you shape the frequencies right, you can pretty much lead anyone who doesn't know any better anywhere you want them to go. And planetary defense on a planet like Faru is as unlikely to know any better as you can get.
"They think they're right behind us."
The mech is yours, DQ.
"DQ?"
Demon Queen,
Ben Hill said.
sounds right to me. Shit, you'd have to be a demon to knock out a mech without a mech of your own. Or a suit, at least,
Pick said.
"Is that a challenge?"
Abby asked.
Call it whatever you want, Cage.
Olis said.
That mech needs to go, or we aren't leaving this jungle.
You're a breaker,
Ben Hill said.
go break it.
"Irie, can I borrow your sword again?"
Abby asked.
"No."
Irie replied.
"What?" "You killed an innocent woman for no other reason than because it suited your selfish needs. You can go to hell."
She was already dead.
"It doesn't matter. You were going to do it. You were ready to kill someone whose only crime was getting involved with someone false. Demon Queen is a good name for you."
Abby stared at Irie, getting angry at her suggestion that her motives were selfish. She was trying to save the whole fragging republic, maybe even the Outworlds, from Thraven's control. She didn't need to be chastised for having the guts to make the hard decision.
"We'll talk later,"
she said, furious. She turned and found the mech only 20 meters away. There was a chance it would spot them once it cleared the fallen tree. She couldn't afford to let that happen. She bounced up onto the tree. The Springer's torso turned immediately, spotting her and bringing its guns in line. She jumped as it fired, springing up high while the tree was blasted open by the heavy flechettes of the railgun. Her leap brought her over the cockpit, her arc leading her to the mech's shoulder. She landed on it, making eye contact with the pilot as he turned, eyes wide with surprise. She ran along the top of the mech, managing to keep her balance as she cleared the shoulder and headed for him. The Springer dipped, forward legs dropping. Abby started to fall, reaching out with the gift to stay upright. The back legs crouched too, and then the mech's jump jets fired, sending it launching into the air. She looked up just in time to see a heavy branch approaching, and she threw herself from the top of the mech, reaching out and barely getting a hand on its back, her fingernails digging into the metal. What? She looked at her free hand. Her fingers had elongated into what looked like claws, holding her fast to the machine as it crashed into the branch, breaking it off before dropping back to the ground. She shook at the impact, her muscles wrenching, her shoulder threatening to dislocate. She pulled herself up, back to the top of the mech. It started firing, sending rounds into the brush at a target she couldn't see.
"Any day now, DQ,"
Olis shouted through the comm. She growled as she dove forward, reaching out and getting her hands on the cockpit transparency, digging into the material and holding herself steady, inverted on top of the mech. The pilot looked terrified, and he reached for a sidearm, pointing it toward the shell. She drew back her arm and punched, the force putting a crack in the cockpit glass. The pilot was shaking as he brought the sidearm up and started shooting. The first 3 rounds were blocked by the transparency. The next 3 went into Abby's stomach. She gasped at the pain, letting it make her more angry. Then she broke through, reaching down and grabbing the pilot by the collar, lifting him easily in one hand. She could smell his urine as she dropped him over the side of the mech. She maneuvered herself into the cockpit, taking the controls and turning the torso back around. She didn't have the TCU to pick out targets, but she didn't need it. She fired the railguns, the rounds breaking through the trees too high to hit anyone on the ground, but loud and messy enough to hopefully frighten them off. Branches shattered under the assault, and she kept shooting until the noise stopped, the internally loaded flechette cartridges empty.
Frag,
she said, still feeling the pain in her stomach. She looked down at the blood there. It was slightly thicker than normal human blood, but pitiful compared to Emily Egan's. She was healing slowly. Too damn slowly.
"Queenie, we're clear,"
Olis said.
"The transport is ours. I've convinced the pilot it's in his best interests not to mention this to the rest of PD. In fact, today may just be our lucky day."
"I don't feel that lucky right now,"
she replied. She stood up in the cockpit, climbing back to the top of the mech and looking behind it. The transport was there, Bastion standing outside and waving to her. She hopped down, landing hard. She could feel the gift calming inside her. She put her hand on her stomach. It was still bleeding. She wasn't invincible after all. She stumbled over to Bastion, allowing him to take her arm and support her as they boarded the transport. Olis was telling the pilot what to tell Command to get clearance to head back to the city.
"Queenie,"
Pick said.
"You get shot a lot, don't you?"
"I haven't learned to dodge bullets yet,"
Abby replied.
"You're still bleeding."
"I know. It isn't healing like it should."
She clenched her eyes, fighting the pain.
"Food. I need food. Protein."
"Or human blood,"
Irie said.
"Frag off,"
Abby replied.
"Food bars. Anything like that."
The pilot turned in his seat, pointing to a storage locker on the side of the transport.
"There are ration bars in there."
"I've got it,"
Bastion said, opening the locker. He found the bars and tore the packaging off, handing them over. Abby started eating, unable to chew as fast as she wanted to down the bars. No wonder blood was better. Liquid was a hell of a lot easier to ingest in a hurry. She pushed the thought away, A blender would do the same fragging thing. The pain started to subside by the time she finished the fourth bar, and she sat in the transport in silence as it cleared the area and headed back toward the city. She wasn't quite sure what she felt, or what she should feel. She was losing herself to this thing that had been forced into her against her will. For all the power it gave her, what it took seemed so much greater. Her soul hadn't been sold. It had been stolen. Would she ever find a way to get it back? 14.
Captain Mann, we're here.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Ola said to the pilot of the transport.
You're sure about this, son?
Yes, sir,
Erlan replied.
If you say there's something foul going on, I believe it. Heck, I believed it the second we found Miss Egan alive on that shuttle. I never expected it to be Emily, though. She was kind to me when we visited the estate with you.
Snakes usually are,
Ola said.
Where are we?
Abby asked. Her hunger was finally satiated, her wounds finally healed. It had taken nearly the entire stock of rations and the entire ride back to Fairoo City for her to recover from the damage. Time she had spent trying to rediscover herself. Or at least, to not lose herself. She looked at her fingertips again. They had gone back to normal, leaving her wondering if she had imagined the claws that had sprouted from the ends. Except she had seen them on Trin and felt them during her fight with Thraven's assassin.
Fairoo City,
Erlan said.
Planetary Defense Depot N3.
Planetary defense?
Abby said.
Don't worry,
Ola said.
We're making a short stop here for equipment, and then we're on our way.
Equipment?
You need a new soft suit, and all of the supplies that come with it, among other things. Erlan's already cleared it with Major Tau, though Tau thinks the lieutenant is going to bring it back to the Egan estate. They're still looking for us there.
Abby glanced at the young transport driver.
Why are you helping us?
I knew a lot of the people that died on the ring station. I want justice.
How do you know you'll get it with us?
I trust Captain Mann.
How do you know you can?
Erlan looked at Olis. Then he shrugged.
The way I see it, Captain Mann has no skin in whatever happened to Egan Heavy Works. Nothing to gain by its loss. Nothing to lose by getting at the truth. Director Egan, Emily Egan, they had something to gain or lose, depending on whose side they were on. As for you and yours,
he looked around the transport at the rejects.
You all scare the shit out of me. But you didn't kill me. You didn't kill the Springer pilot when you could have. My gut tells me you're not exactly nice individuals, but you're fighting on the right side.
Abby smiled.
Have you ever considered taking the Rampy? You might make a good breaker.
Erlan lit up at the compliment.
The military placement exams? Yes, ma'am. I've thought about it a lot. I haven't done it, mainly because I wasn't sure I wanted to leave Fairoo. Jessup's going to be pissed when she finds out I made my decision without her.
You're saving all of our lives,
Ola said.
And potentially the lives of thousands.
Yes, sir.
The hatch on the side of the troop transport slid open. Erlan evacuated the driver's seat and headed toward it, greeting the other militia members at the base of the ramp.
Jolliffe, Kearns,
he said.
Did Major Tau call ahead?
Yeah,
one of them said.
We've got a standard locker ready to load up.
I need some other equipment. Didn't Tau tell you?
He said you asked for a soft suit. You pretending you're a hacker now?
The other soldier laughed.
Yeah, just like he pretends he's a pilot. I am a pilot, asshole,
Erlan said.
The suit is for Sergeant Barnes. She's the only one rated to use it, remember? I'm just messing with you, Erlan. Jeez. What the hell is going on over there anyway? Outworlders. They came back to finish the job. Miss Egan is dead.
What? Are you kidding?
Nope. They're on the run in the jungle outside the estate, but we'll track them down. Barnes got her hands on one of their bots, and she wants the soft suit to try to open it up and see if there's anything it can tell us.
Shouldn't we be getting the Republic military involved with this? They have ships in orbit right now. I'm sure they must have people more qualified for a job like this than we are.
That's not my call,
Erlan said.
Captain Oxix ordered me to come pick up the kit, so here I am. I already cleared it with Tau, remember? Can one or both of you go get me the Barnes secondary loadout?
Yes, sir. I'll go.
Kearns, you load up the locker. I've got the locker, Erland said. Why don't you both go? Yes, sir.
Erland left the transport, reappearing a moment later pulling a storage locker. He left it in the narrow aisle between the seats, removed the existing locker, and replaced it with the new one. He did it quickly, glancing back toward the hatch every few seconds. If either of the soldiers tried to come on board, they wouldn't like what they saw. He got the old locker out of the transport only a few seconds before the two soldiers returned.
Here you go,
one of them said.
Thank you,
Erland replied.
Dismissed.
He came back onto the transport carrying a large hard case, which he placed in front of Abby after closing the hatch.
That went smoother than I expected, he said. All of this action is new for us. You're benefiting from the confusion.
He returned to the driver's seat and got the vehicle moving again.
Let's just hope Major Tau doesn't decide to ask Captain Oxix about all of this,
Olis said.
He won't,
Erland replied.
Tau trusts me.
How do you feel about betraying that trust?
Bastian asked. He had been abnormally quiet for most of the ride. All of the rejects had. Abby didn't blame them. After what they had seen inside the Egan estate, she was feeling out of sorts too.
For the good of the Republic, Lucifer,
Olis said.
We seem to need to do a lot of bad stuff for the good of the Republic, don't we, Captain?
We aren't demons for nothing,
Ben Hill replied before Olis could answer.
We do the evil, so nobody else has to.
Bastian laughed.
That sounds like a good tagline.
He put up his hands, spreading them as he spoke with a deep voice.
Hell's rejects. We do the evil, so nobody else has to.
The comment drew a laugh from the others, all except Irie. Abby could tell she was still sour about her decision to kill Mars Egan, and who could blame her? She had been sent to hell for doing something about the way her superior officer was treating her. She had suffered at his hands, and then because of her need to stop his hands. Mars had suffered too, and her only reward was going to be death. Had been death. Maybe Pick hadn't pulled the trigger, but Irie was right about that. He had been willing, and Abby had given the order. She wasn't sorry about it. It was still the right call. Anyone in the HSOC with any combat experience would have agreed. Captain Mann agreed. They had a job to do. A shitty job that the Republic didn't want to touch. Not that they could be trusted at this point anyway. She wished it was a decision she never had to make, but wishing didn't make things different. Irie could learn to deal with it, or not. It didn't matter. She would follow orders, or she would be removed from the team.
Tau would have my hide if he could get his hands on it, Erland said. I expect to be off Feru before he knows he's been had.
He looked at Olis.
That's what you promised.
I did,
Olis agreed.
Wait a second, Bastian said. You said you're heading back to the driver with the pretense that you had nothing to do with any of this? I did,
Olis repeated. Bastian pointed at Erland's back.
So what about him?
Lucifer, cool it,
Abby said.
2 ships, remember? The Fire and the Brimstone?
Yeah, but
2 ships, 2 pilots.
Ruby's capable.
And she needs to stay with the Faust. Besides, unlike you assholes, he actually wants to be a part of this.
Are you questioning my loyalty?
I don't know. If I promised not to drop you, would you still be here?
Bastian hesitated.
My point exactly.
He doesn't have the same training. He doesn't have the same experience. We were handpicked because of what we can do. He's just a planetary defense grabber pilot on yet another Republic planet whose name I'll quickly forget.
A puddle jumper pilot who's in the process of committing treason to save your lives,
Erland said.
I might not be on par with a lot of you, but if nothing else, I'm an extra target for the bad guys to shoot at. He has a point,
Pick said. Abby looked over at the trover. She had thought he was sleeping. His eyes were still closed.
Shut up,
Bastian said, looking at Abby. I'm not going to win this argument, am I?
You lost it before it started,
she replied. Bastian grumbled as he leaned back in his seat.
I know one thing,
Pick said.
He isn't bunking with me.
15. The transport stopped a second time a few minutes later.
Feru Spaceport,
Erlan announced.
"I've already bypassed the security checkpoint and brought us to the shuttle floor. It's a little out of the ordinary, but not unheard of."
"What now, Captain?"
Abby said.
"Now we get off the planet," Olis replied. "Jester, find a shuttle pilot and see if you can make arrangements for a ride back to the Faust. Queenie, you and I need to talk."
"Right,"
Abby said.
"Rejects, grab your gear. Jester, do what the man says. Pick, you're in charge of the locker."
"Okay, DQ,"
Pick said.
"Be quick about it,"
Olis said.
"It won't take Major Tau long to realize the transport didn't go where it was supposed to."
The rejects gathered themselves and piled out of the transport, leaving Olis and Abby alone.
"Are you okay, Lieutenant?"
Olis asked her. Abby shrugged.
"I don't know yet. I'm changing. In a good way? I have a feeling the answer is no."
"Don't be too quick to judge. What seems wrong might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The galaxy is changing too, and the winners are the ones who change with it."
That sounds like something you'd get in a fortune cookie.
Where do you think I stole it from? In all seriousness, I've seen a lot over the years. What I've seen these last few weeks, I'm nervous about it. I'm also grateful that Gant convinced me I needed you.
Me too. I'd rather be here than under Thraven's control. Who knows what he would have made me into by now.
We need what he tried to make you, Abby. As uncomfortable as you may be with it. As crazy as it seems.
Even if I have to resort to the same diet as Emily Egan?
Olis paused, his face hardening.
Yes. In the end, if that's what it takes.
He tilted his head.
I'm volunteering if it makes you stronger.
Abby looked at Olis's neck. She could feel the temptation.
No, not yet. That's a dark road, Captain. One that I'm not convinced will leave me on the right side.
He straightened up.
Understood.
Speaking of Emily Egan, she called herself a Nephilim. Do you know what that means?
How's your religious background?
My parents were atheists. Me? I'm more of an agnostic.
Quick history lesson, then. The Nephilim, in a historical sense, are the sons of God and the daughters of men.
You mean angels?
Fallen angels. The ones who rebelled against God and were cast down from heaven.
You lost me at angels.
Forget history, then. Emily Egan claimed that she was part of a long-lost race of beings from another place in space-time. A parallel dimension. That her ancestors came to this one in a starship, and that the starship's captain was God. Or at least some portion of God.
Abby opened her mouth to speak, but she couldn't come up with words to adequately describe the insanity of the statement.
My original feelings exactly. The captain wasn't fully God, but a piece of God. Thraven called it a shard, as though God can make as many parts of himself as he needs to. I don't know. The point is, they went around and started spreading life in this universe until something happened and the crew rebelled. They killed the captain, and then there was a war, and they vanished or something. I didn't get any of the details on that. I did speak directly to Thraven, though. He was going on about a covenant and needing to conquer or destroy the Republic, and probably the Outworlds, too, in order to return home and finish the job.
Finish killing God? Do you believe that bullshit?
I believe that Thraven believes it, and a lot of others do, too. I believe something exists that they call the Covenant. I saw part of it before Emily caught me. The Fire and Brimstone aren't normal ships. They're based on technology supposedly from the time of the rebellion against God. Why here? Why now? I don't know. And then there's the gift. The blood of life, as you called it. That's nothing I've ever heard of or seen before, and I would think if there was a power like that in this part of the universe, there would at least be myths and legends about it.
Maybe there are? Have you queried the world brain?
Not yet. I intend to when I get back to Earth.
Either way, that doesn't mean they're from a parallel universe if such a thing exists. There's plenty of unexplored space left out there.
All beyond the range of our starships at the moment. Whether or not any of what they say is true, they still think it is. But even if they're from a distant part of the galaxy, there has to be a connection between them and us. It can't be a coincidence that our blood is valuable to them.
You're suggesting that the Nephilim aren't new to our corner of the universe?
Olus nodded. I think they've been here in one form or another in the past. Whether they remained throughout history is questionable, but the link seems too strong to be an unhappy accident.
Well, wherever they came from, however long they've been here, it seems they intend to do harm, regardless of the backstory.
I can't argue with that assessment.
If they want to harm us, then I want to harm them back.
I can't argue with that either. At the same time, we need to know as much as we can about what we're up against.
Sun Tzu?
Know your enemy. Yes.
I'll add hacking Thraven's data storage to my to-do list.
Thanks. I'll see if I can dig anything up from my end, too.
What about the codes?
Codes?
To cancel the broadcast that will activate the virus you dumped in our heads?
Olus bit his lip.
You said you would...
Abby paused, staring at him.
You're fragging kidding me, right?
It's right out of the HSOC training manual, he replied, trying to fight off a smile. I thought you would have caught on earlier.
I've been a little busy. Besides, I felt the insertion.
Olus kept staring at her in silence.
You're a piece of shit, aren't you, Captain?
She asked. I fight dirty, if that's what you mean. I have to. You'll have to also. The bright side is that you can physically make good on the threat if needed.
How do you know I won't go out and tell them there's no implant, no virus?
Because you need them as much as I do. You know how this ends if we ignore it, Abby. Also, I believe you.
About what?
About your innocence. I believed you the second you told me. That means you're one of the good ones. The real good ones.
Maybe once. I'm with you in this, Captain, but I'm not good. Not anymore. I told you. I'm changing.
I'll take what I can get. I'll stay in contact with Ruby. If anything else happens to me, don't come save me.
Trust me. I won't.
Olus put his hand out. Good hunting, DQ. She took it.
Good hunting, Killshot.
Abby turned and headed out of the transport, leaving Olus behind. 16.
Queenie,
Jester said. Abby found the rejects assembled near one of the 24 shuttles spread across a wide stretch of tarmac on the eastern end of Faru City. The settlement's skyline was visible to her right, an unimpressive arrangement of low-slung apartments and storefronts that surrounded Egan Heavyworks' surface-based headquarters. She briefly wondered what would become of the corporation and Faru now that the Egan family line had ended, before settling her attention on a shorter-than-usual Atmo, a narrow, green-skinned female in a stylish jumpsuit with a high collar that accentuated the length of her slim neck. A crystal pin in the shape of a crescent moon was affixed to the inside of the collar, signaling her status as a member of the Crescent Haulers. Had Olus already known there was a hauler here? Is that why he had been so certain he could get them off Faru?
this is Adjunct Captain Nillen,
Jester said.
of the Starship Destructor.
Destructor? That had to be a translator error.
A pleasure,
she said, looking at Nillen. The captain tried to mimic a human smile before noticing the brand on Abby's neck. Her large, dark eyes grew larger, and she shifted her attention to Benhill. The rest of the rejects' brands were hidden beneath the collars of their suits, disguising their origins.
Now I understand why your offer was so high,
she said.
Please, hurry on board. I'm taking a serious risk here.
Serious risk for serious reward,
Benhill said. Nillen moved back to the shuttle, a standard Republic orbital lander with the hauler's crescent moon painted on the side. She waved the rejects in.
I'll request launch clearance immediately. Are you certain they don't know you're here? So far, so good,
Abby said.
But you know how quickly things like that can change.
Nillen shook her fingers, a visual gesture Abby knew was agreement. Then the Atmo vanished into the ship, leaving them to make their own way on.
How much is this trip going to cost us?
Abby said, moving in close to Benhill. She could guess,
but she wanted to hear him say it.
"The Dysterium canisters?" he replied.
All of them?
"Yeah,
You could have gotten her to do it for one.
if I wanted to haggle for an hour. I thought we were in a hurry."
Did you find out why she was here?
"No, it didn't come up. What does it matter?"
You know who the Crescent Haulers are?
"Of course. That's why I booked with her. So?"
The Republic wouldn't let a hauler onto Faerû unless they were hauling for the Republic.
"They've been here," Erland said, catching the conversation, "collecting the debris from the star dock and bringing it in for recycling."
Abby was surprised. Space junk wasn't the type of collecting the haulers normally did.
That's even more of a reason to worry. Who are they really picking the mess up for?
"It doesn't matter," Ben Hill said. "You know the haulers. They're neutral, and their lips are tight. Even if they're working with Thraven, they won't tell him about us."
Not intentionally.
"I don't think we have much of a choice."
That doesn't mean I have to like it.
"Sorry, Queenie," Ben Hill smiled. "Say, you got the codes from Captain Mann, right?"
Abby kept his gaze, her face flat. She had no intention of telling any of them the virus was a ruse.
Yes. And no, I'm not going to let you leave.
He shrugged.
"Just figured I'd ask."
The hatch closed behind Pick as he pulled the locker up and into the ship. Nilin reappeared, pointing to a mag lock in the corner.
You can secure that thing over there,
she said.
We have clearance to head out. There's going to be a short delay when we reach the destructor. I'm the adjunct captain. Captain Trillison is currently meeting with representatives from Egan Heavyworks to negotiate another cargo transfer. I'm going to bring you up and then circle back to retrieve him. Once he's on board, we'll rendezvous with your ship. You'll make the payment, and we'll go our separate ways."
Abby nodded. She wanted to ask what kind of cargo transfer they were negotiating, but she knew Nilin would never tell. Crescent haulers had a long history of trust and a reputation to consider.
"Thank you, Adjunct,"
she said. Nilin didn't respond, turning and heading back to the shuttle's cockpit. Abby made her way to the seat beside Irie, claiming it and strapping herself in. Irie turned her head away, refusing to engage her. The hatch on the shuttle closed, and the reactor hummed to life.
"Irie,"
Abby said. She had decided to let the episode with the sword slide. It had worked out in the end, and she would rather forgive and forget than hold a grudge against one of her own.
"You've made your position clear already, Queenie,"
Irie said.
"We have nothing to talk about."
The shuttle jerked slightly as it lifted into the air, the hiss of muffled thrusters increasing in amplitude before its anti-gravity coils reached full charge and eased some of the weight.
"Not in terms of an apology, no,"
Abby said.
"But I still want you to know that I understand why you don't agree with the decision, for whatever that's worth."
Irie didn't say anything and still didn't look at her. The shuttle continued to rise, rocking gently as it cut through the atmosphere.
"We're still a team. We have to work together, like it or not." "I know that,"
Irie said.
"I'm not an idiot. I'm not a child. I've hated my CO before and still followed orders."
She turned her head, looking at Abby.
"Just because you're in charge, just because you have the gift, it doesn't mean you need to be arrogant and condescending. I know how to do my job. We're an uneven number now. I'd like to bunk with Erland if that's acceptable to you."
Abby tried to hold her anger. She had been accused of being arrogant before. She couldn't deny she was on occasion, but Irie's reaction was pissing her off. She couldn't stay quiet.
"You know how to do your job?"
she hissed, keeping her voice low.
"I came over here to make nice, even though there's no reason in the fragging galaxy why I should be. You refused to give your weapon to me. You failed to follow a direct order. You let your personal opinion and history affect the entire unit in the middle of a fight. You could have gotten all of us killed."
Irie opened her mouth to speak. Abby shook her head.
"Don't even try,"
she snapped.
"I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry you wound up in hell. It's a shitty situation. But guess what? I'm in a shitty situation of my own. I didn't do anything to end up there, except be the idiot breaker who grabbed one of General Kett's mainframes. The one that Thraven really, really wants to get into. Do you see me sitting here bitching and whining about it? Or do you see me doing my damned job?"
Irie stared at her. Abby could tell her words were only making Fury more furious. But so what? She needed to be put in her place, and she needed the other rejects to hear it. She was getting sick of their bullshit.
"This is your one warning. The next time you pull a stunt like that, I will dig my teeth into your neck, and I won't let go until you're dead.
She unstrapped herself from the seat and stood up.
If you don't want to be treated like a child, you should do your damnedest to stop acting like one.
She headed forward to an empty seat beside Bastion. The shuttle had cleared the planet's gravity and was vectoring smoothly toward a massive, flat starship a few thousand kilometers distant. A matching crescent moon logo was painted on the side of it, just below the bridge.
I know it's been a bad day when I sit next to you on purpose,
she said as she gained the seat. Bastion looked at her and laughed.
You're full of compliments today, aren't you, Queenie?
He looked over his shoulder.
Nice chew-out.
I never asked to be in charge of this outfit.
You kind of did. You challenged me for command, remember?
Because you were going to frag everything up.
She paused.
Do you think I'm arrogant?
Sort of, yeah.
Do you respect me?
Since when do you care what I think?
I don't know. Right now I do. I feel like I'm losing myself.
Just when I think you've lost the last vestiges of humanity, you hit me with a statement like that.
Bastion smiled, putting his hand on hers. She decided not to yank it away.
I respect you. All of us respect you. Even Fury. She's having a little temper tantrum right now, but she'll get through it. You're a badass and a hard ass, and I know we're better off with you in command than we would have been with me at the helm.
Abby smiled back at him.
You're not just saying that because I have the keys to the kill codes, are you?
Bastion lifted his hands away, spreading them wide to feign innocence.
Would I do a thing like that?
Asshole.
17.
Engage cloaking,
Ursan said the moment the brimstone came out of FTL.
Cloaking engaged,
Dak replied. Ursan stood, looking at the planet ahead of them. Anvil. Blue and green, with an abundance of verdant life and a population in the millions, orbited by nearly 36 large outworld military vessels drawn in from equally as many planets, a coalition of forces typical to the loosely affiliated system of the governance. He knew from experience each of those ships would carry up to 100 strikes. It was a force that was powerful enough to resist all but the most concentrated Republic attack.
I could destroy them all if I wanted to,
Ursan said softly.
Every last ship.
Captain,
Dak said, overhearing him. He wouldn't, though. They were Outworlders. His people. They had suffered the same way he had suffered. He wanted to help them.
Bolar,
Ursan said.
Prepare the shuttle. Aye, Captain,
Bolar replied.
The Triune has just arrived in system, Captain,
Dak said.
She's transmitting merchant status.
Tell Otero to move in alongside us, so the conscripts don't get antsy.
How are they going to do that, boss? They can't see us.
Ursan felt the gift beneath his skin, the statement making him angry.
Do you think I'm stupid?
What? No, Captain. It's easy to forget where—
Give them relative coordinates,
Ursan said gruffly.
I'm heading down to the shuttle.
You want me to come with you?
Dak asked. Ursan paused. He hadn't been thinking about it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Lieutenant Ian, you have the bridge.
Aye, Captain.
Ian replied. Ursan carried the satchel with him as he made his way toward the Brimstone's hangar until Dak put a large hand on his shoulder to stop him.
Boss?
Dak said.
What?
Ursan snapped.
You might want to change your clothes. You don't want to draw attention. Not with all the soldiers here, being AWOL and everything.
Ursan blinked a few times. Why hadn't he thought of that?
Yeah, you're right. I'll meet you at the shuttle.
Okay.
Ursan headed back to his quarters. He quickly stripped off the light suit and exchanged it for his standard dress. A fitted shirt, a pair of gray pants, a thicker jacket that would hide a sidearm. When he was done, he scooped up the satchel and put it over his shoulder, moving back toward the door. He noticed the terminal on his desk as he did. He paused, staring at it. Something about it was wrong, but he wasn't sure what. He walked over to it, but didn't turn it on. He blinked again. If he were going crazy, Would he know it? He moved away from the terminal, exiting the room. Everything would be better once he had Trin back. He met Dak and Bolar in the hangar. The Trover waved him onto the shuttle, and it lifted off as soon as he was seated.
"We've already got landing clearance, Captain,"
Bolar said.
"And the Triune?" "Waiting right outside. Unless they've got drones sitting up our arse, they won't know we came from an invisible ship."
Ursan let himself relax in the seat. He cradled the satchel in his lap, resisting the urge to open it and look in at her. He glanced over at Dak instead, who was rubbing a cloth over his sidearm, an oversized blaster he had been carrying since the day they met.
"I can't believe you still have that thing,"
Ursan said. It felt like an effort to say something normal.
"Hicks,"
Dak said, smiling.
"Remember?"
"A better lover than any Trover woman,"
Ursan recalled. He forced a smile.
"I'm not crazy, am I?"
"We're all crazy, boss. That's why we do this for a living, instead of staying planetside and waiting tables, or building bots, or whatever."
Ursan looked down again. Dak had given him a non-answer, and it was infuriating. He was desperate to stay under control after what he had done to Liget. His officer was still in medical with a concussion and had already requested to be released from duty or transferred to another unit. They made the rest of the shuttle ride in silence, touching down in the spaceport a few minutes later.
"Where do we find this bot builder of yours?"
Ursan asked as they made their way to the loop station for transport from the spaceport. A decently sized crowd moved around them, having disembarked from a civilian transport that had arrived only a few minutes earlier than the Brimstone.
"Have you ever been here before?"
Dak asked.
"No."
"Anvil's a funny place. You've got thousands and thousands of soldiers, both up there in those ships and down here on the ground. Because of all the soldiers, part of the place is totally on the level. No dirty business. Squeaky clean. That's what you see from the spaceport."
He waved his arm out at the city's profile.
"Lots of financial institutions have headquarters here despite the relative distance from the meat of the outworlds, mainly because they feel safe. You get bankers, you get corps. You get corps, you get money. You talk protection, you talk serious firepower, even among the law enforcement. Yeah, and Anvil has a lot more laws than most other outworlds. It's almost like being in the Republic."
He laughed.
"The up level is where everything legal happens. The down level is where everything illegal happens. The local government keeps it under tight control. Whatever happens down level stays down level, or you'll regret it. At the same time, that makes it a little wild."
"Your man is there?"
"Not a man. Gorix is Plixian. Anyway, you're carrying around a severed head, boss. What do you think?"
Ursan glared at Dak, causing his friend to take a step away.
"Sorry,"
Dak said.
"Yeah, we need to make our way down level. It's early, so it might still be fairly quiet there. Easier to stay out of trouble."
"Whatever. I want to get this done as soon as possible. No matter what it costs. No matter what we have to give up. Do you understand?"
"I'm with you. Just remember, we're going to talk to him to see if he can do it. He's a whiz with machines, but it doesn't mean he can work magic."
"Maybe he can't,"
Ursan said,
"but I can."
18. Gant paused at the junction between two of the crossing corridors, leaning over to glance around the corner before pulling his head back just in time to avoid notice from the incoming soldiers. He growled softly, annoyed with how easy he had thought getting to the communications link would be, and how difficult it had become. The lower decks of the Brimstone were surprisingly populated and active, apparently having been turned over to the ground units to use as a training facility. More than one squad had gone jogging through the same hallways he was now attempting to traverse, and while most of them had been unarmed and unarmored, they were great enough in number that he was beginning to question whether or not he would be able to kill them all. Especially since he had lost his gun back on Droon. First things first. He was almost to the link, and he had managed to stay out of sight so far. It had just taken too damn long to get this far, Long enough that the brimstone had arrived off Anvil and he still hadn't gotten the fragging beacon activated or sent Abby a fragging message. He paused, clamping his jaw to keep himself from chittering in frustration. This wasn't the time to screw up and give himself away. The soldiers moved past, heading along the adjacent corridor. Gant slipped out behind them, padding across the floor to the next corner. He scanned the area. Clear. Then he sprinted down the hallway to a door simply marked "Comm Service." "Please let the link use computers and not brains and fragging jars," he whispered as he tapped the door control. It slid aside, revealing a small room surrounded by big, black metal boxes. "Praise Gantrian."
"What the frag?"
Gant froze, closing his eyes. "I take that back," he said as he opened them again, whirling around.
"A Gant,"
the soldier said, staring at him.
"Since when does Ursan have a Gant?"
"Have a Gant?" Gant replied. "What am I, a pet? I'm the ship's engineer, shithead." He stared down the soldier, hoping the retort would be enough to send him on his way.
"No, I've been with Ursan for 2 years. I would have known if there was a Gant on the crew. Where the hell did you come from?" "Wait a second. Bolar mentioned some crazy-ass Gant that attacked them."
Gant threw himself at the soldier, his light suit giving him the power and speed he needed to reach the man's head. He twisted in the air, his foot stretching out and catching the soldier square in the jaw. He could feel the bones break beneath the blow as he altered his trajectory, bouncing off the side of the wall and landing smoothly while the grunt reeled from the attack. He didn't hesitate, moving in and grabbing the soldier's leg, his strong grip turning it and flipping the man over and onto the ground. He scrambled up and wrapped his hands around the crew member's head, pulling violently, rewarded with a quick snap.
"Have a Gant,"
Gant repeated, grabbing the soldier's feet and dragging him back toward the open door to the service room.
"Have a fragging Gant. Are you kidding me?"
He got the soldier inside and closed the door, taking a moment to catch his breath. He was lucky the man hadn't been wearing a suit, or he might not have taken him down so easily. He was still muttering to himself as he activated the service terminal. Like he had guessed, it had all been left unsecured. He could have turned all the communications off if he wanted, but there wouldn't be much of a point. The bridge terminals would report the status, and they would simply flip the switch back on. It was the reason he had come in person instead of doing the job from Ursan's quarters. Once the beacon was active, he needed it to stay active. He navigated through the interface and turned the beacon on. It might take some time for Ruby to notice it, but he was certain she would. He still wanted to send a separate message, but he had to keep the beacon lit first. He moved to the rear of the room, where a small, bolted door blocked access to the inner workings of the link. He grabbed the bolts with his hands, his dexterity and the strength of the light suit allowing him to turn them without tools. He pulled them from the door and lifted it aside, and then ducked into the space. Service lights activated at his presence, giving him a clean look at a narrow corridor that skirted around to the back of the black boxes. He followed it until he reached the smallest box. It was the only one marked with the Republic Armed Services logo. The rest was all tech purchased from contractors. He slid it out, careful not to disconnect the wires attached to it, and then unscrewed the outer shell that protected the electronics inside. A simple red light flashed every 3 seconds, indicating the beacon was active. He was going to make sure it stayed that way. He reached down, finding the thin wire that connected the beacon to the network. He pinched it between his thumbnails, severing the line cleanly. A soft chitter of laughter, and he reassembled the box and put it back into place. Then he retreated from the service space, returning to the dead soldier.
"Why couldn't you have been carrying a knife or something?"
he asked the man, grabbing his legs and pulling again, dragging him into the small corridor. Only then did he return the panel and the bolts to their proper position, hiding the rest of the evidence. He returned to the terminal again, noting the beacon was still active. Someone on the bridge would notice at some point, and then they would know there was an infiltrator on the ship. How many would he be able to remove before then? Hopefully more than one. He keyed into the Milnet, hopeful that Ruby was present on the standard military network. He knew it wasn't as secure as a direct link, but Thraven already knew about the brimstone. What more could he do? Ruby, Gant said. He waited impatiently, glancing back at the door. Ruby! Nothing. Captain Mann, he said.
Gant?
Olus replied a few seconds later.
Is that you?
Yeah. Captain, I'm...
Is everything working properly now?
Gant paused. Olus was cluing him in that the channel could be dirty. Yes, sir, he replied. I've made the adjustments to the comm length that you requested. How do I sound?
Loud and clear,
Olus replied.
Thank you for taking care of things so quickly. I'll have my assistant get back to you as soon as possible.
Roger, Captain. If I'm unavailable, they can come and speak to me in person.
Of course. Man out.
The link dropped. Hopefully, the short exchange wouldn't draw any undue scrutiny from the Republic's flagging algorithms, but it was equally possible someone was listening to every word Captain Mann said. Oh well, there wasn't anything he could do about that. He turned off the terminal and headed to the door. Abby would be coming sooner or later. He hoped to present her with a nice, undefended starship when she did. He just needed to find a nice, sharp knife. 19. Gloritant Thraven was angry. In a sense, he was always angry, but right now he was angrier than usual. He had felt the impact of Venerant Alarin's death. He knew Abigail Cage had killed her. That wasn't what was bothering him, though. Quite the opposite, in fact. He had been curious to see if the Terran would be able to stand up against a true Nephilim, a true child of the Gift. He had even gone as far as to presume she would survive, and that Alarin's long light in the universe would finally fade. He was pleased with the outcome, and even more pleased when he felt the lightest touch of the Gift spread away from the Venerant. Abigail Cage had tasted. What he wasn't pleased about was that Captain Mann had found a way around his design. He had circumvented the trap, saved by the fugitives from hell without being associated with their attack. He had remained hidden and invisible, and had somehow broken away from Cage and the others and made it back to the driver without any evidence he had been to the Egan estate at all. According to his operatives, even the records from the hotel had been altered, the security streams erased. He had cleansed his tracks quickly and efficiently. It wasn't all that surprising, but it was frustrating. He wasn't sure he could arrange the same sort of accident to befall the director of the OSI as had befallen General Soto, but now he would be forced to try. And then there was Ursan Gall. He had known by the way the man had responded to his orders that he had little intention of following them. The Outworlder had always struggled to stay under control, always whining, always complaining. He had suffered him for Evelent Trinity's sake, but now the Evelent was gone, and Cage had already proven she was stronger than Ursan could ever be, even with only half of the Gift inside her. And Gall was losing his mind. He had taken Trinity's head. What was he planning to do with it? He had asked about reviving her. Just a head? It was unheard of. The Nephilim were no strangers to war or bloodshed. Their history was thick with conflict, continuing in one form or another for millennia after the defeat of the Shard. Their violence had meaning. Even the ancient technologies they had recovered served a higher purpose. This was pure madness. Then again, Ursan was one of the lesser, an evolutionary creature born from the essence of Elysium. He existed to be used, as the Father had promised all lesser were to be used. It was to be expected that he would be unable to comprehend the fullness of the glory that was to come. It was to be anticipated that he would succumb to the Gift and go insane. Plenty of potentials did. That was why the converts existed. Trinity had been a lesser, a truth that he occasionally ignored. She had proven her usefulness. Ursan was outliving his. There was one other complication that was angering him, the implications of which he had yet to discern, but which had the potential to threaten all of his years of careful planning. He already knew the Watchers were out there, somewhere. He also knew Sylvan Kett had aligned with them, making him increasingly eager to crack the mainframe they had captured and hopefully uncover his. and by extension their whereabouts. What he hadn't expected was that they would get involved now and in such a direct way, that they had used the focus to aid Abigail Cage. On one hand, they had done him a favor in saving Cage. On the other, it meant they knew of her as well. If they got to her first, there was no telling what might happen. Plus, they had cost him his flagship and a number of assets he had already allocated elsewhere. At least he had a new flagship.
Honorant Gizlan,
Thraven said. A projection appeared in the open space beside him, a tall, chiseled outworlder in a crisp, dark uniform. He put his fingers up to Thraven in salute.
Gloritant Thraven!
He snapped. Thraven held back his smile. This was a true servant of the Nephilim, a human who could see past the simple destruction to the glory of the future.
What is the status of our preparations?
Gloritant! We have completed the retrofit of 4 of the ships. They are converted, and their captains are awaiting orders.
Only 3,
Thraven said.
There has been a minor setback with the fueling chambers, Gloritant. As you know, they can be difficult to prepare, and we've discovered that many of the cells are unsuitable. They have not been surviving the integration process.
What is the failure rate?
Over 60%, Gloritant.
Thraven considered it. Venerant Alarin's reports had suggested a 20% failure rate on the integration of lessers into the fueling chamber. Was it truly a surprise? They had been collecting cells from planets throughout the outworlds, but their specimens were of questionable quality, necessitated by the need to remain hidden until the time to strike arrived. They didn't have the same resources to procure the higher quality material that Egan Heavyworks did. It was part of the reason they had gained control of the company to begin with.
Gloritant, stronger cells will improve overall systems performance,
Honorant Gizlan said.
We have 4 ships, in addition to the Fire and the Brimstone. Perhaps a few exploratory strikes would be of value?
Perhaps,
Thraven said, an idea beginning to form. He couldn't argue that they needed better cells. 4 ships laden with shrikes, converts, and standard infantry should be more than enough to seize a single planet, even one of formidable size. He had hoped to launch an organized offensive that would leave the galaxy trembling, but it seemed the Father was sending him on a slightly different path. He knew better than to question the will of his father.
Prepare the ships. We will launch a preliminary offensive with the goal of collecting lessers for integration.
Yes, Gloritant,
Gizlan replied, his eyes brightening with the order, his excitement obvious.
And who shall you name to lead this vanguard of the Great Return?
Thraven knew Gizlan wanted the position for himself. In other circumstances, he might have even permitted it. His Nephilim brothers and sisters were committed to more important endeavors, and while Gizlan was a lesser, he had proven himself loyal. Not in these circumstances, however.
I will lead the assault personally. You will remain here and prepare for completion of the fleet.
Gizlan didn't miss a beat, snapping another salute even as he tried to hide his extreme disappointment.
Yes, Gloritant.
You have done well, Honorant. I expect you to earn much glory in the days and years to come.
Some of the disappointment vanished.
Yes, Gloritant.
You are dismissed, Honorant.
Gizlan saluted once more, and then the projection vanished. Thraven turned his head, looking out the transparency to the field of starships beyond. The Fire was foremost among them, and already he could see the workers around it changing formation, shifting priorities to begin loading it with the full weapons of war. He retreated away from the room, pausing when he reached the dark figures that stood motionless on either side of the door.
Have the font transferred to the Fire,
he said to the one on the left. There was no indication the guard had heard him, but he was certain they did because as he moved away, one Immolant remained behind while the other followed dutifully. He would go and clean up this mess, and then the real war could begin. 20. Ursan followed Dak off the loop transport that carried them into the city, keeping a wary eye on the individuals around them. He clutched the satchel defensively, holding it tight, nervous that someone might give it too much attention.
Where to?
He asked, looking up. Vehicles crowded above them, skipping along designated lanes stacked 6 rows deep below the linked platforms that connected the up level. It was more traffic than he would have expected, judging by the activity at the spaceport.
Not up there,
Dak replied.
That territory is for the bankers.
He pointed ahead.
That way.
The station doesn't run through it.
And force the snobs to have to look at the likes of us?
Dak laughed.
It's bad enough for them when they have to ride the loop with us. Why do you think there are so many cars?
Ursan redirected his eyes forward. The buildings were all massive, leaving this part of the city bathed in darkness despite the time of day. It felt hotter down here, too, and more moist, like the wealthy were sweating on the poor. Or pissing on them.
This part of the city reminds me of Caliban. I think I'd be worried if things were too clean.
You and me both, boss.
They walked for a while, following the flow of foot traffic through a number of alleys between buildings, the landscape becoming more industrial and aged as they did. Ursan noticed soon after that the composition of the individuals had slowly changed, the number of soldiers mingled in with the crowd increasing as they drew nearer to Central. There was no sign announcing when they arrived, but it was clear all the same. Residences, storefronts, and eateries gave way to brothels and drug dens, clubs and construct nodes, black market surgeons and armories. They weren't advertised on signs or anything, but he knew how to identify them from his time frequenting similar locations on other planets. He was a career soldier after all.
1 second, boss,
Dak said, pausing in the middle of one of the streets. Ursan stood with him, eyeing a pair of barely clothed human synths gyrating behind a large window. One of them caught his gaze, smiling and sticking her hips out provocatively before gesturing and causing the window to turn opaque.
Recreation later, huh, boss?
Dak joked. Ursan glared at him, and he lowered his head. That kind of maneuver might have been tempting to him before Trin. Not now.
What's the holdup?
He asked.
I was just a little confused. Things have changed a bit. That pleasure house wasn't there before. It's this way.
Ursan followed him down an adjacent street. A vent from the upper levels was dumping steam out nearby, casting a haze on the entire area. He found his hand moving toward the blaster hidden under his coat as they walked. Something about this area didn't feel right. He heard the clicking and smelled the salty brine before the Plixians appeared from a side alley, rushing toward them in a group, their legs tapping along the pavement. Ursan had the blaster out before he thought about it, but Dak's hand landed on top of it, pushing it down.
Hold up, Captain,
he said. 5 of the 6 Plixians remained back. The other one approached quickly, scuttling forward and reaching out toward Dak, putting a pair of 3-fingered hands on his shoulders and clicking in a tight cadence.
Dak, you meaty bag of putty. You're the last individual I expected to trip my trap.
He hissed in laughter.
Golrix, you cockroach,
Dax replied.
How long has it been?
For Earth standard?
Gorix guessed.
Earth standard,
Ursan said.
We're in the outworlds, aren't we?
Gorix's head turned, 2 beady eyes landing on Ursan while his antenna shivered.
Earth standard is an accepted and easily understood metric, even here on Anvil.
He looked back at Dak.
Who's the hairless Curleton?
Ursan Gol. Captain Ursan Gol.
Gorix made a dismissive clatter.
Captain. Dak, you brought a soldier my way?
It isn't like you think,
Dak said.
Captain Gol has funds. He can pay.
Are you vouching for that?
Yeah.
Gorix's mandibles moved quickly in excitement.
In that case, follow me, Captain Ursan Gol. I've got a lot of good stuff I can show you.
I'm not interested in it.
No?
There's only one thing I need from you.
He shifted the satchel so he could open it.
Boss, maybe we should wait until we're inside.
We don't need to go inside if he can't help me,
Ursan replied. He opened the bag, gently reaching in and wrapping Trin's hair in his hand. Gorix sank from his thorax as he tried to see what Ursan had, snapping back in surprise when he lifted Trin's head and held it out.
My wife. Dak told me you make bots. I want you to make one that will allow her to walk again.
Gorix's head rotated toward Dak, whose expression told the Plixian that Ursan was serious and that he should respond seriously to the request.
Captain,
Gorix said hesitantly.
I am very skilled in bot repair and construction. Bots, Captain, not Terrans. Even if I could rig a system that would mobilize the head, I mean your wife, I can't return life to dead things.
The brain runs on oxygen and electricity. It isn't that different from bots.
Captain, I'm sorry if you came all the way to Averill for this, but this is beyond the limits of my abilities.
So you can't do it? Ursan asked. He could feel his skin beginning to burn. He was getting angrier by the second.
No, Captain,
Gorix said.
Or you won't do it.
Captain Gall, if I could, I would.
Liar!
Ursan shouted.
It was Thraven, wasn't it? He got to you. He told you not to help me.
What? I don't know who—
Lying again!
Ursan said. He lifted his hand, throwing the gift into Gorix. The force pushed the mechanic backward, sending him crashing into the other Plixians.
Boss!
Dak said.
I came in good faith, and you attack me?
Gorix said angrily, twisting on the ground to get his legs back under him.
Kill them both!
Gorix, wait! Ursan, shut up, Dak!
Ursan said. The Plixians around Gorix produced sidearms from packs strapped close against their backs, wasting no time unloading the rounds within. Most of them were aimed at Ursan, but one of the Plixians had targeted Dak, and he dove to the ground as the slugs whipped past him, one of them grazing his shoulder.
Gah! Mother fragger!
Ursan was burning with fury and despair. He held up his free hand, and the bullets headed his way all came to a stop, hanging uselessly in the air. He wanted more than anything to send them back to the individuals who had fired them, to watch their heads snap as the rounds struck them between the antennae with more force than their guns could manage. He held himself in check, shaking from the effort.
I could kill all of your guards. A thought, a gesture. They would all be dead. I don't want to kill right now. I want to save.
Gorix remained still, his mandibles dancing as he stared at the frozen bullets.
I'll do what I can,
he said at last.
I may be able to rig something up, but I'm going to need to call in a specialist on the organic to mechanical interchange. I can do larger work like muscle connectors, bionics, even implanted weapons. But what you want is at the near microscopic level.
Bring whoever you need,
Ursan replied.
I can pay.
My starship, the Triune, is in orbit. That should cover it, shouldn't it?
Boss?
Dak said, getting back to his feet.
You can't sell your ship.
Why not? I have the other one for now, and the only way I'm going to lose it is when I die. Probably at Thraven's hands.
What about me? What about the rest of your crew?
Thraven won't blame you for following orders. He'll keep you on. This isn't your decision to make, Dak. She isn't your ship.
That will cover it,
Gorix said.
Assuming it's at least Castle class.
Castle? Frag that. She's way above Castle.
Then we have a deal.
Gorix hesitated.
I will require the head.
Ursan looked down at Trin's face. He didn't want to let go of her.
I'll stay with her.
This work is going to take some time, Captain. A week at the soonest. Most likely more.
We can get a room nearby,
Dak said.
You won't have to be far.
Ursan was motionless for a moment. Then he nodded and put Trin's head back in the satchel, zipping it closed. Only then did he allow the bullets to fall. They clattered to the ground as he stepped through them, holding out the bag to Gorix.
If anything happens to it, I'll kill you slowly, he said.
Gorix clicked, his posture fearful when he took the satchel gingerly in one of his narrow hands.
Understood.
No progress, no payment, Ursan said. Gorix's head tilted as though he was going to complain. He nodded instead.
Dak knows where my workshop is located. Give me one local day to contact my specialist and do some preliminary research.
Fine. One local day. Dak, let's go before I change my mind about leaving her.
It'll be okay, boss,
Dak said. Gorix turned his head and clacked something to the other Plixians, something Ursan's translator implant wasn't able to convert. He was about to question it when Dak put a hand on his shoulder.
They're talking about what they want for dinner.
How do you know?
I spent some time with Gorix before I started running with you. I know the customs. Come on.
Dak started leading him away. The Plixians retreated as well, making their way back into the side street where they had appeared. Ursan paused, looking back, a sudden panic gripping him. They're going to hurt her.
Gorix can be trusted. Besides, you scared the hell out of him. Didn't you notice that line of green running down his foreleg?
Ursan was confused for a second. Then he started to laugh. No, I didn't notice.
There's a shitty dive I know a couple streets from here. It's friendly to assholes like you and me, and it isn't a paradise, but the living's at least as good as it is on the Triune. We can wait there if you want.
Anywhere close, Ursan said, starting to rub his hands together. She had only been gone for a minute, and he was already losing it. He needed to get a grip. I'm not crazy. Am I, Dak?
You keep asking me that, boss.
Another non-answer. Never mind. 21. There were a few tense minutes during the shuttle ride when Abby wasn't sure if the haulers were as trustworthy as their reputation had led her to believe. After the craft had cleared the atmosphere, Nilin had adjusted course and put them on a direct heading toward one of the Republic battleships orbiting the planet. Not the driver, Olus's ship, but another, older ship whose tags were obscured by a smaller cruiser beside it. She had felt herself tensing, only to feel like an idiot as the shuttle had passed over the top of the ship, the maneuver revealing the destructor behind it. The cargo ship was nearly 3 times the size of the battleship, the bow facing toward them, the body stretching off almost endlessly into the black. Like the prison ship that had transferred her to Hell, it was composed of a fixed forward crew area and a detachable and replaceable aft where all the cargo was stored. It was essential both for quick transfer of big loads and for more effective escape in the event of an emergency. Not that there were many emergencies in Republic space. Not that a company like the Haulers needed to worry about it anyway. Everyone knew to leave the Crescent Haulers alone. Their founder had seen to that years ago, building the business on an uncanny ability to travel the universe safely. Doing that had meant some allegedly seedy deals with some allegedly seedy people, and the untimely deaths of more than a few government officials, military leaders, mercenary commanders, and heads of criminal enterprises that were thought otherwise untouchable. It was dirty business, but it also meant that the Republic had a source to handle their most precious cargo, one whose delivery percent had been at 100 for nearly 50 years. Which left Abby wondering what the frag they were doing picking up useless space junk. Unless it wasn't as useless as she thought. Unless it wasn't the Republic that had hired them. She was thinking like a breaker, trying to untangle the knots in front of her eyes. While the questions were disconcerting, the activity was comforting. She had been questioning her sanity too often lately. She knew she was changing, and Olus had even suggested she embrace the change. But at the same time, it had seemed as though she was being replaced instead of altered. She wished Captain Man was still with them. She wanted to know what he thought of the situation. Were the Haulers working with Thraven? What if only some of them were? She knew the bastard had spies and operatives everywhere. Inside the Outworld governance, the Republic Council, Hell, and the military. She still didn't know how long he had been moving his pieces into place, but she could guess it was a pretty long time. Where did Sylvan Kett fit into that?
She surprised herself with the question. She hadn't given Ket much thought since Mama Oises. The Rudin had suggested Thraven was looking for Ket, desperate to find him because of what he knew. What did he know? How had he learned it? She wished she still had her hands on the mainframe she had recovered. She wished she knew the whole story behind the small box that had been left behind on the Nova. Where had it come from? Had Ket lost it? Did the target on Grudin belong to the General? The Thraven? Or were they just a bunch of hapless idiots who got their hands on something they didn't understand? She had seen the setup inside the compound. It wasn't the gear of hapless idiots. Then whose gear was it?
Queenie, you with us?
Bastion said, shaking her arm. Abby looked at him, snapping out of her internal monologue.
What?
Hail to the Demon Queen,
he said, smiling.
We're here.
Abby finally noticed the shuttle was inside the Destructor's hangar. The other rejects were all on their feet, waiting for her to stand too.
If you'll disembark,
Nilin said, moving into the back.
I will head back to retrieve the captain. Once he's on board, we'll transfer you to your ship. Commander Pelham will meet you on the deck. Roger,
Abby said.
Pick, grab the locker.
On it, Queenie.
You can leave your weapons and gear outside,
Nilin said.
I expect you'll have the courtesy not to bring it into the populated areas. Of course,
Abby said. The shuttle's hatch opened, and they made their way off. A skink was waiting for them there, a female dressed in intersecting layers of tightly wound and brightly colored cloth.
Commander Pelham?
Abby guessed. A tri-forked tongue skipped out from the skink's mouth, slipping along the lips to moisten them.
Confirmed,
she replied. Her small eyes landed on the Hellbrand.
Interesting. Pelham, show our guests to the mess,
Nilin said.
They can wait for the captain there. Aye, adjunct,
she said. She looked over at the rest of the rejects, a hint of amusement rippling across her scaly face.
Quite a collection. We do our best,
Abby said.
Follow me.
They dropped their equipment where Nilin had pointed and trailed behind Pelham, out of the hangar and into a wide corridor. There were other crew members present, moving from one place to another on the ship. It didn't take long for Abby to notice that none of them were human.
The haulers don't like Terrans?
Abby asked, curious.
Excuse me? I noticed there are no humans on board. I admit we haven't seen much of the ship or the crew yet, but standard rosters are 80% Homo sapiens or more. A keen eye. No crescent humans on the Destructor. Captain doesn't approve. Why not? Unreliable. What do you mean? Terrans are unreliable, accustomed to being above. Use status to do less.
You tell it, sister,
Pick said from the back. Abby looked back at him.
What? You did notice I'm the one dragging the locker around, right?
You did notice you're 3 times the size of any of us, right?
Abby replied.
I'm just saying.
Who saved your life on Droon?
Yeah, but you aren't human. Not exactly. Not anymore.
Abby paused. He was right, even if his presentation of the facts sucked.
Not human?
Pelham asked.
Long story,
Abby replied, matching the skink's verbal pattern.
Rough week.
That's the understatement of the eon, Ben Hill said. If we can go 10 hours without being shot at or nearly killed, I'll be a very happy man.
Fugitives, yes,
Pelham said.
Republic wants you. Saw it on the Millnet. Have access to the Millnet?
Abby asked.
Haulers have access to everything. A web of trust. Do not concern. Will not tell.
She hissed and stuck out her tongue, a sound Abby's translator told her was equivalent to a smile.
I heard we're going to the mess. What kind of grub do you have on this boat?
Ben Hill asked.
Seeing as how there are no Terrans on board.
Many good things. Baked scaluve worms, drug rum from Ganimant, Fizig El Kappa stew.
I've never heard of any of that,
Bastion said.
Me neither,
Ben Hill said. Worms? Gross. Drug rum? Sounds like something that comes out of my backside.
The stew might be decent,
Irie said. I've had alcapa stew, Erland said. It isn't.
You guys?
Pick said.
Different papillae for different species.
Papillae?
Bastion said.
taste buds.
Abby said.
Where the hell did you learn a word like papillae?
Just because I'm a trover doesn't mean I'm uneducated.
Yeah, it usually does. Your kind isn't known for its STEM aptitude.
Frag you!
I bet you saw it on a stream somewhere, Ben Hill said. Didn't you?
No?
Pick replied. Then he smiled.
Yes.
Ha! I knew it,
Do not worry.
Pelham said.
Have cook synth.
They entered the Destructor's mess. There were 7 or 8 tables inside, most of them empty. A pair of skinks were sitting in the center of the room, while a single Curleton was at the table in the corner, his back to them. How may I serve you? The synth asked, walking over to them. Like all synths, it had a human form. It appeared to be an older model, the synthetic flesh slightly worn and rubbery. Do you have anything good to eat? Ben Hill asked.
Something that won't repulse human papillae?
Bastion added. Our inventory of Darrin-sourced dishes is limited, the synth replied. We do have a small supply of standard nutrient rations, if that is acceptable.
It figures. We've been off of hell for what, 4 weeks now? I still haven't had anything to eat but fragging nutrient bars.
They're good for you,
Abby said. Easy for you to say, Queenie, Ben Hill said. You're eating them like you're preggers.
Sometimes I feel like I'm eating for 2 million.
Hey, Cookie,
Pick said.
I'll take the alcapa.
Of course, sir. Coming right up,
Make it 2.
Irie said, drawing a look of curiosity from Pick.
What? My mother said never to say no to anything unless you've tried it.
Have you ever been with a trover?
No. But I don't do everything my mother says.
Smooth Pick.
Shut up! It's Queenie's fault anyway. She won't let us play with Ruby.
She isn't a toy.
She was made to be a toy, Ben Hill said. She's programmed to like it.
Forget it. Not another word about Ruby, or I'll make sure that even if you could, you can't.
Abby raised her eyebrow at Ben Hill, who put his hands up in submission.
Lieutenant Cage?
Abby turned her head to the sound of her name, finding the Curleton in the corner. He was on his feet, facing her way. Abby stared at him. One of his large eyes was tinged with red and purple, like the entire thing was one massive bruise.
Coley?
The universe had never felt so fragging small. 22.
Funny you should be here, Lieutenant,
Coley said.
Me?
Abby replied.
You're supposed to be on Hell.
So are you. You know this Curleton?
Pick said.
What are you doing here?
Abby said, ignoring him. There was nothing good about Coley being here. Nothing.
Overseeing the recovery,
Coley said.
for General Thraven.
The name got the attention of all the rejects. They stiffened up, turning to face Coley.
You work for Thraven?
Abby said, not sure whether to laugh or just punch him in the other eye.
Seriously? What the frag was with the waterworks when they picked us up? You acted like the biggest pansy I've ever seen. How's your eye, by the way? It looks like shit.
Coley huffed.
I thought he was going to screw me after we made a deal. He never said anything about getting busted or hell. Pick up the mainframe. That was the mission. But he got us out of there real quick. Some of us in one piece. Well, me, mostly.
He put his hand near his eye.
You fragging blinded me, you bitch. You have to know how sensitive a Curleton's eyes are. Fragging low blow. The other members of the 5th are here, though. 18th platoon now.
His big mouth spread in a toothy smile.
You want a reunion?
Abby glanced back at Pelham. The skink was clearly confused.
I value cargo,
She said.
Always send platoon to guard.
It didn't seem odd to you that debris would be considered high value? Ben Hill asked.
Hollers don't ask. Don't tell.
Yeah, right. Well, I highly recommend calling for whatever backup you have on this tug right now.
The door to the mess opened. 5 members of the 5th platoon walked in. The good news was that they were in standard utilities instead of armor. The bad news was that their eyes were all a dark, silvery gray.
Frag me,
Irie said, recognizing the look as she lifted her sword from her back.
Good thing I brought this along.
I have a feeling I shouldn't have left the locker back in the hangar,
Pick said. Abby looked back at Coley, her prior anger at the sergeant exploding. It had been one thing when she thought the 5th had gotten busted for smuggling. Knowing Coley was working with Thraven on the job? She growled softly, ready to jump Coley and blind him in his other eye. There was no time for that yet. She moved in front of the rejects, putting up her hand, feeling the gift flowing through her. The 5th attacked, a line of plasma launching from their rifles, the bolts charging toward them and shattering against an invisible shield.
Remember,
Abby said.
You need to take the heads.
Fury, that means you,
Bastion said. Abby bounced forward, launching herself into the lead soldier. Dis. She remembered the woman from Gruden as she slammed into her, knocking her back. She spun and caught an incoming fist, grunting as a plasma bolt struck her in the leg. She turned and kicked, catching another soldier in the hip and knocking them off balance. Then the rejects were there with her. Pick grabbed Dis by the shoulders, throwing her against the wall. She hit it without complaint, bouncing off and coming back. Pick closed again, throwing a heavy punch at her head. She brought her hand up, and the fist hit an invisible wall, his arm bouncing off, the gift throwing him to the ground.
Frag!
He shouted, rolling to his feet. Bastion was on Abby's other side. He had produced a knife from somewhere, and he used it to slash one of the convert's arms, leaving a nasty gash at the wrist. He sidestepped one punch, ducked under a second, and stabbed the soldier in the chest before being thrown backward. Red klaxons started flashing in the mess as the ship's alert system was triggered.
What's happening?
Abby said, throwing the gift out and into Dis, slamming her into the bulkhead so hard she could hear her spine break.
Soldiers attacking crew!
Pelham replied.
Red alert!
Abby turned back to Coley.
Thraven isn't going to like this.
Some opportunities are too good to pass up.
Worth starting a war with the haulers?
Don't worry about that. The media will say the fugitives from hell were responsible. After all, you were last seen in this area.
You son of a bitch.
So I've heard. Next time maybe you'll want to think twice before you punch a Curleton in the eye.
You're right. Next time I'll take both of them and save myself the trouble.
She burst toward him, the gift burning beneath her skin. He drew his sidearm, a simple pistol sized for his large hands. He aimed it at her, holding the shot as she approached. She lunged at him, noticing her fingers changing as she did, stretching into silvery claws. He pulled the trigger. The bullet hit between her breasts, the crack of her bones almost as loud as the shot itself. The force pushed her off course, and Coley ducked to the side as she fell to the ground and rolled to a stop, the pain almost unbearable.
I don't understand why Thraven's been having so much trouble with you,
he said. Abby pushed herself up on her hands, finding the rejects on the other side of the room. Bastion was down. Dead? Pick was still fighting, but his left hand was a bloody mess. Irie was holding her own, her sword able to do what the others couldn't. 2 headless converts were nearby. Pelham was on the ground, a pool of blood beneath her. She picked herself up, getting to her feet. Her head was thumping in rhythm to her heart, the gift moving to a matching beat. Her breath was steady, and she opened her mouth, snarling in fury and walking toward Coley. She didn't give a shit who or what Thraven had turned the 5th into. She wasn't going to let her team die. Coley pointed his sidearm and fired, the bullet hitting Abby in the chest a second time. She felt the sting of it, but when she glanced down, there was no damage. No wound. He shot her again, and again. She kept coming, kept moving, walking toward him. His sidearm clicked as she reached him, the magazine empty. She reached out almost casually, grabbing him as he tried to back away and pulling him down to her height. She brought her other hand down and across, her fingers slashing across his good eye. He howled in pain for a second time as he crumpled to the ground. She didn't kill him. Instead, she continued forward to where Pick was tangling with Sergeant Ray, trying to defend himself from the convert's attacks. Each punch slammed hard into the trover, and she could tell he was on the defensive as he tried to back away. A plasma bolt caught Ray in the face, blasting half of it off. Ray froze for a moment, and Abby watched as silver liquid filled the space, taking the place of the damage and allowing the sergeant to move again. What the frag? Ray grabbed at Pick's bloody arm, hands wrapping around it and twisting. A sharp snap, and Pick bellowed in pain, using his other hand to hit Ray and sending him flopping across the floor. Irie was on him in an instant, her sword dropping through Ray's neck.
My eyes!
Coley whined behind her.
My fragging eyes!
Okay? Are you okay?
Abby said, ignoring him, heading over to her team.
Hurts like a mother,
He replied.
Arm's broken, and they shot my fragging hand.
He held it up. 3 of his 4 fingers were missing. He didn't seem to know it until then.
Fragging son of a bitch! Damn it!
The ones in here are all dead, Queenie, Ben Hill said. But the rest of the ship? If it's a platoon, there are at least 10 more.
9,
Abby said.
Iliard never made it out with them, probably because he got hurt. They're going to be killing the crew.
And blaming it on you!
Coley said between cries of pain.
Lucifer!
Abby said, dropping next to the pilot. His eyes were open, blinking. He looked dazed.
I'll keep an eye on him,
Pick said, grabbing Ray's rifle in his good hand.
Go take care of the rest of this trash.
Abby looked over at Ben Hill, Erland, and Irie.
Grab a rifle. Let's go.
They picked up rifles from the downed soldiers, following Abby out into the hall. She didn't know the layout of the ship beyond the path from the hangar to the mess, but it usually wasn't that hard to find the bridge.
Trouble seems to follow you wherever you go, Queenie, Ben Hill said.
Thraven seems to be wherever I go. It's okay. It only makes me want to kill him that much more.
Roger that.
Stay alert. They might not have armor, but they have some amount of the gift. Not as much as you do,
Irie said.
I didn't see you getting tossed around back there, Fury, Ben Hill said.
Anger and hate, Jester,
Irie replied.
It's an effective counter.
Even for regular humans?
It seems to be. Shut it,
Abby said. They were nearing an intersection in the corridors.
I'll take point. Be ready to cover me.
Roger.
She reached the corridor and stepped out into it. A few dead crew members were scattered along the length of it, most of them shot in the head.
Damn it,
she said. When Trillison and Nillan came back, would they blame the rejects for the attack? They had every reason to.
Ew,
Ben Hill said.
Dead skinks smell worse than dead humans, I think.
What does shut it mean to you, Jester?
Sorry, ma'am.
They made their way past the corpses. Abby listened for the sound of gunfire, but the ship was eerily quiet.
How do you think they do it?
Irie said.
Soldiers that can't be killed, I mean. Ola said that they're using some kind of lost technology. Tech that predates humankind.
What? As in, there were spacefaring races before Terrans?
Yes.
Where the hell have they been hiding?
Good question.
I don't mean so we can find them. I mean so we can stay the frag away. Things are already bad enough.
You're going to be a hero, Jester.
A hero? The Republic is after us. The Outworlds are after us. Thraven is after us, and within the next 10 minutes, the damned Crescent Haulers will be after us too. Correct me if I'm wrong, Queenie, but having half the galaxy trying to kill me is not my definition of a hero.
No, but fighting to save the innocent is, and that's what we're doing.
Not by choice. I'd rather be on Huli, swimming in the clear blue sea and sipping Rudin Burzlatch.
Abby put her hand up, registering the sound of boots ahead. She looked back at Irie, pointing to her sword. At first, Irie seemed reluctant to part with it, but an angry look convinced her. Abby took the blade, closing her eyes. She breathed in. She could almost smell the soldiers. She could sense the gift within them. She waited until they were almost at the fork in the hallway, and then she turned the corner, leading with the sword. It slashed neatly through the head of one soldier, and she was saved from being shot by the other when Ben Hill popped out and blasted him, throwing his attack off enough that Abby had time to decapitate him as well.
7?
Ben Hill said.
Hopefully,
Abby replied.
The power of positive thinking.
They kept going, making their way through the destructor. They came across more dead crew, most of them in the corridors, a few in private quarters. They killed 3 more members of the 5th. The red alert klaxons stopped wailing. The lights stopped flashing.
They cleared the alert?
Irie said.
They can't clear it,
Abby replied.
Only a senior officer has the codes. The adjunct and her captain must be back on board. What do you think they'll do when they see the bodies? Try to get to the bridge and contact the Republic? Or their boss? We can't afford to have the Republic bearing down on us here. Did you see how many battleships were out there? 3, counting the driver. Captain Mann's ship. I don't know if they would get involved.
They might have to, Ben Hill said.
We have to get to the bridge first. It's the only way.
They picked up the pace, running through the corridors, becoming more reckless. Abby ranged ahead of them, feeling for the gift, sensing it in the converts before coming upon them. She dispatched them efficiently, knocking them off balance before using the katana to remove their heads. There should have been 3 remaining by the time they reached the bridge. They found one of the 5th there, one of the other Curlitons. He was bigger and stronger than the others, but he was also unarmored and outnumbered, and they removed him without much trouble. Abby was still standing over his headless corpse when Trillison and Nilin reached them, storming onto the bridge with heavy plasma rifles cradled in their thin arms.
You!
Nilin said, swinging her rifle Ben Hill's way.
I trusted you. We had a deal.
Wait, Ben Hill said. It's not what you think. We're the good guys.
Your ship is under siege, Captain,
Abby said.
Not by us. By a man named Thraven. The same man who destroyed the station you've been collecting pieces of. The 18th is under his control.
Do you expect me to believe that?
Captain Trillison, another Atmo, said.
I should kill you where you stand.
You're free to try, but I'm telling the truth. I kept their commander, Sergeant Coley, alive so you could hear it straight from the asshole's mouth. His word against yours?
Nilin said.
A soldier in the Republic military versus a wanted fugitive? Put down your weapons. We'll let the Republic sort this out. Don't,
Abby said as they stepped forward.
Why not? If you're innocent, you certainly aren't going to shoot us.
Trillison moved for the command chair. Abby stepped toward him, but Nilin turned her rifle in her direction.
I can't let you contact the Republic,
Abby said.
Then you'll have to stop me,
Trillison said.
You're free to try as well, but you know who we are and who we work for. Consider it carefully.
Abby took another step before suddenly sensing the gift, coming in fast.
Get down!
She shouted, turning toward the entrance to the bridge. Nilin didn't listen. The bullets tore into her from behind, slamming her forward and onto the ground. Erlan and Ben Hill fired back as Abby reached the hatch, catching up to the converts as they absorbed the rejects' attack. She grabbed one of them, shoving him back as she brought the sword up and through the neck of the other, taking a hard punch to the ribs before countering with a blow of her own. She heard more gunfire behind her as she ran the soldier through, pinning him to the wall and ripping the rifle from his hands. He writhed on the spike, reaching out for her, his face expressionless, his eyes gray. He didn't speak or show any signs of real intelligence. It was as though his consciousness had been replaced with simple instructions, like the kind loaded into bots. Abby left him there, walking back toward the front of the bridge. Irie was there, her face pained as she stared at the command station.
I guess we're more alike than I wanted to admit,
she said, dropping her rifle to the floor. Abby looked at the station. Trillison was on the ground in front of it. He wasn't moving.
You shot him? He was going to contact the Republic. He was innocent.
Irie was silent for a few seconds. Then she shrugged.
I've decided you're right, Queenie. Nobody is innocent.
Abby didn't remember having said that, but she couldn't disagree.
Erlan, do you know how to fly this thing? Our regular pilot is indisposed at the moment.
It's a little different than a grabber, but I imagine the basics are the same, and I've read a few manuals and watched a few tutorials. Tutorials? Ben Hill said. If Lucifer were dead, he'd be rolling in his grave.
Do your best,
Abby said.
Get us somewhere safe so we can rendezvous with the Faust. I want as much distance between us, Faru, and the Crescent Haulers as we can get.
Aye, Captain,
Erlan said, walking over to the command station. He paused at the sight of Trillison's corpse.
It's a dead body, Ben Hill said. If you're going to be a reject, you'd better get used to it.
Erland's face paled, but he managed to get himself seated around the body. He stared at the controls for a few seconds, and then tentatively began using the terminal. Abby stared at Irie until she returned the gaze, making eye contact. It wasn't necessarily a look of agreement, but it was one of understanding. 23. Abby stared at the convert pinned to the bulkhead. She had once known it as Private Lesko, an average-looking Marine who had blended into the platoon so well that she had rarely ever noticed him. While the body was his, there seemed to be no other hint of him now. He continued to reach out for her, trying to grab her from his position against the wall, held there by the katana that she had shoved so hard into him it had gone right through and into the alloy. She could feel the gift pushing up against her as well, trying to knock her down or pull her forward, to affect her in some negative way. While Iliard had been able to use it to grab her back on Hell, it wasn't strong enough to do anything to her anymore.
Why don't you just knock its block off and be done with it? Ben Hill asked, standing nearby. It's obvious there's no soul left in there.
They came onto this ship. They didn't stand out enough to make the haulers suspicious. Lesko had to be in there at some point.
Ben Hill stuck his hand in the convert's face. It leaned forward, trying to bite him.
Yeah, well, he's gone now. Queenie, Erland said. I've got Ruby on the comm.
Abby turned, looking to the front of the bridge. Ruby was projected there, sitting at the controls of the Faust.
Queenie,
the synthetic said.
I've been expecting you. We've had a minor setback,
Abby said.
Minor, Ben Hill said. The haulers are going to think we stole their ship. I wouldn't call that minor.
There's nothing we can do about that now. Erland, send Ruby the coordinates. Haulers?
Ruby said.
As in, crescent haulers? Yes. Ben Hill bartered a ride to you, but there was a complication.
Complication? Do you have to minimize everything?
Do you have to catastrophize everything?
I'm sorry, Queenie, but this is my definition of a catastrophe.
We're still alive.
For now. Wait until the hauler's head honcho gets wind of this shit. I've sent the coordinates, Erland said.
Received,
Ruby said.
I'll meet you there in 20 minutes. Any word from Captain Mann? Not yet. Gant? Nothing.
Abby frowned.
Roger. Queenie out.
She motioned to Erland to break the link. Ruby's projection vanished.
I'm ready to go to FTL when you are, Erland.
Ah, ma'am,
Erland said. His hand moved across the control surface. A moment later, the cargo ship blinked away, leaving the support vessels that were collecting the remaining debris behind. Abby turned her attention back to Private Lesko.
Jester, do you have a knife?
Yeah? Why?
She held her hand out. He dropped the hilt into it. She took the knife and stabbed Lesko in the eye, pulling the blade out and watching. A line of blood started to run down the convert's face, but only for a moment. The damaged eye was replaced with the same silvery material as she had seen replace Sergeant Ray's brain.
Whatever it is, it keeps them alive.
Alive or just moving?
Good point. Fury, I want you and Jester to head to the hangar and grab your gear. I want a full sweep of the ship. I'm pretty sure we got all of these things, but we need to be sure. Roger,
Irie said.
Erland, you have the bridge. I want to go check on Bastion and Pick and have a little talk with Coley.
Ma'am.
By the way, we need to get you a call sign. No offense, but Erland isn't doing it for me.
My mother liked it, ma'am.
Abby smiled.
You aren't officially one of us until you have a nick. And please stop calling me ma'am. You make me feel old.
Queenie?
Abby left the bridge, making her way back the way they had come, able to navigate to the mess using their path of destruction. When she arrived, she found Bastion up and alert, sitting beside Pick against the wall, both of them keeping an eye on Coley. The synth was in pieces nearby, a nasty-looking cooking knife in a dismembered hand.
Bastard tried to stab me,
Pick said when she entered.
Like I haven't been through enough already.
How's your arm?
Abby asked. Pick shook his head.
My hand is wasted. My arm is broken. It hurts.
Big baby, Bastion said.
What about you, Lucifer?
You okay?
I think I have a concussion. That gift thing hits hard.
It can. Okay, we'll see about getting you a prosthetic as soon as we can.
Pick smiled.
I've been looking for a reason to upgrade. This is going to handicap me until then.
Hopefully we'll stay out of trouble for a little while.
Famous last words, Bastion said. You attract trouble like a pleasure bot attracts horny men.
It isn't all bad. We might be able to learn something from this turn of events.
You should write a manual. How to make enemies across the galaxy. It'll be a bestseller.
Abby smirked and walked over to where Coley was sitting, still and silent.
Done whining?
Frag you, Lieutenant. I wish you had never found your way into my platoon.
That makes two of us.
She sat down at the table beside him.
Now, why don't you tell me all about Gloritant Thraven and how you came to work for him?
Why would I do that? I'm as good as dead already.
You can get implants to replace your eyes.
I don't mean because I'm blind. Thraven will kill me when he can, or he'll send someone to do it. You have no idea how deep into the Republic his influence goes. This isn't some two-bit idiot who crawled out of the ground to make trouble. He's been planning this for years.
So I've heard. He also seems to be a man of his word. He made promises to you for getting the mainframe off Gruden.
My family is taken care of. That's all I'm going to say. And he got me out of hell.
You don't care what he did to the rest of the Fifth?
What did he do to them?
The way he changed them? Giving them the gift? Making them harder to kill?
Thraven surrounded me with a unit of super soldiers. Why the frag would I complain about that?
He took away their minds.
Coley shrugged.
Do you know how he did it?
No, I didn't see the procedure. Only the results.
Were they still able to speak at that point?
What do you mean? They can talk. They're the same crew. A little less free-spirited, maybe.
They can't talk. I've got Lesko pinned to the wall on the bridge if you want a demonstration of what Thraven turned them into.
What would be the point? I told you, I'm already dead, blind or not blind. Thraven will kill me.
Not if I kill him first.
Coley began laughing, his gravelly growls echoing in the mess as he guffawed at her statement.
You? Thraven told me he's over 5,000 years old, and I believe it. He told me he and his brothers and sisters killed God. But you think you can take him out? Watching him destroy you would be a good reason to see again.
Did Thraven tell you anything about the Covenant? Or the Great Return?
Only that it was coming, and when it did, only those that sided with him would be spared. I was loyal to the Republic, Lieutenant, but I had to be loyal to my family first. I want them to survive what comes next.
And what's that?
Don't tell me you don't already know.
The fire and the brimstone, and a whole fleet of ships just like them.
Coley smiled.
That's just the start. The vanguard. Gloritant Thraven is clearing a path for the rest.
The rest? Where are they coming from? How many?
I'm done talking, Lieutenant. You got all I'm going to give. Just enough to make you more worried than you already were.
Okay,
Abby said. She grabbed Coley's wrist, standing and lifting him easily to his feet.
How badly do you want to live, Sergeant?
What do you mean?
She pulled him over to Pick and Bastion.
Are you two well enough to help me drag this hairy piece of shit over to the nearest airlock?
Affirmative,
Bastion said.
Of course, DQ,
Pick said. They both stood.
Airlock?
Coley said.
You wouldn't.
Why not? If you aren't going to talk, I don't need you.
You're an officer of the Republic.
No, I'm not. I'm just a con, thanks to you. And you know what I've discovered?
What's that?
I like not having to play by the rules.
Pick grabbed Coley's other arm, and they dragged him into the hallway.
I wish you could see all of the dead haulers out there. I wish you could see the damage you've done, just so you could get back at me. Considering how badly you blew it.
Did I?
Coley asked.
You're fragged, Cage. If not Thraven, then the haulers. But it'll be Thraven. You're going to go after him even after what I said. That's the kind of individual you are. You crave the danger. Why else would someone with a kid drop into combat zones?
What did you say?
Abby said, pausing.
How do you know I have a child?
Oh, did I say that out loud?
Coley grunted.
Thraven's got your full record, warts and all. He shared it with me before the drop on Gruden, just in case I needed something to pull you in. You've barely been back to Earth the whole time she's been growing up. She probably thinks your sister Liv is her real mother. Like I said, it's clear you never wanted to be a parent. You put your life in danger like that all the time, and for what? Where did it get you in the end?
He laughed again. They came to one of the docking stations.
Bastion, can you get that?
Abby asked, pointing to the airlock controls.
Sure,
he replied, opening the inner door.
You really want to die, don't you, Sergeant?
I told you, my family's taken care of. I'm as good as dead already. Just vent me and get it over with. If you have the stomach for cold-blooded killing.
Bastion and Pick looked at her, questioning her resolve. She squeezed Coley's arm harder, pulling him to the hatch and dumping him in.
I'll give you one more chance to spill what you know about Thraven and his plans.
Go frag yourself, Abigail,
Coley said. Abby hit the control on the side of the hatch, closing Coley in. He felt his way forward, standing and putting his mangled face to the transparency between them.
Go ahead, Lieutenant,
Coley shouted.
Do it.
Abby stared at the Curleton. She couldn't open the outer door until the destructor was out of FTL. The computer wouldn't allow it. She had time to change her mind, to reconsider. It was one thing to kill an individual in self-defense. It was another to kill them like this. She had been heading down a dangerous path since she started using the gift, a path Olus had urged her to take for the sake of the Republic. She could do more good if people were afraid of her. She would have more control. At the same time, she could feel the anger and the hate permeating her soul, sinking in and sticking there, making it harder for her to let go of it. Did it make her stronger? Yes. But at what cost?
Do it,
Coley shouted again. She had already decided she would pay the price, whatever it was, if it kept Haley safe. Thraven knew about her daughter, which meant she might not be. Abby didn't have to like what she became. She just had to accept it.
Do it,
Coley shouted a third time.
Come on, Lieutenant. What are you waiting for? You don't have the guts?
She felt the change in the rhythm of the ship's reactor as it dropped out of FTL, right when it was supposed to. Coley's face changed at that moment, his expression of defiance turning to one of fear.
Wait,
he said, his entire demeanor changing.
Lieutenant, wait. Don't do it. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I don't want to die, please.
Abby stared at him. Her stomach had been churning, but now it began to settle, her whole body becoming numb despite the gift.
Abigail, please,
Coley whined.
I don't want to die. I'm not ready. I have a wife. I have 3 young ones. We're so alike, you and me. We both have families.
Queenie, Bastion said beside her, you don't have to do this. We can leave him here to rot until the Republic catches up and brings him in.
Yeah, Queenie,
Pick said.
I could do it if you want. This isn't the kind of person you want to become.
She turned her head, looking back at Pick and Bastion. Coley stopped whining, waiting for her to open the hatch and pull him back inside.
You're right,
Abby said, still looking in at Coley.
It isn't the kind of person I want to become. It's the kind of person I have to become. Olus was right. You can't fight someone like Thraven unless you're willing to become someone like Thraven.
Then she hit the control. The outer door slid open, and Coley vanished before he even had a chance to scream.
We can't let him win,
she said, pushing past them. 24.
That sure is a lot of shit,
Bastion said, his eyes wandering over the seemingly endless piles of debris the haulers had recovered.
What do you think you're going to find in there?
I don't know,
Abby replied.
Thraven wanted this junk away from any interested eyes, which means my eyes are interested.
Shouldn't we be getting out of the area? We left half of the hauler's collectors in the lurch, and it won't take long for the Republic to track the Dysterium trail.
I told you that you were free to wait for me on the Faust. I asked you to go to medical. I think that knock on the head you took made you dumber than you already were.
Pick needs the medical bot more than I do right now. I know it's a machine, but it almost seemed relieved to get an injury it could do something with.
It can't fix his hand.
Replacements are better anyway.
It's my fault he got hurt.
Don't go there, Queenie. You saved all of our asses, again. But you can't do everything yourself. So where do we start?
Abby looked at the debris. It was separated into multiple piles, each of the piles nearly 10 meters high and 50 meters wide, with a main drop station near the aft of the hold where a half-dozen bots were busy sorting the remains by material. If the Republic, or in this case Thraven, had ordered it destroyed, it would be brought back to an orbital station and converted, recycled, and then resold as base components, with any evidence of anything questionable burned in the process. If it had been collected for investigation, it would go to the closest OSI department for review by Captain Mann's agents. It wasn't a stretch to think the former case was more likely than the latter.
Terminals,
She said.
projectors, mainframes, access points. Anything that could possibly still have data stored on it. The components are going to be small, but that's why they may have survived. If Emily Egan built the fire and brimstone for Thraven, then there has to be some record of their research and development. Records Thraven didn't want the Republic to find. That's why he ordered Ursan Gall to destroy the station, and why he sent the haulers to clean up after him.
Makes sense.
The bots will have sorted any related debris into one of these piles. That's the easy part. Finding a memory chip or an intact server in the pile, and doing it quickly? I may be wasting our time.
Or you might find something useful.
Since when did you become so positive?
Must be the blow to the head.
Abby smiled. She had expected she might feel guilty after she had sent Sergeant Coley out of the airlock. She didn't. In fact, she felt as though she had turned a corner when she decided to embrace her situation. They moved quickly through the hold, splitting up and running in the spaces between the stacks. The bots wound their way around them, making space as they continued their work unhindered and taking little notice of their presence. They found the more delicate networking components stacked off to the side, close to the drop point. It was smaller than most of the other piles, but that didn't make it any less daunting. Most of the pieces were the size of a hand or smaller, the stack standing tall enough that it was obvious they would have to sort through thousands of parts. She wouldn't have even bothered trying, except she had an idea to speed up the process.
Keep your eyes on the debris. Data chips are the size of a fingernail, rectangular and usually smooth. Mainframes are about this big.
She motioned with her hand.
Square. Even if it looks damaged, we'll want to take it with us. You know what terminals look like.
Bastion kicked the base of the pile, sending smaller bits and pieces clattering away.
I'm done being positive. We're never going to find anything useful in this trash. It's like a moat in a galaxy.
And how do you find a moat in a galaxy?
You don't.
You reduce the search area. There's an algorithm, but explaining it might make your head hurt.
It already hurts.
Then it might make it explode.
I don't know if I would look on that unkindly.
Are you ready?
For what?
Abby raised her hands. She could feel the gift within her, moving beneath her skin. It wasn't burning like before. Could it be used for anything other than killing? She stared at the debris, holding her hands out toward it. She started thinking about Thraven. He wanted to start a war. He wanted to kill innocent people. No, he already had. The Republic couldn't stop him. Not on their own. Nobody could stop him. Not without help. Not without more information. What were they up against? They had to know. They had to gather as much intel as they could, wherever they could find it. What was the Covenant? What was the Great Return? There had to be answers here. They had made the fire and brimstone from ancient blueprints. They had revived long-lost tech. Tech that was going to kill them all, unless she could do something about it. She felt the anger coming. It was getting easier now. The gift responded to it, coming alive inside of her. She fought to hold on to it, to keep the anger in her heart. She could feel it thumping harder, the blood pumping stronger through her veins. She kept her eyes on the trash, imagining that it was lifting away and spreading apart, like a wave crashing against a rocky shore, converting the three-dimensional stack to a flat sheet, one that Bastion could quickly scan, the motion matching the algorithm.
Oh, shit!
Bastion said, as the debris moved and parted.
Anything?
Abby asked. She scanned the first wave as well, but didn't see anything they could use.
Negative,
Bastion replied. The debris lifted, reaching higher toward the top of the hold, a new line spreading out ahead of them as it began to curl up and over, becoming a reel. Abby couldn't hold back the smile over the control she had. The power. It didn't always have to be used to hurt.
Wait,
Bastion said, stepping forward and grabbing a half-slagged cube from the spread. He put it on the ground behind him.
There,
Abby said, noticing a data chip. It looked like it was intact. He grabbed that, too.
This has to be one of the coolest things I've ever seen,
Bastion said, as the debris continued to flow up and over, the pile shifting forward as it was replaced from behind. Abby's heart was pounding, a feeling of elation overcoming her. Ben-Hill had told her she wasn't human anymore, and maybe he was right. At that moment, she felt more like a god. No sooner had the thought arrived than the power of the gift left her. The burning sensation turned to freezing cold, her arms prickling as all of the energy washed away. She fell to her knees, the scroll of debris collapsing suddenly, tumbling down in a storm of parts.
Queenie?
Bastion said, moving to her side and kneeling beside her. What's going on?
Cold,
Abby said. She could feel her body shivering.
Freezing. I don't know what you did, but we need to get you out of here. Erlan.
Lucifer?
Erlan replied.
What's wrong?
I don't know. Queenie's in trouble. Prep the shuttle.
I'm ready and waiting, sir.
Bastion reached down, collecting her in his arms and lifting her. She could see him flinch at the cold.
Frag! You're so cold! You feel like you're already dead!
Data,
she managed to say. Bastion looked back at the few pieces they had collected.
Forget it! We need to get you back to the Faust and under some blankets or something.
Data,
she repeated. He carried her over to it, bending to scoop up the parts and put them in her lap.
There you go, Queenie. Now we're leaving.
He carried her out of the cargo hold, all the way to the hangar. Erlan was waiting in front of the hauler's shuttle.
Oh no,
he said, following Bastion onto the ship.
What happened?
She was using her magic to move some of the debris when she collapsed.
Why?
How the frag would I know?
Bastion snapped, lowering Abby into one of the seats.
Latch her in. I've got the stick.
Ah, sir,
Erlan said. He worked the straps, pulling them down over Abby, swinging himself into the adjacent seat and securing himself just in time. The shuttle rocketed forward, bursting from the destructor toward the Faust, waiting a few 100 kilometers away. Abby closed her eyes. Her head was pounding. She was still so cold. As soon as her lids met, the world behind them lit up, a single emotion forcing its way to the forefront. Fear. She opened her eyes, looking around, a feeling of panic overwhelming her. What the hell was going on?
Queenie?
Erlan said, leaning toward her.
don't!
She replied. Her body was tingling. She felt like she was dying.
I don't want to hurt you!
He leaned away from her. She felt the forward pull as the shuttle slowed to enter the Faust's hangar. Then she heard the landing skids clamp down on the floor.
Queenie?
Bastion said, returning to her. The hatch opened. Ruby was the first to board. She had an injector in her hand.
No!
Abby said, seeing it. The injector was torn from Ruby's grip, shattering against the side of the shuttle.
I don't want to sleep. I don't want to close my eyes. Okay,
Ruby said.
What do you need? Food. I'm hungry. So hungry.
Her eyes fell on Bastion's neck.
No!
She clenched her jaw. Was that what this was? The gift trying to take control? To make her do its bidding? Was that what happened to Private Iliard? To Private Lesko? Did the mind succumb if the will wasn't strong enough? If the gift was trying to assert control, what would it make her do if it succeeded?
No!
She hissed through her teeth. She hadn't finally accepted the gift to be challenged by it. She had accepted it to use it. For her needs. For her desires. For her goals. For her strength. Her hands gripped the edges of her seat. She could feel her fingers changing. She could feel them digging into the metal and bending it out of shape.
Lucifer? Erlan? It isn't safe here,
Ruby said.
If she dies, we die,
Bastion replied.
Well, The nerd here doesn't. And you don't. But I do.
Why am I a nerd?
Erlan asked. Get out of here, Abby said. The gift wanted to control her? Frag that. Ruby grabbed Bastion's arm, pulling him from the shuttle, with Erlan close behind. They left her alone there. They couldn't help anyway. This was her fight. Her struggle. Her demons. She pushed back against them, her eyelids slowly dropping, the gift resisting the effort. Was it working for Thraven too? A small laugh escaped her at the thought. Her eyelids continued to move, twitching as the action was resisted. This is my body, my life, my fight. You aren't the master. You're the servant, and I'm the fragging queen. Her lids snapped closed, the resistance fading. Again, everything lit up behind them, a fullness of light that flashed and vanished as suddenly as it had come. Her whole body tingled. She opened her eyes again. The interior of the shuttle was suddenly in crisp focus, as though it had always been veiled by something before that moment. Specks of dust floated in front of the lighting, and she followed each one. She could feel the gift inside of her, at rest once more. She raised her hands from the seat. The entire frame was bent and twisted. She looked at her fingertips. They were normal. Her lips were dry. She was still hungry. She unlatched herself and stood up. She felt warm again. Back to normal. She found the computer components they had taken and picked them up. Then she made her way off the shuttle. Ruby, Bastion, and Erlan were waiting for her there. They stared at her as she made her way down. I'm okay, she said. Are you sure? Bastion asked. She nodded. I haven't felt this good since I made the drop on Gruden. She held up the data. Let's see if we can get anything out of these. Lucifer, get us away from Faru, back to the fringe. Erlan? She paused, smiling. I think you have a new call sign.
What?
Erlan replied. He shook his head.
No. No way.
Ha! Bastion said. Welcome to the rejects, nerd.
I don't want to be nerd,
Erlan said. I never wanted to be Queenie. You get used to it. There's nothing wrong with being nerd. Hell, if I didn't have a cool nick like Lucifer, I might take nerd.
Really?
No, but it suits you, kid. Queenie, Ruby said. I was monitoring Milnet traffic while you were gone, keeping tabs on positioning to ensure we weren't about to be attacked. I picked up a beacon right before Lucifer pinged me about your condition. What kind of beacon? From the Brimstone, Ruby replied. Abby raised her eyebrows in surprise. Gant? I don't know who else would have activated it. Where? Anvil? Interesting choice of destination, Bastion said.
What's Anvil?
Erlan asked. An outworld military base, mostly. Why would Thraven send the Brimstone there? I don't know. Let's go find out. 25. Abby led Ruby down to the belly of the Faust, into the small access space behind the construct module where the virtual reality system's computer was located. It wasn't the best substitute for a Breaker's standard quantum mainframe, but it was the most powerful processor they had on board. It would have to do. I have to get the soft suit we picked up on Faru, Abby said. I'll be right back. Of course, Queenie, Ruby said. Are you well? You mean the episode in the shuttle? Yes. I'm better now. The gift. Whatever it is, it was trying to take control. To start bossing me around. I struggle to process that concept. Me too. I think I beat it into submission. Ruby smiled. I'm glad. If you're tense, I'm programmed in over 200 forms of massage. One of these days I might take you up on the offer. We don't have time right now. See if you can expose the interface port on this while I'm gone. She handed the half-melted mainframe to Ruby. Hopefully we won't have to hack our own. I don't think we have the tools on board. We do, Ruby said. I believe Gant has most of them in his quarters. Abby smiled. Gant was still alive, still out there, and still helping her.
It was the best outcome she could have hoped for. She wandered out of the construct module and over to the armory, where Benhill and Irie had brought the equipment they picked up on Faru. She tried to remove the hellsuit, only then remembering that it was coded to Irie.
"Fury," she said,
"can you come down to the armory and help me out of your hellsuit?"
"Aye, Queenie,"
Irie said.
"I'll be right there."
It only took a minute for her to arrive. She had already changed out of her light suit and into a light tank and pants.
"I heard about what happened on the shuttle. News travels fast. The ship isn't that big."
She reached out, pressing her hands against either side of the hellsuit and pulling it apart. The material disconnected in response to her touch, the center slipping open.
"Are you okay?" "I'm fine,"
Abby replied, shrugging out of the hellsuit. It dropped behind her, and she lifted her feet and pulled it down past her calves, leaving her naked. Irie's eyes were lingering on her body again, but Abby didn't let it bother her. She opened her locker, grabbing a pair of panties and a fitted shirt, putting them on before slipping the soft suit over it.
"Are you still planning to switch quarters and bunk with Erlan?"
Abby asked, flipping the more conventional clasps that held the armor on.
"No,"
Irie replied.
"I'm sorry for the way I acted earlier. I don't envy what you've been asked to do, or the burden you have to bear. Apology accepted. If you'll excuse me."
She grabbed the helmet from her locker and moved to pass Irie. Irie reached out, putting her hand on Abby's arm.
"Queenie,"
she said, hesitant.
Abby
paused, looking at her.
"You were checking me out that time?" "What? No,
She paused again.
Never mind. It isn't important. Do you need anything else from me?" "No, thank you."
Irie bowed slightly and left the armory. Abby watched her go, wondering what she had decided not to say. Then she left the armory as well, returning to the construct module. Ruby had already disassembled the shell of the salvaged computer and hooked it into the construct server. Abby put on the soft suit's helmet, the data connector snapping into place near her ear. She tapped her fingers on the thigh of the armor, bringing up a command line. Then she took a wire from one of the tight packs and fed it from the helmet out to the computer.
"Do we have access to Milnet?"
Abby asked.
"Yes, Queenie."
"What clearance?"
"I have Captain Mann's credentials and full security clearance." "What do you need?"
"Breaker tools. There's a standard package available on the HSOC network. Once we pull it in, I can update this suit's software and run diagnostics on the mainframe we recovered."
Ruby opened the server's main terminal, her hands working the projection. Abby saw the raw source code move along her helmet's HUD, scrolling through the instructions as the synthetic opened Milnet and quickly navigated into HSOC, using Olus's clearance.
"The Republic will think Captain Mann accessed this data. They'll be wondering why he downloaded breaker software."
"He's a smart guy. He'll come up with a decent excuse. I can take it from here."
Abby navigated the network, going directly to the package and initiating the download. It was done within a few seconds, and she quickly loaded it into the soft suit, her HUD going dark when the armor's operating system reset. When it came up again, she had a whole new suite of tools at her disposal, as well as direct access to the HeavyWorks mainframe through the construct server.
"Let's see what we've got,"
she said, transferring her activity to the projection so Ruby could see it as well. She used the command line to try to access the mainframe, immediately running into a data corruption error. She ran a few more commands, trying to get a feel for the cause, before accessing one of the tools in the soft suit system on a chip. It was a high-level tool, meant to try to replace missing data at the root, filling it in with random blocks in order to pull something out of the damage. It took a few minutes to run, and then she was rewarded with a response from a directory request, uncovering a series of folders. Most of them had characters missing from the names here and there, replaced with question marks or exclamation points. She noticed one that read, !RO, exclamation, EC, exclamation, CO, question mark, EN, exclamation, NT.
"Project Covenant?"
Ruby asked, taking note of the same directory. Abby tried to access it. The command line spit out, access denied. She wasn't surprised.
"Password protected. That's why we needed the construct server."
She ran another tool, allowing her access to the server's powerful processing unit. It wasn't on par with the mainframes they had in the HSOC or even the machine she had been using on the Nova, but it was hardy enough that it wouldn't take over long to brute force the security. She triggered the command, the lines a blur as it tried trillions of combinations of letters, numbers, and special characters per second.
How long do you think it will?
Ruby didn't get to finish her sentence. The lines stopped scrolling, the directory opening in front of them.
About that long. Why does anyone bother password protecting anything when you have tools like that? Normally a box like this one would be buried behind a biometrically secured armored hatch. Thraven already did us the favor of breaking it out into the open. Some data sources use layers of authentication, but I don't think Emily Egan was all that concerned with this kind of security. She didn't believe Captain Man would ever figure out it was her.
She stared at the contents of the directory. The damage to the data was worse here, and even her scrubbers didn't leave much of it discernible.
That one,
Ruby said, pointing to a subdirectory labeled E! Y! U! GAT!
Why that one?
Abby asked.
The second word. GAT ? Replace the final letter with something that fits. Gate?
Abby said, running through the letters. It seemed as good of a lead as any. She drilled down into the directory. There were files in it. Dozens of files. Her tools could recognize they were there, but most of them were corrupted, only able to be displayed as solid lines taking up a row on her HUD.
You retrieved the data chip as well,
Ruby said.
If I were back in HSOC HQ, I could run deep forensics on this and try to pull something out. Out here? Not a chance. There's one file that isn't completely corrupted,
Ruby said, pointing out a line near the center that read ..
One character?
Abby said. She didn't think it would give them much, but she executed the file. The projection changed, giving them a half-composed three-dimensional view of something she didn't understand, but could easily infer into a complete shape. A loop of some kind. Or a gate.
That isn't the fire or the brimstone. A gate. A gate for what?
Abby tried to manipulate the schematic. The file crashed, her command line displaying a fatal error. She tried to open it again, and it refused.
Damn it. I think that's the only look we're going to get. I'll get a snapshot of it from my memory banks. You'll have to hook into my diagnostic port to retrieve it. Where's the port?
Abby asked, looking at Ruby. Ruby reached up, digging a finger into the space behind her left eye and pushing it out. The motion revealed the mechanics behind the synthetic skin and a small round hole a little off-center from the lens of the camera that was her eye.
I almost forgot you aren't flesh and blood,
Abby said. She disconnected the soft suit from the construct server and reconnected it to Ruby.
You can remove the pleasure synth programming and reset me from here as well, but the restart will take hours. I need you with the team.
She found the snapshots Ruby had taken and stored in her memory banks. Some of them surprised her.
You took pictures? The clients requested them. Some of them enjoyed seeing themselves from my perspective after.
Abby found the schematic and transferred it to the suit.
Did you like being in a pleasure house? Like? My emotions are simulated, Queenie. I don't understand the concept of like. Do you prefer being on the Faust? I don't understand preference. What about loyalty? I am programmed to be loyal to Captain Man first, and to this crew second. Would you die for us? I am not alive, and therefore I cannot die. However, I would gladly take critical damage to save any member of this crew. How can you do it gladly if you don't have emotions?
Ruby paused a moment.
They are simulated.
Abby pulled the connecting wire.
Does that make them less real? I don't know how to answer that,
Ruby replied. Abby opened the image of the gate. It was impossible to get an idea of the scale or purpose from the schematic. Still, she would get it over to Olis when she had the chance.
How long until we reach Anvil?
She asked.
About an hour. Have the rejects assemble in the CIC in 30 minutes. We have a war to plan.
26.
Gloritant, sensors are picking up a Dysterium trail, and a full plume nearby,
Adjutant Sol said, keeping his head forward.
Bring us out of FTL,
Thraven said, his orders going out to all of the ships in his small fleet.
Adjust course to intercept. I want to see what my ships can do.
He was standing on the bridge of the fire, in front of the command station, arms folded behind his back. A pair of Immolents flanked the station, still and silent, observing the activity on the bridge.
Coming out of FTL,
the adjutant said. The universe came back into focus in a cloud of reddish gas, the Dysterium dispersing now that it was no longer being contained.
Sensors are picking up a Republic border guard, Adjutant Malt said. 20 ships, mostly light cruisers. There's also an Outworld guard within a few AU of them.
Thraven looked at the projection in the front of the bridge, ahead of the viewport. He had expected a buildup of assets this close to Anvil. Neither side had disappointed him. Then again, he had been hoping to test the fire against something a little more dangerous than light cruisers. It would have to do.
3 and 4, engage cloaking systems. 1 and 2, you're with me.
He hadn't bothered to name his new ships. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. Their value was in their firepower, not in the souls who had perished in their making, or in the souls that were on board now, fighting his fight with him. They were all lesser. They existed to serve.
Yes, Gloritant,
came the reply from the honorants in command of the ships. He observed the projection, watching 2 of his warships vanish from their sensors.
Gloritant, it appears the Republic has identified us,
Adjutant Sol said.
And?
They are coming about, Your Eminence.
We're receiving a hail, Gloritant,
Adjutant Malt said. Thraven smiled. He wasn't ready to reveal himself to the Republic. Not yet.
Your Eminence, we have torpedo lock on the lead cruiser,
Honorant Picel said.
Fire,
Thraven said.
1 and 2, lock and fire.
Yes, Gloritant.
The torpedoes from the ships were like streaks of light, crossing the distance so quickly the Republic ships had no option to evade them. They struck their targets within seconds, huge detonations causing quick flashes of burning air from the stricken ships before flaming out and leaving behind a new field of debris and a broken ship.
Bring us in closer,
Thraven said.
Give them a chance to fight back.
Yes, Gloritant.
He had put his hand back on the command station to hold himself as the fire accelerated, crossing the gap between the 2 forces within seconds. Then the fire slowed, leaving them in the midst of the Republic fleet.
We're taking fire,
Adjutant Malt said. Thraven could see the flashes from the cruiser's guns, along with the trails of their torpedoes. The shields on the fire flashed like lightning as they absorbed the impacts, taking the attack and shrugging it off.
What is the status of the shields?
Shields are holding steady, Your Eminence,
Picel replied.
Return fire. Save the torpedoes. They are costly to manufacture.
Yes, Gloritant.
The fire began to spew plasma and projectiles from around it, each of the weapons enhanced by the blood of life. They tore into the Republic ship's shields, reaching through and punching into the armor. Thraven watched the projection, noting that 1 and 2 had taken a flanking position on either side of the fleet while the fire traveled down the center. They were striking the outer formation, the Republic ships blinking off the screen one after another.
Dysterium plumes detected, Gloritant,
Adjutant Sol said.
They are retreating.
Cease fire,
Thraven said.
Let them run. There is nowhere for them to hide for long.
Yes, Gloritant.
All 3 ships stopped firing on the Republic cruisers. Of the original 20, only 9 of them were able to blink away. The rest were left hanging silently in space, venting atmosphere and equipment, lifeless and dead. The fire sat in the center of the destruction, stationary as the debris hit the shields and evaporated.
Have the Outworld ships reacted?
He asked.
No, Gloritant. They have remained in position, observing the battle.
This was no battle, Adjutant. It was a slaughter, as it was intended to be. As it was promised in the Covenant.
Yes, Gloritant.
And this was with only 3 active ships. Once he had completed them all, there would be nothing that could stop the Great Return.
Resume course to Anvil.
I will return when we have arrived.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Thraven turned and walked toward the exit to the bridge, the Immolence moving in behind him. He couldn't wait to share the good news. 27. Gorix's facility was well hidden from prying eyes. After entering the alley in a fog of steam, Dak led Ursan through a worn metal door and into a warehouse. It was populated with the poorest residents in the city and smelled like urine, drugs, and cheap food. The sight and scent elicited an angry sigh from him.
He brought Trin here, he said.
Through here,
Dak replied.
Not to here.
Damn roaches. They love the cool, dark places, don't they?
Dak didn't answer him. Ursan knew his friend was getting tired of him. He knew he had been impossible the entire time he had been waiting to go and see the botmaker. He couldn't help himself. He wanted her back. He needed her back. It was all he could think about. It was all he cared about. They moved to a stairwell in the corner of the warehouse, descending 5 floors to a landing. Ursan moved to open the door at the bottom, but Dak put his hand out to stop him.
Not through there, boss,
he said.
You don't want to go through there.
Why not?
There are things that are illegal, and then there are things that are wrong. What happens through there is wrong.
A scream sounded from beyond the door, accenting his point.
Why doesn't anyone stop it?
Because nobody cares about how clean the heels of their boots are.
Dak turned and knocked on the wall behind them. It slid aside a moment later. One of Gorix's guards was standing behind it.
Dak,
he said.
And the other one.
He glanced at Ursan.
Gorix has been waiting for you.
They moved through the hatch, which immediately closed behind them. The corridor had been roughly hewn into the bedrock that supported the city above, a 3-meter diameter tunnel that traveled another 50 meters in before expanding into a complete network of tunnels and chambers. Ursan knew Plixians lived underground on their home world. He hadn't expected them to do the same on other planets.
Captain Gall,
Gorix said, meeting him at the entrance to one of the chambers. A smaller creature the size of Ursan's hand sat on Gorix's top left shoulder. It was generally humanoid in shape, with thick, mottled skin that resembled stone and overly flat features.
This is the associate I mentioned to you,
Gorix said.
Vilaueve.
Ursan nodded to the Lurig.
You're a long way from home,
he said.
It's a small universe,
Vilaueve replied with a laugh. His voice was like tinkling bells.
Vilaueve is a nanomechanical engineer,
Gorix said.
His expertise is 90% of your expense.
Is there anything you can do for her?
Come to my workshop.
Ursan followed the Plixian in. The workshop was spotless and neatly organized, with thousands of parts arranged in bins along the wall, and numerous works in progress resting at a half-dozen stations situated across the floor. His eyes danced around the space, unable to rest until they found Trin, suspended in a liquid of some kind.
What did you do to her?
He growled, pushing past Gorix and rushing to the station.
It is an electrochemically charged preserving gel,
Vilaueve said.
The cranium was in the process of decomposition when I was brought in. The first order of business was to stop this loss of state before it did irreparable damage to the nerve endings. It is bad enough the brain was deprived of oxygen for days before I arrived. This gel should help undo some of that damage.
You're saying you can help her?
When did I say that?
Vilaueve replied.
I said I am trying to undo some of the damage that was caused by improper handling. If you had placed her in a preservative when the accident occurred, her prognosis would be much better.
You're saying this is my fault?
Ursan said, getting angry.
It wasn't a fragging accident. She was murdered by a Republic bitch.
Boss,
Dak said.
Calm down.
Ursan shook his head in an effort to clear it.
So, what's the status? Can you fix her, or can't you?
Vilaueve hopped off Gorix's shoulder and onto the table, walking over to a terminal and turning it on. He stared at a graph there for a second.
These are the readings from the sensors in the container. Synapse activity is increasing, which is good. She's responding well to the bath.
He walked over to the container. He was half the size of Trin's head.
Connecting the organic wires to the mechanical ones isn't trivial, but it also isn't impossible. My work with augmentation is what brought me to Anvil. The company wanted me to develop new enhancements for soldiers. Lucky for you, I hit a few of the prototypes when I was fired for bypassing standardized testing procedures in an effort to prove my work more efficiently.
What do you mean?
I may have allegedly drugged a few of the soldiers and forcibly added the augmentations while they were unconscious,
Villanueva said.
Those alleged soldiers may have accidentally perished. In retrospect, it wasn't the best idea, but my intentions were good.
He turned to Gorix, who lifted him in one of his hands. They walked across the workshop floor to a metal crate there. Gorix used two of his other hands to lift it open, revealing what looked like a suit of armor.
It has the flexibility of a battlesuit, but the overlapping greaves double the protection, and enhanced synthetic musculature greatly upgrades the overall strength. A centralized SOC handles all of the instruction processing, and also doubles as a tactical command unit.
It looks like an upgraded battlesuit, one that's meant to have a body inside.
The original design is intended to be attached to a human body with bolts, screws, and wires. It's non-removable. As I mentioned, I had trouble finding volunteers willing to test it.
I can't imagine why,
Ursan said. The armor looked mean and impressive, but who in their right mind would agree to dedicate their entire life to wearing something like that?
Gorix is going to create a mechanical skeleton to use inside the suit and a pump to send blood and oxygen into the organic part of the brain. We'll insert the head into the helmet and then solder it together so it can't be easily removed. Assuming we can return her brain operation to its prior condition, I think we can meet your goal of returning her to functional.
As a soldier inside of an advanced suit of armor. Ursan looked at Gorix and Villanueva, a smile spreading across his face.
You won't let me down. I know it. How long do you need?
8 days,
Gorix said.
That's a long time.
This is intricate work, Captain, despite the simple description.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. However long it takes, it'll be worth it.
There is the matter of payment.
My ship? She's in orbit. Send a crew up to claim her. I'll sign whatever needs to be signed.
Of course.
I'll get out of your face now. I know you have a lot of work to do.
Vilix will escort you out.
Ursan followed the Plixian and Dak back through the workshop, into the tunnels and out to the secret door, and from the stairwell back to the warehouse.
I told you it could be done. I told you she wasn't gone forever.
You did, boss,
Dak said, his expression concerned.
Then why so sour? We should go get a drink to celebrate.
I just hope she comes back the way you want her to, without any brain damage.
She will, but even if she doesn't, once I return the gift to her, it'll heal.
I hope you're right. It's good to see you happy again.
Thank you, my friend.
They entered the warehouse, crossing it quickly. They were halfway across when Ursan noticed that all of the vagrants had vanished.
Where is everybody?
Dak paused beside him, drawing his sidearm.
I don't like it.
A double cross?
Ursan said, scanning the area. He didn't see anything or anyone.
Gorix isn't that kind of bug.
Captain Ursan Gol,
a voice said. Ursan looked around. He still didn't see anything.
Yeah?
He replied, less than confidently. They appeared from the dark shadows of the ceiling above them, dropping 20 meters to the ground with apparent ease. They were creatures unlike anything he had seen before. Humanoid in shape, with muscular, mottled bodies, large heads, and mouths full of sharp teeth, their feet ending in curled claws. There were a dozen of the creatures surrounding them, crouched and compact and ready to attack.
My name is Seth,
the largest of them said. He stood, and Ursan watched with fascinated curiosity, as Seth changed, his body converting from monster to man.
"What the frag?"
Dak said.
"I've been sent as an emissary for the Children of the Covenant. Gloritant Thraven sends his regards."
Gloritant? Ursan said. He had never heard that title before and didn't understand it. Not that it mattered. There was only one reason for them to have come. His hands went up, the gift flowing through him. He pushed out toward Seth, watching as the emissary was thrown backward and into the wall and smiling at the outcome. Whoever these assholes were, they were no match for his power.
"Not the best idea,"
Seth said, getting back to his feet. Then he changed again, his form shifting within seconds to that of the beast. He clamped his jaws a few times, creating an echoing snap in the chamber. The rest of the creatures did the same.
Boss?"
Dak said. "Don't worry. I can take them." The creatures pounced, all of them coming at once. Dak started shooting, hitting 3 of the children and knocking them back, while Ursan swept the others up with the gift. Or tried to. The power washed into them. It slowed them, but they didn't react the way Seth had. They didn't go flying back.
"Boss?"
Dak said again. He threw a big fist at one of the creatures, batting it aside, before 2 more were on him, tearing at him with sharp claws and reaching for his throat with their teeth.
"Arrgh!
Dak!" Ursan said. He clenched his teeth and growled, his fingers elongating as he did. The first monster reached him, and he stepped toward it, ducking below its lunge and raking its stomach with his claws. It howled as it passed over him, but he barely noticed. He lunged at one of the beasts on deck, delivering a gift-enhanced punch to the temple that sent it rolling across the floor. Freed up, Dak grabbed the other, throwing it away. It landed on all 4s, turning and rushing back.
"There are too many,"
Dak said. He shot another one, knocking it down. It rose a few seconds later, the wound healed. "They have the gift," Ursan said as one got its teeth on his arm and bit down, nearly severing his hand at the wrist. He jabbed his claws into the creature's eye, and it relaxed the hold. He punched it in the side, breaking its ribs, and it let go as it rolled away. That one was replaced with another, who tackled him, pinning him to the ground. Seth. The large monster dug its claws into his shoulders and hips, keeping him in one place. Ursan looked past to Dak, suddenly surrounded by the creatures. They closed on him slowly, absorbing his slugs until he ran out of them. He turned, looking back at Ursan, who could see the fear on his friend's face. "Don't kill him," Ursan said. "Please! It wasn't his fault. He was only following orders." Seth looked back at the scene.
"We appreciate loyalty,"
he said. A sharp bark paused the attack.
"Your man is free to go."
Dak continued to stand there.
"Boss?"
"Dak, go. There's nothing you can do for me."
"But, boss—"
"No. Go." Dak lowered his head and started walking, heading toward the exit. The other creatures followed him all the way to the door. "If you're going to kill me, kill me."
"Those weren't the instructions,"
Seth said. He backed away, standing and changing once more.
"Thraven needs you."
"For what?"
"Bait."
28. Gant waited behind the vent cover he had dislodged from the bulkhead, watching and listening. He shifted from one foot to the other, growing impatient. Where the hell was everybody? He came out of hiding, dropping the cover onto the ground. It clattered lightly. He paused to listen. No one had heard. He had expected it to be easier to start killing the Brimstone's crew members. The problem was that they were so bunched together. It was tough to get them separated where he could hit them one-on-one. He wished for the millionth time that he hadn't lost his gun, or that he could find another weapon. He would settle for a nice heavy pipe at this point. He could wish all he wanted. That wasn't going to get the job done.
"You're an engineer, Prashar Narvam,"
he barked to himself.
"Figure something out."
He remained stationary for another minute or so, working through the problem. He needed to hit multiple targets at once. He couldn't hold a Terran gun. But maybe a bot could. Not a whole bot, but a piece of one? Now that would be stellar. He picked up the vent and put it back in place. He had seen a pair of loader bots in the hangar when he arrived. He dropped onto his hands and started running on all fours. It was embarrassing and primitive to move this way, but it was also faster, and there was nobody around to see it. He had to go up 2 decks to get to the hangar. He paused at the entrance to the emergency stairs to listen. Clear. He quickly opened the hatch, entered, and closed it behind him. Then he hopped onto the short railing that separated the declines. He made sure it was clear before he dropped down, catching the next railing like an acrobat, swinging around and dropping again, repeating the process twice more until he was on the right level. He shimmied up to the hatch and activated it. He leaned out, peering into the corridor. He was close to the hangar, and a soldier was walking away from him, in the same direction he needed to go. Gant moved into the hallway, closing the hatch behind him again before dropping onto his hands and feet once more. It was faster. It was also quieter and gave him a smaller profile. He scurried along the side of the wall behind the soldier, getting close but not too close. He needed to make it into the hangar without being noticed. He trailed the soldier, following him along the corridor until they reached the larger, wider entrance leading into the hangar. He urged the soldier past it with his mind, hoping he would continue on and purring softly in response when he walked past the entry. The hangar doors opened. A small Terran in a pilot's jumpsuit stepped through it.
Lyso, wait up!
The first soldier paused and turned around. Gant cursed under his breath.
Hey,
the pilot said.
Where are you headed? What's doing, Bull?
The soldier started to reply, until his eyes fell on Gant.
What the? That's the biggest damn rat I've ever seen.
Huh?
Bolar said, shifting to look.
How can this thing have rats? She's brand new. And isn't that a light suit it's wearing?
There was one other benefit to moving on 4 limbs. It made it easier to jump a longer distance. Gant sprung up, launching through the air toward the 2 soldiers, growling as he did. He caught Bolar off guard, using his face as a springboard, slamming it hard enough that he stumbled back a step. He bounced from there to the wall, pushing off and coming at the other soldier, spinning and kicking. The soldier got his hands up, managing to block the kick but cursing at the pain of the impact, Gant's light suit giving him more force behind his blows. Gant let himself fall to the floor between them, noticing Bolar was going for his sidearm. He bounced up again, ramming his fist into Bolar's groin, causing him to shout in pain. Gant leveraged himself off the pilot's leg, pushing and springing back toward the soldier. A quick punch caught the soldier in the nose, breaking it and sending him reeling. He turned back to Bolar, moving behind him, jumping up and getting his hands around his neck. The pilot reached back for him, trying to dislodge him. He held tight and pulled up and sideways, the strength of the light suit allowing him to break the pilot's neck. Bolar dropped to the floor. Gant bounced off him, standing face to face with the soldier, who had enough time to grab a knife from his boot.
Where the hell did you come from?
The soldier asked.
Exactly,
Gant replied. Then he charged toward the soldier. The difference in size threw the man off at first. He wasn't used to something smaller than him being so aggressive. He held the knife out to intercept, but Gant shifted vectors, jumping and turning, hitting the wall beside the soldier, planting and pushing off. The soldier tried to adjust. Too slow. Gant grabbed his forearm in his hands, opening his mouth and biting his wrist. He felt nauseous as his teeth sank into the flesh, reaching the muscles and tendons and going right through. The soldier cried out, his hand unable to hold the knife. He swung his arm into the wall, bashing Gant against it. Gant grunted, letting go, hitting the ground and rolling to where the knife had come to rest. He scooped it up, chittering with satisfaction as he did. The soldier reached for him. Gant ducked beneath his legs, cutting into his left calf as he did, powering through to the tendons and forcing the soldier to fall. He rolled away from a heavy punch and then jumped up and stabbed the soldier in the throat, wrenching the knife away and flipping back to the floor. The soldier fell forward. Gant walked back to Bolar. whose eyes were open, his mind aware.
"Nothing personal," Gant said. "You tried to kill Abby."
Then he finished the job. He looked at the carnage. He wouldn't be able to hide that. Oh well. He just needed to move a little faster. He entered the hangar, hurrying to the corner where he had seen the loading bots. They were big and heavy, with numerous appendages intended to help lift, carry, and position all kinds of items, from crates to ordnance. These looked newer than the ones he was accustomed to. Their metal frames were still clean, and one of them even recognized he was approaching.
"Do you have work for me?"
it asked.
"Not exactly," Gant replied. "Enter diagnostic mode for repairs."
"My systems do not report any existing anomalies."
"Excuse me. Enter diagnostic mode for upgrade."
"Entering diagnostic mode."
The bot's eyes went from blue to yellow. Gant examined the shell of the machine for a moment. Then he headed further into the corner, to a storage rack full of tools and supplies needed to maintain the bots. He found the tools he needed and quickly began disassembling the machine.
10 minutes, he said to himself. All I need is 10 minutes.
29. The soldiers arrived 8 minutes later. 3 of them, in plain black utilities. One of them had picked up Bolar's gun. They entered like a special ops team, standing beside the open hatch, sweeping the room first with their eyes, and then with the gun.
"Head over to the shuttle," one of them said. "You can grab a gun in there."
The 2 soldiers started running that way.
"Do you need assistance?"
one of the loader bots said, stepping out from its corner of the hangar. The lead soldier was jumpy, and he turned and shot it 3 times before he realized he wasn't being attacked.
"Shit on a quasar,"
he said.
"Scared the crap out of me. Yeah, maybe you can help me. Has anyone else been in here recently?"
"Yes."
"Who?"
The other 2 soldiers emerged from the shuttle, each holding a rifle. They joined the first.
"It was a Gant. He came to upgrade my partner."
"We don't have a Gant on our crew. What kind of upgrade?" "This kind,"
Gant said, dropping down from the back of the loader. A thin rod of metal ran along his arm, bent at the elbow and heading up to a mount that wrapped across his shoulders. The appendage was attached there, along with one of the other rifles from the shuttle. He pulled the rod forward, which forced the pull on the appendage to move, which depressed the trigger on the rifle. Flechettes spewed from it, sweeping across the 3 soldiers as they tried to react. His aim was a little wild, but the rounds found their targets, cutting the soldiers down.
"Heh, it works."
Gant shifted his shoulders, adjusting the weight.
"I need to tighten the mount, though. The recoil is a bitch. Loader, can you lift this thing for me?"
The loader bot swiveled to face him, taking the mount and raising it.
"Thanks. Hold on 1 second."
He turned the bolts to tighten the contraption and then hurried over to the dead soldiers, ejecting the magazines from their rifles and bringing them back. He replaced the one in his weapon.
"Okay, give it to me."
The loader lowered the mount back onto his shoulders. He shrugged it into position. It was pinching his chest now and pulling at the hair. He didn't have time to be a perfectionist. It would have to do.
"Thanks."
"You are welcome,"
the loader replied. Gant shifted his arms one more time and then began walking toward the hangar doors. There was no way the soldiers hadn't alerted the bridge of what they had found. Why weren't there any warning lights or sounds? Maybe they didn't know how to turn them on? He chittered in laughter at the thought as he crossed the threshold into the corridor. Let them try to stop him now. He moved as fast as he could, thankful for the light suit's added strength. He would never have been able to carry the mount on his own. He reached an intersection without pause, nearly falling as he tried to navigate without adjusting for the added weight. He reached out and steadied himself on the wall. If there were soldiers coming, they would either take the emergency stairs or the lifts. He wanted to beat them there. He reached another corner, coming to a quick stop when he heard the hatch to the stairs open and muffled voices in tactical helmets. Did they have a response team just waiting for something bad to happen? He couldn't lean out to get a look without the whole weapon kit leaning out with him and making him a huge, obvious target. He also couldn't wait for them to get more organized. He gnashed his teeth together, talking himself into the next round of craziness. Then he ran around the corner. 4 rifles were pointed his way. He activated his own, opening fire, using the element of surprise in his favor again. It didn't keep the soldiers from shooting back, but they had been expecting a Terran or larger, and so their shots were too high. They cried out in turn as the flechettes dug into and through them, the close quarters allowing the rounds to easily puncture their light suits. They were dead before they could adjust their aim, leaving Gant alone in the corridor, his ears ringing from the noise.
Bad design,
Gant said, putting his hand to the ear closest to the rifle.
I probably have hearing loss from that.
He opened the entrance to the stairs. They were clear. It would take a few minutes for the bridge to catch on that the team they had sent was already dead. He needed to make as much progress as he could in that time. He made his way back up 2 decks, intent on returning to Ursan's quarters, knowing they were close to the bridge. He ran recklessly, not worrying too much about being seen or shot at or killed. He had already taken out 10 of Gaul's individuals, a good score by any account, and 10 fewer than Abby would have to worry about. He was hoping to claim the bridge, but anything at this point would be a bonus. He ran into 2 more crew members on the way, shooting them before they had much time to react. He hated killing in cold blood like that, but they had chosen their side. He just happened to be on the other one. He slipped into Ursan's suite. It was empty. He threw himself onto the floor on his back, reaching up and working the screws to the makeshift rifle mount. He couldn't go onto the bridge with guns blazing. He'd wind up destroying half the terminals, and Olis had told them to bring the brimstone back, not destroy it, even if he wanted nothing more than to turn it to dust after what he had seen. At least he had kept the knife. He grabbed it from its spot on his mount and moved back toward the door and then out into the hall. He headed forward, becoming more angry as he got closer to the bridge. If Gaul wasn't in his quarters, he was probably there. He reached the bridge unimpeded. There were still no alarms going off, no warnings. He knew there weren't that many crew members on the ship, but it seemed ridiculous to him. What the frag was going on? He stood outside the hatch, listening. He didn't hear anything. It was as though the bridge had been deserted. He reached up to the door controls, tapping it and then backing away, knife up, ready to pounce on anyone who happened to be there. A woman was standing in the doorway. She was young, with short, dark hair and a tired face. She had her hands up.
"Wait,"
she said.
"Don't kill me."
What?
Gant said, confused.
"My name is Lieutenant J.G. Olain Ian. We surrender."
What?
Gant repeated.
"I said, we surrender."
Gant hesitated, unsure what to say.
What do you mean you surrender? Where's your captain?
Captain Gaul went down to the city. He's lost his mind and taken us with him. He disobeyed General Thraven's orders. He nearly killed Liget. I signed on to help him fight the Republic, not to get mixed up in this craziness, or have him kill me because I looked at him funny. You'll tell the General that, won't you?
Gant held back his laugh, finally starting to understand what was happening.
What about the rest of your crew? How many of you are there?
On the Brimstone? 32. No, that's wrong. 24 after Droon. 22 with the captain and Commander Dak gone. There are 15 more on the Triune.
The Triune?
Our original ship. You can see it out the viewport from the front of the bridge.
How many on the bridge?
6.
Gant did the math.
There are still 4 of you out here somewhere. Are they mutinying too?
I don't know. I didn't ask.
If they want to stay alive, you need to get them here. The rest of my team is sweeping the ship right now.
Aye, sir,
Ian said.
Can I trust you enough to put this thing away?
Gant asked, showing her the knife.
Aye, sir. We're all in agreement. We never intended to cross General Thraven, but we're loyal, sir. We've known Ursan a long time. He isn't the same man, and I'm sure this ship is more valuable than he is.
Gant stared at her. Were these soldiers? They were acting more like mercenaries. He would never sell Abby out, no matter how much she changed, no matter what she became. He would rather die than turn on her. He lowered the knife. He wasn't ready to let go of it just yet. If these individuals could turn on someone they had worked with for years, they might turn on him. Especially if they realized he was here alone, and he would sooner cut Thraven's throat and urinate down his neck than ever work for him.
Surrender accepted. I'm assuming command of the Brimstone immediately.
Aye, sir.
See if you can get the others to turn themselves into me. I would hate for the General to have them killed.
Aye, sir.
Don't just stand there, Lieutenant. Lead the way.
Aye, sir.
Ian turned and moved into the bridge ahead of him, announcing him as they arrived. The 6 members of the bridge crew all saluted him. He acknowledged them with a return salute, and then sat at the command station, covering his face with his hand to hide his laughter. Queenie was going to love this. 30.
We'll be arriving in 10 minutes, Captain, Commander Usiari said.
Thank you, Olis replied. He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh. There was no part of him that was looking forward to his arrival on Earth. His conversation with General Umsala while en route had been anything but pleasant, and while he had managed to tie up his loose ends on Faerû and claim innocence in the activity around the Egan estate, he was certain that the General was one of Thraven's, and the Physig knew damn well that he had been there. For the moment, Umsala and whoever else on the committee was compromised were keeping things quiet and trying not to disrupt the state of the galaxy. The media had blamed the fugitives from Hell for the attack and the murder of both Mars and Emily Egan. They were claiming the rejects were also behind the original theft of the ships and destruction of the ring station, and that there were links to the Outworld governance that could potentially lead the Republic declaring open war. Not that any of that was even remotely possible for a small crew to carry out, and ignoring the fact that they had escaped after the original attack on Faerû. Someone was pulling the strings on that one too, and he had a guess who they worked for. The question was, where did that leave him? Thraven had to know the rejects had escaped, and that he had escaped with them. Olis wasn't convinced the Gloritant hadn't wanted that very outcome. It was an unorthodox way to run a war. Then again, he had personally expressed his desire to Olis to kill God, which was as unorthodox a motivation as he had ever heard. Whoever or whatever God was to Thraven. Too much of the backstory was still a mystery to use it to build a profile and begin estimating what he might do next. Except Olis already knew what Thraven was going to do next. Finish retrofitting the starships, and then begin attacking the galaxy. Would he start with the Outworlds? Or would he move right through to the Republic and keep playing the governance for fools? How much awareness did the governance even have of him? The Outworlds were all so loosely bound. It was easy to hide within them. It was easy to take advantage of them. His instincts had been right when he had freed Gant. The Gant had somehow managed to get on board the Brimstone and was trying to reach out to Abby even now. He was sure Ruby would notice the beacon. She was programmed to observe things like that. His instincts had been right when he had gone through the extra effort to break Abby out of Hell, too. She was a natural leader, and had the strength and focus to see this thing through. The gift Thraven had given her was taking her to the next level, turning her into something else. What? He wasn't sure yet. There was a risk there. A question. Would she be able to control the power without succumbing to it? He had urged her to embrace it, to claim it, to use it. Would she be able to do that without turning on them all? He hoped her daughter was enough of a motivation to keep her playing for the right team, but in the end it was all on her. If she submitted, if she failed, God help them all. Where were those instincts leading him now? To Earth to deal with Umsala and the committee, to find out what the hell happened to E.T., and to learn as much as he could about the so-called Covenant. What he needed more than anything right now was information. Intel he could use to out the crooked members of the Republic government. Intel he could pass on to Abby, with the hope of finding something, anything that might be able to slow or stop Thraven's advance. First things first, he was scheduled to meet with General Umsala in less than an hour. He had a feeling he knew what the general was going to say, and he had been doing his best to prepare for it. He expected that shortly after the meeting started, he wouldn't be the director of the OSI anymore. He was working under the assumption that he might not make it out of there at all. Thraven had maneuvered him in play to waste time on Mars Egan while he stole the fire and brimstone and built his ships. Misdirection. Only he had a new scapegoat now, a new target, one that Olus had given him and led right into his hands. At the same time, he didn't regret it. They would be worse off without the rejects than they were with them. It was on him to work his own way out of his own mess. He wasn't some green cadet who didn't know how the Republic machine worked. He was an experienced intelligence agent and an experienced killer, and he wasn't afraid to do what he had to do in order to protect the Republic and the citizens within. Hell, he was even willing to help protect the Outworlds if it meant stopping a lunatic like Thraven kill innocents. Olus opened the case he had brought onto the driver with him. It wasn't a standard OSI operative kit, though that's what he had told Usiari's crew it was when they had brought it on board. Instead, it was an assassin's toolset, a list of equipment that the Republic would deny even existed if questioned. It was the kind of stuff most directors of the OSI wouldn't even know about, let alone carry. But he wasn't most directors of the OSI. He pulled out the clothes first. Standard, generic, formal attire, suitable for wear both to meet General Umsala or to wander pretty much anywhere in the galaxy where a wealthy target might be found. A fitted base layer containing synthetic musculature similar to a light suit, but less powerful, adding 20 to 30% strength enhancement. Enough to overpower someone in a grapple, but not enough to crush their skull in his hands. A similar base layer for the legs. A collarless, formal merge-weave shirt, a pair of black pants, and a collarless black jacket with 2 columns of silver buttons across the front, all of it impact-resistant, able to take rounds from most smaller arms. He dressed himself in the clothes before digging deeper into the case, removing what looked like a pair of thin cards but were in truth flat-pack knives, nasty weapons that were easy to hide and would make it right through security in the Pentagon. They wouldn't get through a battlesuit. They would barely cut through a light suit, but most of his targets weren't wearing armor. He stuck one in each of his front pockets before reaching in and grabbing a more harmless-looking device. A Republic identification card, a requirement to be permitted on Earth. Right now, it had his real name and information printed on it. With the right motion along the surface, it could scan nearby cards and borrow the information from them, allowing him to steal the identity of anyone he was close enough to, useful for travel when the original cover was blown. Finally, he removed a pair of eye lenses and a follow-cap from the case. The lenses would give him a basic terminal overlay to a tiny CPU embedded in one of the jacket's buttons, allowing him to use the setup as a simplified softsuit. The follow-cap was slightly different than the standard used for cosmetic alteration. There was also a fold at the bottom of the cap that could be brought down and stretched over the face and then programmed to alter the general shape. It couldn't mimic another person entirely. The tech for that was too bulky to alter on the fly, but it could add contours that made a huge difference in recognition. Those same updates would be automatically synced to the ID card to prevent confusion. He carried the follow-cap and the lenses into the bathroom, taking out a hair remover and quickly running it over his scalp. It had been a while since he had been completely bald. It made him look older and more frail. He didn't feel that way. He pulled the follow-cap on, leaving the mask portion tucked beneath it, taking his time getting it on properly and then using it to regrow the hair he had just abandoned. He also placed the lenses in his eyes, blinking a few times to get them positioned right. He had heard that they had augmentations nowadays that could replace the lenses, but he had never been a fan of the idea of permanently altering his natural state.
"Captain Man,"
Usiari said, his voice coming out of the communicator Olus had left with the case.
"We've entered Earth orbit. A shuttle is standing by to bring you down."
Olus headed out of the bathroom. "Thank you, Commander," he said, lifting the communicator and sticking it to his chest. Then he closed and locked the now empty case. He couldn't help but think of Abby as he made his way to the hangar and boarded the waiting shuttle. Was she on her way to the Brimstone right now? Would they finally get their hands on one of the ships and maybe discover where Thraven was hiding with the rest of them? Or would Thraven have the last laugh once again? 31.
"We're dropping in 2 minutes, Queenie," Bastion said. "You know this is crazy, right?"
"I'm moving shit with my mind, Lucifer,"
Abby replied.
I'm so far beyond crazy, this almost feels normal.
Roger that. I think what I meant to say is, you know this is suicide, right?
Either Gant is on board the Brimstone making life difficult for the Outworlders, or we're going to dump out of FTL right into a trap. What's suicidal about that?
Funny.
You outmaneuvered the Brimstone before.
I got lucky. What do you think the chances are I'll get that lucky again?
Fortunately for you, we aren't running from her.
He laughed sardonically. Ha! Yeah. We're trying to board her. I feel great about our chances of doing that. How do we know she won't be cloaked?
If she's cloaked, she can't attack us. I thought you were a badass drop jock. You should be embracing the challenge. Unless you think Nerd should take over?
Bastion glanced at Erlan in the co-pilot seat.
This guy? He's not touching the controls of this baby until I'm dead.
Stop bitching and start twitching.
You're not allowed to say that. You were never a pilot.
I can do it, Erlan said. I'm pretty sure I've got all the controls memorized.
Pretty sure, Bastion said. Sorry, Queenie. I'm not that keen on dying today.
Good. Fury, Jester, are you ready back there? Locked and loaded, Queenie,
Irie replied.
I'll be ready in a minute too, Queenie,
Pick said.
Just have to get this suit on.
You're supposed to be in medical,
Abby said.
Frag that. They took my favorite hand. I want restitution.
I don't want to know what favorite hand means, Ben Hill said.
Can you carry a rifle?
Affirmative.
Fine, you're in. Stay in the rear and shoot over our heads.
With pleasure.
Ruby, any word from Gant? No, Queenie.
Trap,
Bastion said again.
So was Faru. We made it out of that one.
not without casualties.
You mean the imp?
Yeah, that ride was sweet after the freak monkey fixed it.
Do you have to keep calling Gant that?
Whenever he isn't here to bust me for it.
Hey,
Erlan said.
What's that?
He pointed to one of the controls on the console between the two pilot seats, to a blinking red LED.
We're being hailed,
Bastion said.
By who?
The little red blinking light doesn't say.
Smartass. Answer it.
We're about to drop out of FTL.
All the more reason.
Bastion reached over and tapped a physical button beneath the light.
This is the Faust, Outworld Identifier 12498166647.
Oh, it's you.
Gant replied, sounding truly disappointed.
Gant?
Abby said. A light chitter of excitement returned through the speakers.
Queenie!
Gant said excitedly.
You're there. I mean, I knew you would be because I knew you were alive, but it's good to hear your voice.
Gant, calm down. Where are you?
The Brimstone.
What?
Yeah, I know, right?
We're about to drop out of FTL near Anvil. What's your position?
Geosynchronous orbit above the planet. Queenie, you aren't going to believe this, but the crew of the ship surrendered to me.
Surrendered?
I know. I had to duck off the bridge so they wouldn't hear me. They think I'm with Thraven, part of an elite unit that boarded and captured the ship. From what I've gathered, their captain has gone a little insane. He brought the Brimstone here against Thraven's orders, sent one of the crew to medical with a nasty blow to the head, and basically made everyone on the bridge terrified of him.
You're talking about Ursan Gall?
Yeah,
Where is he?
planetside. Why?
He knows where Thraven is staging his war. He knows where the fire is. We need him.
It sounds like it. I was hoping you were close by. I tried to contact you earlier, but you must have been off the net. I could use a little backup here. Apparently, Gall also sold his starship to some Plixian traders or something. We just took delivery of fresh crew members, and it's only going to be a matter of time until they figure out I'm here alone.
We're geared and ready. Are you visible?
Are you kidding? Can you guess how many questions the Outworld Planetary Defense would be asking if they knew the Brimstone was here? I'm sure they've seen the Republic streams. No, we're laying low, but I can give you a good positioning estimate. You can pass the imp over when you get close.
Bastion said.
Yeah, about that.
I don't like the tone of your voice, Lucifer.
I kind of crashed the imp on Faru.
What do you mean, kind of?
I was outnumbered 10-1. It's a miracle I lived to tell you about it.
Lucky me.
All right.
Abby said, cutting them off.
We've got a replacement shuttle. We stole it from the Crescent Haulers after Thraven's undead soldiers attacked us.
Excuse me, Queenie?
Did you just say you stole something from the Crescent Haulers?
I know. We didn't have a choice.
Describe didn't have a choice.
Forget it right now. Pass over the coordinates.
I'll have to get them from the bridge. Hang tight off Faru. I'll be in touch. Gant out.
The link closed. The red LED stopped flashing. Bastion looked back at Abby.
Well, I'll be a freak monkey's uncle.
Shut up. All right, rejects. Slight change of plans. We've got a line in from Gant on the Brimstone. He has the ship under control, but we have to be nimble to secure it. Okay, you, Jester, and Nerd are going to take the shuttle over to the Brimstone and give Gant a hand. Lucifer, Fury, Ruby, and I are going to take the Faust to the surface to look for Ursan Gall. He knows where Thraven's been hiding, and I want to know too.
Aye, Queenie,
they replied.
Queenie?
Erland said.
What is it?
You want me to go over to the Brimstone? As in, fly her?
You are a pilot, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but, I mean, I've never...
It's a prototype, Bastion said. Almost nobody has ever.
Sir,
Erland said, smiling. Another LED started blinking on the console. This one was green.
We're here,
Bastion said, reaching forward and hitting the toggle beneath it. A sudden silence overcame them as the Dysterium reactors powered down, even though none of them had noticed the noise they made until it was gone. A blue haze of the crystalline material surrounded them as they came out of FTL, quickly passing through the cloud and clearing into Anvil space.
Lucifer, get clear from Anvil's PD and bring us into Geosync to wait for Gant.
Aye, Queenie.
Nerd, head on down to the shuttle with OK and Jester, and don't let them give you any shit.
Aye, Queenie,
Erland said, abandoning the co-pilot seat and heading out of the cockpit. Abby moved into his place, leaning back into the worn chair.
See? It isn't always bad news. We're 50% mission complete.
The last 50% is always the hardest,
Bastion offered.
Let's hope not.
32.
Shuttles away,
Bastion said. He didn't really need to. Abby could see it through the canopy, making the short hop to the hangar of the Brimstone, which itself was a small point of light in what otherwise looked like completely empty space. She could hardly believe the ship was there and that Gant had single-handedly captured it for them. Well, not quite single-handedly. If Ursan Gall hadn't lost his mind, the crew of the ship wouldn't have been so willing to turn it over. Still, she had a feeling he might have managed to get the starship away from them regardless.
Queenie,
Gant said, using short-range direct communication now that they were within close proximity.
There's something else you should know about this ship.
He sounded fearful, which surprised her. He had never struck her as being afraid of much of anything.
What is it?
When I first got on board, I went to the engine room.
He paused.
Well, I'm not sure how to say this other than there's no engine.
What do you mean, there's no engine?
Bastion turned his head, looking over at her, confused.
I mean, it isn't a standard build. It isn't standard tech. Whatever the hell Thraven is, whatever the hell he did to you that let you survive the damage you took on Droon, he's using it to power the Brimstone. The main engine compartment is filled with people, all hooked up to a machine in the center. They're hanging from the walls. They're still alive, still breathing. I'm shaking just telling you about it.
Abby felt the chill herself.
Captain Mann told me they built the fire and brimstone from ancient blueprints that Emily Egan claimed predated human civilization. I don't know what the gift is, but it seems like it's a lot more versatile than we realized.
And sick,
Bastion said.
I can't argue that,
Abby agreed.
There's nothing we can do about it right now. Gant, the others are entering the hangar now.
I've got eyes on them,
Gant replied.
Not a second too soon. Lieutenant Ian was starting to look a little squirrely to me.
Funny you should say that.
Bite me, Thrusterhead.
Lucifer, do we have clearance to land on Anvil?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Gant, you're in charge on the Brimstone. Be nice to Erlan.
Erlan?
The new guy. Call sign Nerd.
Gant chittered in laughter.
I can't believe we have a new guy. What kind of moron signs up for this outfit on purpose?
He helped us get off Faru. He deserves some respect.
Okay, Queenie. You know I'll do what you say. Be careful down there.
I will. You too. Queenie out.
The link closed. Abby glanced at Bastion.
Well?
On our way. Bastion adjusted the throttle, and they began turning away from the brimstone and adding velocity. Within a few seconds, they were clear, and he adjusted course to get them headed toward the planet.
I was out here once before. We did a drop on a planet not too far from here, a little nothing colony. Some assholes there decided to make a quick jaunt into Republic space and attack one of our bases. They stole a handful of mechs, some guns, and ammo. Idiots.
He added more thrust, the Faust continuing to accelerate toward the planet.
Anvil proper, this is the Faust. We're headed in for landing,
he said, opening the line to Anvil's orbital control.
Roger, Faust. We've got you on sensors. You're clear to land. Setting a marker for you.
The HUD at the front of the pilot's seat changed, showing a flashing beacon to indicate where the Faust was supposed to land.
Roger, Anvil proper. I have the ball.
That was easy,
Abby said once Bastion closed the link.
You missed the details. Ruby passed them 50,000 to keep things quiet. Unless they're on the take with Thraven, too, we should be going in clean.
Bastion adjusted the ship's vector and velocity, matching it up to the readings on the HUD. Abby was sure this kind of landing was probably boring for him. Newer systems would have this kind of thing automated.
What was I saying?
Idiots.
Right, idiots. So, of course, the Republic retaliated. They sent my company over, dropped a couple of platoons on them. They didn't even know how to use the mechs they had stolen. Their plan was to strip them down planetside and then disappear into the stars and sell everything they had taken on the black market. You got a taste of that on Oronel.
That's not the first time I was in a place like that.
Yeah, I forgot. You like the action. Long story short, we dropped in and just decimated them. I mean, it was so unfair it was terrifying. I remember thinking at the time, how could anyone be so stupid?
Did you ever get an answer?
No. But I'm kind of thinking the same thing about this guy, Gall. Every indication is that Thraven is stone cold, but he just decided he wasn't going to follow orders anymore. And he came here for what?
According to Gant, he wasn't very happy I cut his wife's head off. He's trying to bring her back. It's kind of romantic in a way.
In the most fragged up way I can think of, maybe. But again, how can anyone be so stupid? Thraven is going to wipe the stars with him when he gets a hold of him.
Not if we do it first.
Roger.
The Faust shuddered slightly as it entered the atmosphere, the visual beyond the canopy turning orange from the heat of re-entry.
So, Queenie, I think we're making a connection here. Good chemistry. What do you think?
Abby raised her eyebrow and looked over at him.
I think you should shut up and drive.
Bastion laughed again, falling into an amused silence as he guided the Faust downward. Within a minute, they were cruising over the city, the volume of traffic amidst the tall buildings obvious below. A minute after that, the ship was setting down gently between a number of orbital shuttles and smaller starhoppers like theirs.
So, how do we find this asshole?
Bastion asked, powering down the ship and getting to his feet.
I know we're called breakers, but we don't just break into things. We're pretty damn good at finding things, too.
And when we do?
He's got the gift. But so do I. If we work together, we should be able to take him clean. Just remember, we need him alive. Or at least, alive long enough to give us Thraven's address.
Roger that.
Abby moved out of the cockpit and into the CIC, where Ruby and the others were waiting.
We're here. Ruby, keep the Faust warm for us. Yes, Queenie,
Ruby replied.
Fury, Lucifer, let's go.
33.
I wish I had been able to bring Jester with us,
Abby said, as the rejects made their way across the spaceport tarmac toward the loop.
He knows more about the Outworlds than all of us put together. Yes,
Irie said.
And it's pretty much the only thing he's good for.
That and whining,
Bastion said.
Olus wanted him, and I trust his instincts,
Abby said.
He just hasn't had any great opportunities yet. At least he knows how to shoot, and he hasn't run away yet. He wants to,
Irie said.
Olus?
Bastion said.
You're on a first-name basis now? Do I have competition?
Fury is competition relative to you. We aren't soldiers anymore, remember? Besides, he gave me the keys to your lives. I think that puts us on a more personal level.
Yeah, sure. Of course. You have the hots for my arch-nemesis.
Captain Man got you out of hell,
Irie said. Captain Man put me in hell.
You beat the shit out of him,
Abby reminded him. Like that matters, Bastion smiled. They reached the loop station, approaching a small kiosk.
Cover me,
Abby said. Bastion looked around. We aren't under attack.
I might be able to get into the city's data network from here. Make sure nobody sees what I'm doing.
Roger. Abby reached under her coat to her soft suit, digging into a tight pack and retrieving a long, thin rectangle from within. She couldn't very well wear a helmet in the middle of a loop station, but while the standard TCU interface made things easier, it wasn't the only way to hack a machine. She reached to the side of the kiosk, tapping the rectangle. A small needle extended from it, which she jabbed into the side of the box. An even smaller needle would extend from the first, reaching out and making a connection with the circuit board within. Her aim had to be relatively precise, but it was her job to be familiar with the make and model. Abby waited a few seconds while the disruption package did its work, injecting breaker-written malware into the device that forced it into diagnostic mode. A menu appeared on the projection, allowing her to access the command line. She was grateful the soft suit had included the piece of hardware. While it was standard breaker kit, she hadn't expected to find it in a hand-me-down from Faru.
Excuse me,
someone said behind her.
I need to get a pass for the loop.
This terminal's closed for repairs, Bastion said. She assumed the individual moved on. Abby began typing in the air, her hands moving in quick, practiced motions that brought her deeper into the machine's systems.
Is something wrong with the terminal?
Someone asked.
Just routine maintenance, sir,
Irie replied. Abby spared a glance over her shoulder. An Outworld soldier in dress grays was standing there. Their eyes met for a moment, and then she returned to her work.
Can I see some identification?
The soldier asked.
There have been reports of individuals trying to break into the terminals to get free passes. I just want to make sure your work is authorized.
Abby cursed under her breath. It figured some other assholes were trying to hack the system too. Thravens?
Are you on duty, sir?
Bastion asked.
I don't see how that's relevant,
the soldier replied. Abby kept digging into the system, moving as quickly as she could. She didn't let the soldier bother her. Focus was essential. She reached the root network adapter for the service. Automated systems like these typically had a unique password and address that were passed to the control mainframes for authentication. If she could grab those, she could get back in at another terminal at another time, one that was as far away from Captain Do-Gooder as they could get.
With all due respect, sir, I believe the question is highly relevant. After all, we're standing here in the open at one of the busiest terminals in the city, and yet you have the audacity to make an accusation that we're up to no good. Like we're some kind of imbecilic thieves who are dumb enough to try to break into a secured system in the middle of a crowd of individuals?
I'm only asking you for identification. If you have it, why not just produce it so I can be on my way?
Abby entered the commands to request the machine's address, a 12-digit series of letters and numbers that she committed to memory when it appeared. Then she moved to another part of the system, using the address to try to uncover the password.
The identification isn't the point, sir. The point is your accusatory tone and stance. It's almost as though you're looking for trouble, even where there isn't any. If I had to guess, I'd say you've been on Anvil a little too long, and the pleasure bots and gambling isn't doing it for you anymore. Not when what you're really itching for is a good firefight.
Abby tensed slightly, wondering how the soldier would react. She let herself relax when she heard him laugh.
Yeah, maybe that's it exactly. I've been planet-side for 3 months, and I still have 3 more to go. You aren't wearing a uniform. I assume you served?
6 years. Right out of school. Dropship pilot. I fragged up my eyes. Now I'm working here helping fix this crappy hardware.
A thruster head? Shit. Now I don't know why I'm talking to you at all.
Army?
Yep.
Which planet?
Avalon.
No shit.
Yep. This is my mandatory tour. I've heard rumors somebody on our side did a number on the Republic, so maybe I'll be getting some action after all.
I've heard that too. I wish I could still fly.
You don't need to see to shoot. At least not if you're a Republic soldier.
He laughed. Bastion laughed with him. Abby entered a dozen commands in succession, rewarded a moment later when the password came back unencrypted. She stared at it for a moment, memorizing it. That was the other benefit to a full TCU. She wouldn't have to remember the details.
Well, now that we're friends, will you please show me your identification so I can be on my way?
You just said we were friends.
Abby quit the command line, quickly restarting the kiosk. She pulled the disruptor from the side of the box, retracting the needle and holding it in her fist.
I've known plenty of good people who washed out of the military and had to turn to something less than legal to make ends meet. Are you one of them?
I should kick your ass for even suggesting it. You little ground fragger. Cool it,
Abby said, turning and putting her closed hand on the back of Bastion's shoulder.
We're all done here.
The soldier stared at her.
What? You've never seen a bald woman before?
She asked. The soft suit's higher neck was covering her hellbrand.
That's a military-grade soft suit you have under your coat,
the soldier replied. He leaned in a little closer.
Is that Republic-made?
Abby stepped between Bastion and the soldier.
You just don't know when to mind your damn business, do you?
She said. She could feel the gift reacting to her anger.
Fragging budget cuts. Yeah, it's a Republic suit. So what? The terminal's fixed. Take a look. Move on or call for security.
The soldier's eyes flitted to the terminal. Abby almost wanted him to make a move to contact security so she would have a good reason to smash his smug face. He looked at her again, locking eyes. She was defiant, staring him down. He drew back, his eyes suddenly fearful.
No, it's not a problem, he said, backing away. Sorry for the interruption.
He turned and walked hurriedly away.
What the hell?
Abby said, looking at Irie. She flinched, too.
Your eyes, Queenie. They're going back to normal. What do you mean going back to normal? I don't know what you did, but they were red, and they changed shape. Like the eyes of a demon. I wasn't expecting that.
Abby felt the gift squirming under her skin. It had reacted almost subconsciously to her anger, as though overpowering it back on the shuttle had made it more eager to respond to her emotions. Had it really altered her eyes? She hadn't felt a change in them.
Where to, Queenie?
Bastion asked, staring at her eyes in search of the change.
I've got credentials to access the Anvil mainframe. I just need a terminal that won't get interrupted so I can dig in a little deeper.
You did all that in 5 minutes?
That's what breakers do.
Is there anything you aren't good at?
Piloting starships, for one. I also suck at cooking.
If we ever get anywhere that has a decent kitchen, I'll show you how it's done.
You cook?
Irie asked.
If it involves fire, I'm in.
Abby turned back to the kiosk, using the card Olus had given them to buy passes.
Wait, you hacked into that thing and didn't just take the passes?
That would be stealing. Stealing is wrong.
Bastion opened his mouth, but didn't say anything.
Wow,
Irie said.
Someone finally shut you up.
Abby pointed to a transport sliding into the station.
That's our ride. We can grab a hotel room downtown to get access to a terminal. Ursan's been here a few days already, which means he has to be staying somewhere. We find out where, we pay him a visit, and we get off this planet with the brimstone.
Now that's what I call progress.
34. Gant was waiting impatiently in the hangar of the Brimstone when the shuttle arrived. Lieutenant Ian was standing beside him, the former crew of the Triune nearby. He had nearly wet his light suit when the commander of the Triune, Otero, had called into the Brimstone to inform them that some trover named Dak had informed him of the sale of the Triune to a botmaker named Gorix, and that the entire crew was on its way over to the Brimstone to meet up with the rest of Ursan Gall's former mercenary associates. And that's what Gant was sure this crew was. Mercenaries. Assholes for hire, whose loyalties only rested on the biggest paycheck, the next payday. Having figured that out, it was no surprise to him that Ian had turned on Gall. What good was a crazy captain when you had money on your mind? Not to mention your own personal health. It also answered a few other questions for him, namely, where the hell Thraven was getting his army from, figuratively and literally. He knew they couldn't all be guns for hire, not if he was going to use them to start a war. But how many were mercs? How many were those hard to kill, some kind of dead former prisoners from hell? And how many were whatever the frag Thraven was? Come to think of it, he was sure the Outworlds had a prison colony or two somewhere. Had he been filling his ranks from there, too? Gaul's people were experienced, but they weren't horribly organized. It seemed to him that they had gotten used to Ursan and his now-deceased wife doing most of the hard work, while they managed their assignments with all the enthusiasm of a clerk in a government office. It was a situation he could take advantage of, as long as he got the other rejects on board before the crew worked up enough nerve to challenge the fact that they hadn't seen any other sign of Gant's Special Forces friends.
"General Thraven will be pleased with you for your assistance," Gant said.
He had been tossing platitudes like that out since he had entered the Brimstone's bridge, glad to find it wasn't constructed of Terran remains. He hadn't mentioned the design of the engines to Lieutenant Ian. He was saving that for when he might need a few seconds of shock value and confusion.
"Thank you, sir,"
Ian replied. She was the most stalwart of his allies, and so far had kept the others in line. But he could tell by the way Otero had been eyeing him that he wasn't convinced that Gant was one of Thraven's, or that he should be taken seriously at all. The only thing keeping him in check was the fact that he had undeniably slaughtered half the crew, even if he hadn't claimed sole responsibility for it yet. The Crescent Hauler's shuttle touched lightly to the hangar floor, bouncing up once before settling. Gant could see the pilot through the canopy, the one Abby had said was named Erlan, the one whose call sign was Nerd. He didn't look that much like a nerd to Gant, but maybe the nick was being lost in the translation to his own barking and chittering language.
"Is that the Crescent Hauler logo, sir?"
Ian said, her voice a little weak at the sight.
"It is,"
Gant said.
"Why?"
Where did you get it, sir?"
"Doesn't matter."
The rejects exited the shuttle. Ben-Hill was first, followed by Pick and Erlan. That made 4 of them to the 20+ on Gaul's crew.
"Hey, Squirrel Man!"
Ben-Hill said, leading the rejects over. They were fully geared in battle suits, each carrying assault rifles. At least they looked professional.
"Jester? Okay."
He noticed the right glove of the Trover's battlesuit was hanging limply.
"What the hell happened to your hand?"
Pick just shook his head.
Fragging bastards!
"Nerd, welcome aboard the Brimstone."
Thank you, sir,"
Erlan replied shakily. Gant could tell the kid was trying not to laugh at the sight of him. It was the biggest reason he hated going to small-time planets. Most of the locals had never seen a Gant before, and they tended to think of him as a damn pet or a cute, cuddly toy.
"Lieutenant Ian, I'd like your crew assembled here. They'll be disarmed and sectioned off to appropriate waiting areas within the ship."
"What?"
Ian replied, confused.
"You want to lock us up?"
"Not all of you. Only non-essential crew. I'm sure you understand, Lieutenant. We're outnumbered, and while I appreciate your surrender and loyalty to General Thraven, there's a web of trust that needs to be earned."
"I do understand, sir,"
Ian said. She tapped the communicator on her chest.
"Ian to the bridge. We've been ordered to assemble in the hangar. All hands. Make a general announcement."
"Aye, Lieutenant."
A tone sounded a moment later, echoing across the hangar.
"This is Ensign Calso. All hands to the hangar for general muster. I repeat, all hands to the hangar for general muster."
"This is bullshit!"
A voice shouted from the side of the space. Gant turned his head slowly. He knew who had spoken without looking.
"Excuse me, Commander?"
Ian said, looking at Otero.
"You heard me, Olane,"
Otero said.
"There's no way this little rodent is one of Thraven's."
"How do you know?"
Ian replied.
"You've seen how Thraven does things. You cross him, you die. Plain and simple. He doesn't waste time with the likes of us."
"The General wants the Brimstone, and the Brimstone needs a crew."
"The Brimstone needs 3 people on the bridge,"
Otero said.
"That's it. Thraven would have killed everyone else on board already. Who the frag are you, really?"
"Maybe you're right," Gant said. "Maybe I don't need you."
Otero smiled, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. He drew his sidearm, looking down at it. Gant hadn't been dumb enough to try to take away their guns alone.
Maybe we don't need you.
Otero,
Ian said.
If you kill one of Thraven's men, you'll be signing all of our death certificates.
Except he isn't with Thraven, you idiot. Where the hell would Thraven get a Crescent hauler shuttle?
You know what?
Pick said, stepping toward Otero and pointing his rifle at him.
I think you should shut the frag up now.
The rest of the Triune's crew was assembled behind Otero, and they came to attention as one, brandishing their weapons.
Why don't you shut the frag up?
Otero said.
You're outnumbered and outgunned.
General Thraven will have your asses,
Erland said. Gant glanced over at him, shaking his head lightly.
Thraven will kill us anyway.
Gant cursed beneath his breath, backing toward the rejects. He had been right to ask Abby to expedite the reinforcements, but maybe he should have asked her to come before heading down to the planet. He had underestimated Otero. The two sides stood opposite one another, weapons raised and pointed, the tension getting thicker with each second. The rest of the crew began filing in, freezing when they saw the standoff.
We don't need more blood spilled,
Ian said, moving slowly out of the crossfire.
Otero, what do you think you're going to accomplish? Even if they aren't with General Thraven, do you really want to take that chance? One way we might live, the other we definitely die.
Otero looked at her, a fire in his eyes.
Yeah, I want...
The brimstone shuddered, shifting in space hard enough that everyone in the hangar was thrown off balance.
What the hell?
Gant said.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say something just hit the ship,
Erland said.
Don't just sit there, kid,
Gant replied, finding the knife he had taken.
They're off balance, and they aren't wearing battle suits.
Erland's face froze. Then Pick was up beside him, bouncing toward Otero and his men, spraying fire across the hangar. Ben-Hill joined him an instant later, not hesitating to take advantage of the situation. The mercenaries had numbers, but they weren't as aggressive, and it cost them, a handful falling before they could regroup and start shooting back. Gant bounced from the floor toward Lieutenant Ian, knife in hand. She put her hands up, still in the midst of surrender, and he returned the gesture with a smile before redirecting himself toward the fight. Rounds filled the hangar, the volume of fire creating a near-deafening echo as the two sides squared off. There was little enough cover, but Otero and a few of Gall's crew managed to get behind their shuttle, firing around the corner. A constant barrage of return fire kept their aim from being true, sending bullets ricocheting off the metal floor, some of them bouncing up and into the armored legs of Ben-Hill and Pick's battlesuits.
Okay, up and over,
Gant said, bouncing away from a hail of slugs.
Roger,
Pick replied. He bent his legs and used the battlesuit's muscles to push himself into the air, rising 20 meters to the top of the enemy shuttle. Otero noticed, and he backed away from the edge of the craft, adjusting his aim overhead. Erland and Ben-Hill moved in, crossing to either side of the ship, taking their time while the targets tried to figure out where to shoot. The shuttle had given them cover, but it had also limited their line of sight.
Ian,
Gant shouted.
Get your team back to the bridge. I want to know what just happened. I'll be there as soon as we finish up here.
Aye, sir,
Ian replied. The rejects were like cats hunting prey, closing in slowly while Otero and his remaining soldiers tried to defend themselves, taking pot shots to keep them honest. Gall's team had worked its way into a corner, and there was no way out.
We surrender!
Otero shouted.
Shit!
You had your chance to surrender,
Pick said.
and nobody tells me to shut the frag up.
Okay,
Gant said.
you aren't in charge here.
Oh, come on, Gant. They're assholes. We should kill them and be done with it.
We don't kill unarmed soldiers in cold blood,
Gant said, loudly enough that Otero would hear.
I do,
Pick replied.
Queenie did.
What?
Gant said, surprised.
She dumped some ugly Curleton out of an airlock. He deserved it.
Gant felt a chill run through him. Abby was a soldier, not a killer. Wasn't she?
Not today, okay,
Gant said through his communicator.
They're still packing.
Gant sighed.
I said we don't kill unarmed soldiers.
A few seconds later, a handful of weapons slid across the floor from behind the shuttle.
I really can't kill them.
If Queenie were giving you the orders, would you keep asking?
Pick didn't reply.
Exactly. Go round them up. Gant could see the huge trover bounce down to the other side of the shuttle, and he held his breath while he waited to see if Pick would follow his orders. He had to know he would be answering to Abby if he didn't. Otero and his remaining crew moved out from behind the shuttle, with Pick at their backs. Erlan and Benhill moved into position in front of them, keeping them covered.
"What are you going to do with us?"
Otero asked. Get on your shuttle. Get the hell out of here.
"You definitely aren't Thravens."
Nope, but I still want you off my ship. And don't think about heading to the surface to warn Ursan either. What's coming to him down there is way worse than any of us. If you're smart, you'll make yourself scarce. Otero nodded, defeated. He directed his men to the shuttle, boarding it quickly. Okay, make sure they get lost. Jester, Nerd, you're with me. Gant hurried from the hangar with Erlan and Benhill behind him. The brimstone was secure, but he had a bad feeling it might not matter. 35. What's our status? Gant said, running onto the bridge. Lieutenant Ian was sitting at the command station, but she stood and abandoned it as the rejects entered. Officer on the bridge, she said sharply, saluting. The rest of the crew stood and saluted with her. Yeah, whatever, Gant said, climbing into the seat. Get back to work. Can I get a status report? Sensors are reporting 5 unidentified ships have entered Anvil's orbit, Ian said. They appear to be attacking the outworld defenses. Visual? Not yet. Bring us about. The brimstone began to shift in space, turning slowly. Gant didn't need to see the ships to know if they were Thravens. Any Republic or Outworld ship in the universe would have been tagged by the brimstone's identification system. We have to help them, Ian said. I'll give the orders, Lieutenant, Gant replied. Jester, keep an eye on these clowns. Excuse me, sir? Ian said. Gant chittered softly, while Benhill positioned himself to the left of the bridge crew, his rifle up and ready for use. The brimstone continued to spin. Gant saw what had struck them a moment later. An outworld cruiser. A starship. It had a gaping hole in its side and was floating dead in space. No doubt hit in the offensive. It had skimmed the brimstone's shields, giving them a shove on the way past. We're being hailed, sir, one of the other crew members said. By who? They're identifying as Captain Pacell of the warship Fire. Shit, Gant cursed under his breath. Well, I guess the party's over. Nerd, take over at the pilot station. Lieutenant Ian, have a seat over there. Anybody does anything I don't tell them to do, they die. Got it? The crew looked back at him, surprised. One of them started to stand until he saw Benhill watching and sat back down. Sorry to tell you, Lieutenant. Otero was right. We aren't with Thraven. We're called Hell's Rejects. We're special ops, but not the kind you were thinking of. Mercenaries? Ian asked. Sort of. The bottom line is that Thraven is an asshole, and we hate him. You should too. He doesn't give a shit about the Outworld, and he's been using you and your boss to position his rise to power. General Thraven is a decorated military officer with the Outworld Cooperative, Ian said. Really? How do you know that? Captain Gall told us. How does he know that? Ian shrugged. That's what he said. I had no reason not to believe him. What happened to Otero? I sent him away in his shuttle. If you want to join him out there, be my guest. No, thank you, sir. We're being hailed again. The brimstone had turned nearly 180 degrees. Gant could see the Fire now, a few thousand kilometers distant and moving toward Anvil's orbital defense station. Streams of plasma and projectiles filled the space between them, the defenses firing full bore. The Fire absorbed the attack, shield energy constantly visible as it took the brunt of the response. 4 flashes of light followed, fired by ships further back and flanking the Fire. They struck the station a moment later, each one creating a flare of detonating oxygen before the framework around the impact collapsed. Within seconds, the station was gone. I don't understand. He's attacking his own soldiers. Gant put his head in his palm. Where did Gall find you? He said softly. Then he lifted his head. Ian, I want you to answer the hail. As far as the Fire is concerned, everything is fine here. We're just waiting for Gall to return. If you try to warn them, you get shot. You don't want to get shot, do you? No, sir. Gavash, open the link. Aye, ma'am. This is Lieutenant Olaine Ian of the warship Brimstone.
Lieutenant,
a woman's voice said, filling the bridge.
Where is Captain Goal?
On the surface, Captain. He's been down there for a few days now.
I assume you're cloaked. What is your position?
Captain, we're under attack!
Gant didn't see who had spoken until after Pick's bullet had gone into the crew member's head and the body had slumped onto the floor.
Oh, frag. Sorry, Pissell. Gall's mercs don't run this boat anymore.
Who are you? Identify yourself.
Gavash, close the link. Aye, sir.
The link closed.
Well, that idiot wanted to get shot. What about the rest of you?
None of them moved.
Forget the Outworlds. Forget the Republic. Thraven is a threat to everybody. You don't believe me? Keep watching.
He stared out the view screen with them. Smaller ships began to drop from the fire into her escorts. Shrikes and dropships, all of them descending into the planet's atmosphere. More Outworld warships were closing in, one of them passing within 10 clicks of the Brimstone. They fought back against Thraven's ships as bravely as they could, and were destroyed just as bravely.
Whatever you're doing down there, Queenie, do it faster.
36. Abby, Irie, and Bastion were in the lobby of a downtown hotel when the warning tones began blaring out across the city, the resonance of the sound penetrating everywhere, from the tallest building rising into the clouds to the deepest parts of the surface dwellings. None of them knew what it meant at first, but they watched as the individuals around them began lining up in a fascinatingly orderly method.
What the hell?
Bastion said.
Attention all citizens! Attention all citizens! Please report to the nearest protection facility immediately. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All soldiers on leave are ordered to return to their assigned base immediately.
That doesn't sound good,
Irie said.
Anvil is under attack?
Abby said.
By who?
2 choices,
Bastion replied.
The Republic or Thraven?
Irie said.
Not good for us either way.
The message repeated, following the tone. It was obvious from the reactions of the other individuals that they had done this sort of thing before. Abby was certain it normally was a drill. She heard the sound of thrusters a moment later and turned to look out the transparent wall of the lobby to see a black Shrike rocket past, vibrating the building. A second later, she heard the hiss of plasma fire, followed by the deeper repetition of projectiles and the muffled thuds of distant explosions.
Excuse me,
someone said, approaching them. He was wearing a tailored suit. A hotel employee. Maybe the manager?
We're evacuating the building. Please follow the line to the stairs. It will lead you down to the protection center.
I don't need protection,
Abby said.
but thanks.
It's illegal to remain on the streets during an emergency,
The man said.
punishable by 20 years imprisonment.
We'll take our chances.
Bastion said.
Sir, I must...
Bastion spread his coat, showing off his sidearm.
I said, we'll take our chances.
The man eyed them for another second, and then moved on to the next group of visitors who didn't understand protocol.
We need to find Ursan Gol right now. You wanted a terminal?
Irie replied.
How about that one?
She was pointing to the hotel's reception desk, a white, spherical station in the center of the lobby. The employees behind it had already left their posts, joining the exodus.
It'll do. Keep an eye out for soldiers.
Bastion and Irie both drew their sidearms, whatever good they might do against fully armed and armored grunts.
I'm not sure which invader I would prefer,
Irie said.
I don't have a problem killing Thraven soldiers,
Bastion replied.
but we might be able to talk our way out of it with a Republic platoon.
Irie countered.
True. Outworld defense is going to be a problem.
I think they'll be a little busy to start searching hotels to arrest us for loitering.
Again, true.
Abby vaulted the desk, tapping on the terminal and bringing up the projection. The receptionists had left in such a rush they didn't bother to shut anything down, making it easier for her to get deeper into the systems.
How long do you need, Queenie?
Bastion asked.
A few minutes. Why?
A dropship is about to land on the platform across from this one.
Can you identify it?
It's unmarked.
Not Republic, then.
We should have taken bets.
Abby's hands moved quickly, navigating through the menus of the system until she found the command line. It only took a dozen commands to get back to the city's network, and she closed her eyes when she did, recalling the address and password she had lifted from the terminal. A nearby explosion rocked the building as she did.
Whoa! Outworld PD is on the scene. They just blasted the dropship. This place is turning into a war zone real fast.
Then keep your fragging head down,
Abby said, entering the keys. A moment later, she had an interface to the full network. The sounds of fighting intensified. Shrikes zipped past in ragged dogfights, one against another, while more dropships could be heard descending on the city. Abby moved through the network as quickly as she could, her mind running in multiple threads. Why was Thraven attacking like this? There had to be a reason that went beyond Ursan Gaul. Even if the man had disobeyed orders, it didn't make sense to assault an outworld planet like Anvil to kill him. It couldn't be because he knew she was here, could it? He was revealing himself as an enemy to the part of the galaxy that had provided him succor while he built his army. For one person? She knew Thraven wanted her, but that didn't make any sense at all. She navigated the network until she located the Central Visitors Database. The Outworlds and the Republic were similar in some ways, and one of them was the level of connectivity between loosely affiliated systems. Both governments wanted to know where visitors were moving to and from at any given time, and residency records were one of the best ways to do it, especially once they could be paired with payment cards and used to track every transaction. Fortunately, the machines like the Loop kiosk needed direct access to insert records, and so the credentials she had gathered were viable to access the database directly.
Uh-oh,
she heard Bastion say. She glanced up. He and Irie were both running toward her. A squad of Outworld soldiers had bounced into view ahead of the hotel, taking whatever cover they could find as they squared off against approaching targets.
Get down!
Irie yelled, both of them vaulting the desk as the firefight started, the bullets smacking the hardened transparency of the building's face and pushing through. Abby ducked slightly but had to remain somewhat upright to work the terminal. She could see the bullets hitting the floor ahead of the desk through the projection, digging up tile and dust. She typed the database command in, running a query for Gaul. The search only took a second, returning 0 results. She wasn't all that surprised. She recalled the last command and changed the parameters, looking for DAC instead. 1 result. She copied the coordinates, backing out of the database to the hotel's main interface. It had a mapping system there, used to direct visitors to their destinations. She put the location into the system. The projection changed, showing her a 3-dimensional view of the city, lighting up a path from their position in the upper reaches all the way down to the surface.
Lucifer, Fury, look at the map,
Abby said, committing it to memory. If she forgot any portion, hopefully someone else would be able to pick it up.
That's our target.
Irie and Bastion glanced up at it. Almost at the same time, a round passed through the projection and hit Abby in the stomach. She felt like she had been sucker-punched, and she cursed when she looked down and saw a hole in her soft suit. She had never been shot this much before she had been given the gift. She was getting reckless. She ducked down, a hail of bullets passing overhead and blowing pieces out of the desk above them. Then the destruction stopped, the firefight changing direction. Abby stood, looking out to the fight. The black suits were closing in on the Outworld Planetary Defense Unit, filled with holes but still up and attacking.
We have to help them.
Help the Outworlders?
I'm pretty sure it's better than helping Thraven.
Ladies first.
Fine. Fury, I'll knock them down, you take their heads. Roger. You have the map memorized?
As best I can. I've never been that good with directions.
You're a pilot.
He shrugged.
Let's go.
Abby stood, locking her eyes on the converts beyond the hotel. They had already decimated the first PD squad and looked to be targeting reinforcements from somewhere to the right. She could see a second dropship beyond them, which had landed near the first. That one was smoking heavily and had a huge, gaping hole in its side. Even so, there were still units coming out of it, damaged but not destroyed. She felt the gift responding to her anger, and she used it to bounce across the lobby, landing halfway and bouncing off again and throwing herself through the damaged transparency. It was so beaten it barely resisted, and she crossed over, slamming hard into one of the converts and landing on top of it. It had been shot in the helmet, and half of its head was missing from the side, replaced with the silvery goop. She used the gift to hold it down while she grabbed and broke both of its arms and pulled the gun from its hands. Then Irie was beside her, katana in hand. She brought the blade down in one quick slice, removing the convert's head.
One down,
she said. Abby found the next target, taking up the rifle and firing, hitting it in the head, aiming for the eyes. The helmet's protective transparency shattered beneath the repeated rounds, and the convert stumbled, losing the ability to see. She turned and repeated the process on another, while Irie rushed over and decapitated the first. Bastion emerged from the hotel, conservative with his attack, shooting the convert's invulnerable joints to disable them, reaching one and hitting it point blank in the elbow, the force strong enough to dismember it and release the rifle it was carrying. He picked it up, ducking behind a column as a fresh contingent joined the fight.
"Queenie, incoming!" he said.
Abby looked up. A pair of shrikes were bearing down on the position, angling to strafe the platform. Irie was in their line of fire. There was no time to reach her. She threw out her hand, desperate to move her out of the way. A moment later, Irie was pushed forward, launched out of the area and back toward the hotel. The shrikes released their rounds, peppering the platform, running bullets through both converts and Outworld PD alike.
"It doesn't look good up there, either,"
Bastion said. Abby glanced further up, to space beyond. Streaks of flame suggested large forms losing orbit and burning up. Of course, if Thraven were assaulting the ground, he would be attacking the forces around the planet as well. Was the fire here? Was the brimstone secure?
"We can't waste time,"
she said, remembering the map.
"There's a tube 2 blocks east of here." "Roger,"
Irie said.
"Thanks for the save, Queenie." "Anytime."
37.
"This is it,"
Bastion said.
"Do you think he's in there?"
They were standing outside of a rusted hatch, located on the second subterranean level of a dirty hotel that rested below the formerly pristine skyline of Anvil City. Most of the fighting hadn't made it down this far yet, but many of the residents had vanished, making their way to nearby protection centers or holing up in hidden spaces. It had been a challenge to make it down. Part of PD protocol was to disable civilian tube stations, leaving them inaccessible during attacks in the name of security. Abby had been forced to return to the hotel terminal, to re-enter the network and reactivate the transport from the upper reaches of the city down to the base. It had wasted nearly 5 minutes, a damn lifetime in the middle of a battle. By the time they made it back to the tube, they had to fight their way through another platoon of Thraven soldiers, burning more time and energy. They had gotten below, though. They had made it to the surface, to where Dak had used his identification to rent a room.
"Let's find out,"
Abby replied. She put her hand against the hatch, feeling the gift moving beneath her fingers. It had been pulsing steadily, as though it was tuned not only to her own anger but to the fury of the fighting around her, the chaos and discord increasing its energy. She pushed it out into the hatch, the force wrenching it from its tracks and throwing it aside. Bastion and Irie swept into the room, rifles ready. They covered it in seconds, both of their muzzles coming to rest aimed at the same spot.
"Who the frag are you?"
Abby looked at the trover sitting on the floor in the corner of the room. He had a massive pistol in his lap. His hand was resting on top of it.
"I'm looking for Ursan Gall,"
Abby said.
"You aren't with Thraven."
It was a statement, not a question.
"No."
The trover smiled.
"He isn't here."
"I figured that much. Where is he?"
"They took him.
"Who?"
They called themselves the Children of the Covenant. They took him for Thraven."
He shook his head.
"They weren't Terran. They weren't Trover. They weren't any damn thing I've ever heard of before."
He paused, looking down at his gun.
"They were monsters. Or animals. I'm not even sure which. I don't know what the frag is going on with anything anymore. I thought Thraven was fighting for the Outworlds. Now he's attacking the Outworlds? I knew he had magic. Power, you know. He was going to help us conquer the Republic with it."
He looked up at Abby.
"I should have known he wanted it all for himself. Isn't that the way assholes with power always do it? I just thought."
His voice trailed off.
"Why are you sitting there?" Bastion said. "There's a battle going on. You want to fight for the Outworlds? You're doing a shitty job."
Dak shrugged.
"I didn't know what to do. Thraven let me live. He won't if I resist him. I've seen his work. You're her, aren't you? Abigail Cage?"
"How do you know my name?"
"Thraven told it to Ursan. Ursan told it to me. You killed his wife. It's your fault we're here.
His hand moved slightly on the gun.
Don't,
Irie said, pushing the rifle closer to him.
Thraven's using you, just like he's using all of us. Whatever you're here for, it's because he wants you to be.
I came for the brimstone and the fire, the 2 stolen ships. The Republic wants them back.
Dak smiled.
Of course he did. It doesn't matter if you take them. They were prototypes. Thraven's got more.
What else do you know about the ships?
Not much.
Do you know about the engines?
What about them?
Abby took that as a no.
I know Thraven's building more ships. I need Ursan to tell me where.
I know where.
You do?
Yeah. But I'm not going to tell you.
I'm not above torture,
Abby said. Maybe once, but not now. Not where Thraven was concerned.
I have a high pain tolerance. It'll take a while. It's only a matter of time before his forces claim the city. Then what are you going to do?
So what is it you want?
I want you to help me save Ursan.
You have to be kidding.
Nope. Ursan's my friend. We've been running together a long time. He didn't know Thraven was going to do this. Trin talked him into signing up with the General. She convinced him it was his best chance at getting revenge for his parents. Once he can see it's not true, maybe he'll come back around.
Or maybe he'll still want to kill me for killing his wife.
Could be. But you were going to go after him anyway. If you two fight, whoever deserves to win will win. At least this way I'm doing the right thing instead of nothing. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more sense it makes.
Which could be exactly what Thraven wants. Queenie, you can't make a deal with this guy. He's a fragging mercenary.
I have to eat.
Abby stared at Dak. The options were clear. She could bring the Trover back with her and take her time getting him to talk, or she could agree to his deal and go find Ursan Gall. Getting out of a war zone as soon as possible certainly seemed like the safer course. And if Thraven really did want her to fight, wasn't it better that she didn't fall into his bidding? On the other hand, how long would it take her to make Dak talk? Hours? Days? Ever? There was no guarantee, and every minute that passed meant another minute that Thraven had to bring another warship online. What was the bigger risk? Finding Ursan Gall in the middle of this shitstorm, or allowing the enemy to bring their full fleet to bear?
You're a loyal friend.
Not always. I let them take him. I ran away.
It sounds like they would have killed you.
Yeah. I should have fought anyway.
I find Ursan. You tell me where, no matter what happens after that. Deal?
Dak nodded.
Deal.
Queenie.
It isn't your decision, Lucifer. I lead, you follow.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him up.
Irie and Bastion lowered their rifles. Dak got to his feet, clutching the pistol in his left hand.
I can take you to Gorix's workshop. That's where the assholes grabbed him. It could be that Gorix knows where to find them. If I find out that cockroach set us up, I'm going to flip him on his damn back and leave him there to rot.
Now that is cold.
You aren't funny.
How far is it?
Not far. A couple of blocks. Ursan didn't want to be too far from the workshop.
All right. Let's go.
38. It only took a few minutes to cross the distance to the warehouse where Gorix's workshop was located. The surface of Anvil remained an as-yet unscathed dead zone, a place suddenly devoid of any signs of life. Abby noticed a pair of deep red chairs in front of a large window in one of the buildings they passed. A pleasure house, where the synths had been removed from it to prevent them from being damaged. There were other shops around it in a similar condition, their most valuable goods removed from sight, their doors no doubt locked. She could still hear the explosions coming from above, along with a constant vague echo of gunfire. A line of smoke was rising from a click or two to the south, where a Shrike had apparently crashed. What size was Thraven's force, and would it be able to conquer the entire planet? In space, the modified starships would destroy the Outworld's lesser fleet. Shrikes were powerful against existing Republic tech, but nearly useless against a ship like the Fire or the Brimstone. On the ground, the Outworld PD didn't know about his undying soldiers and wouldn't know how to deal with them efficiently, especially when they used the gift. In other words, yes, he would be able to conquer the planet and the city with it. It was only a matter of time.
Ruby, what's your status?
Abby said as they moved into the warehouse. Like everything else, it was completely abandoned.
There you are, Queenie,
Ruby replied.
I was worried about you, but didn't want to risk giving you away. I've been in contact with Gant. Thraven's forces are assaulting the planet, as I'm sure you figured out. The Fire is here, along with 4 other starships featuring similar technology. The Brimstone is cloaked and safe for now, but the Outworld defenses are being torn apart. They tried to gang up on one of the ships and had some moderate success, but weren't able to destroy or disable it before they were obliterated. As for the Faust, the entire spaceport is on lockdown. No ships in or out under threat of being fired upon. Thraven's Shrikes are leaving it alone, though I don't know why. It is strategically illogical.
I'm sure he has his reasons,
Abby said, considering Ruby's report. They were in deep shit. Their escape route pretty much cut off. Even if she did find Ursan Gall, what would it matter? There was no easy way off the planet or out of the system. Assuming Thraven took the spaceport and abandoned the weapons batteries there, they might be able to get the Faust in the air. Then what? Could they jump away before the Fire and her ilk caught up to them? She didn't know. She wasn't going to abandon Gant and the other rejects anyway.
I want you and Gant to see what you can do about prepping for an emergency evac. I want vectors that limit the amount of time both the Brimstone and the Faust are exposed, and I want it 10 minutes ago. Either all of us leave, or none of us leave.
Yes, Queenie,
Ruby said.
We're tracking Gall now. I'll report back as soon as we have him. Queenie out.
This way,
Dax said, leading them to a stairwell in the corner. She knew something was wrong the moment she pushed the door open. The smell was horrible, like cooked meat and burned metal.
Ugh,
Bastion said.
what the hell is that?
A dead Plixian was resting at the bottom of the steps. Its thorax was torn in half.
dead bug.
Dax said.
I think the children did this.
There was smoke still sneaking out through a hole in the wall, wafting up the stairwell toward them.
They're all dead, I bet,
Dax said. Abby led them down the stairs to the half-open secret door into the Plixian tunnels.
What's through there?
Bastion asked, pointing at the other door. There was a horrible stench coming from that side as well.
More death,
Irie said. Dak moved ahead of Abby, grabbing the door and pushing it further into the wall, the thick muscles in his neck throbbing as he strained. Abby walked through in front of him. A sharp thump from behind gave her pause. It was followed by a number of smaller taps.
Boots on the ground,
Irie said.
Yeah, but whose boots?
Bastion asked.
Lucifer, watch our exit,
Abby said.
Roger.
Which way?
I know you have the gift, but you should still follow me,
Dak said, getting in front of her again, holding his pistol out ahead of him. Abby let him take the lead this time, following him through the many tunnels beneath the surface of the planet. They passed a number of dead Plixians, as well as a few Outworld humans. All of them were shredded as though they had been attacked by animals.
What are these children of the Covenant?
I don't know. First they looked like Terrans, then they changed.
What do you mean they changed?
They turned into monsters. Demons. They grew at least this much.
He spread his hands.
Their faces elongated. Their teeth became fangs. Their hands became claws. I've never seen or heard of anything like it. Maybe it's common where Thraven is from?
Did Thraven ever say where he was from?
A planet in the Outworlds. He never mentioned it by name. He said that's where the gift came from, that it's common on his world, though the effects aren't the same on his kind as they are on others. Ursan told me the gift is poison to Trovers.
And Gant seemed immune to it back on Droon,
Irie said.
Anger and hate. You said it helps.
Irie nodded.
I think it does.
Queenie,
Bastion said through her comm.
whatever you're doing, do it faster. The boots just made their way into the warehouse.
They followed him out of the tunnels and into an open space. It had clearly been ransacked, with broken machines and hundreds of parts littering the floor along with more dead Plixians. There was blood everywhere. Dak pointed at one of the corpses.
Gorix,
he said sadly.
He was a friend of mine.
We aren't going to find anything here, Queenie,
Irie said.
We should go.
Abby scanned the place.
You said Ursan brought his wife's head here?
Yeah.
He looked out at the mess.
It was back there last time I saw it.
He pointed to the corner of the workshop. There was nothing there.
It looks like they took it. There was armor, too. A special design. I don't see the box it was in. No sign of Villanueva either.
Who?
Villanueva. He's a Lurg scientist. He said he could fix Trin.
Fix a decapitated head?
Dak shrugged.
That's what he said.
Queenie,
Irie said, pointing to a spot on the floor.
Look.
Abby followed her finger. A dead Plixian was resting near the side of the room. His entrails had been spilled across the floor, the green blood from them used to scrawl out a simple message on the floor. Prove yourself worthy.
What the hell does that mean?
Queenie,
Bastian said, his voice slightly shaky.
What's wrong?
I think Dak owes you.
Abby glanced over at Dak, confused.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Yeah. Ursan Gall is here. He's calling your name.
39. Abby looked over at Dak. The Trover seemed surprised, but at the same time amused.
I told you,
he said.
Thraven will get you to do what he wants, one way or another. He wants you to fight Ursan.
He shook his head.
He wants Ursan dead, and you under his thumb.
Frag that,
Irie said.
Let's just shoot him and be done with it.
Dak glared at her.
He isn't going to win,
Irie added in her defense.
You owe me the location,
Abby said.
Kel,
Dak replied.
You'll have to look it up for the coordinates. It used to belong to a narcotic cartel. It's got a good atmosphere for growing shit that will get you up. Thraven told Ursan the Outworld Cooperative discovered they were trying to frag up Outworlders to make them soft for the Republic, to make an invasion easier. I tried to tell him it wasn't true, but there was a paycheck involved and a chance to go after the Republic, and Trin was pushing him to do it. I know now it was all bullshit. Too fraggin' late.
Kel,
Abby repeated. The name didn't mean much to her, but Ben Hill probably knew about it.
Thank you.
Dak shrugged.
Sure. For whatever it's worth. I don't like the odds of any of us making it off this planet alive. The children, they're immune to the magic. Even if you beat Ursan, you'll probably have to deal with them.
Do bullets work?
Irie asked.
Not that well.
Damn. Whose side are you on, Dak?
Abby asked.
I told you, Ursan's my friend.
So you're going to try to stop me?
No. That's not the way this is supposed to go down. But if Ursan wins, I'll back him up.
What if he loses?
I'm against Thraven.
Understood.
Abby left the workshop, heading back through the network of tunnels to the warehouse. She could hear Ursan as she got closer.
Lieutenant Cage!
He was shouting.
Lieutenant Abigail Cage! I know you're here. I'm waiting.
She reached the steps. Bastian made his way down to her when he saw her.
Is he alone?
Right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were more assholes nearby.
Let's assume that much. Lucifer, Fury, wait here. Keep your eyes out for the creatures that Dak described. If they get hostile, our move is to retreat back to the tunnels and try to force them to come in one or two at a time, to wound them and cut them down just like Thraven's soldiers.
I know you're close, Cage.
Ursan shouted.
I can smell you.
If Ursan kills me...
She paused. The kill switch was bullshit, but they still didn't know it. If she told them now, how would they react? She needed their compliance to help Gant and the others.
If he kills me, Ruby can keep the reset running. Get back to the Faust and get out of here. The Brimstone should be ready to rendezvous by then. I can't say you'll survive, but at least you'll have a chance.
Roger. But Gall isn't going to kill you.
Dak, if Ursan wants out of this bullshit...
He nodded.
I'll see what I can do. I won't kill yours if yours don't kill me.
Deal.
Irie said.
Cage!
Ursan screamed it at the top of his lungs, so loud and shrill that Abby could feel the pain behind it. She didn't blame him for blaming her for Trin, even if his wife had picked the fight. She sure as hell wasn't going to roll over and die for him either.
"Wait here another minute," Bastian suggested. "His head will explode, and we can sashay right out of here."
Thraven's army is still out there,
Iris said.
"Sashay,"
Bastian repeated.
"I'm going up,"
Abby said. She started up the steps without looking back.
"Good luck,"
Iris said behind her. She reached the door at the top and stepped through. Ursan Gall was in the center of the room, his eyes already fixed on her. He looked wild, his hair half-shaven, his clothes dirty, his hands clenched in fists. He laughed at the sight of her.
"You,"
he said. He had tears in his eyes.
"You're the one that killed my Trin? Look at you. What do you weigh? 54 kilograms soaking wet?"
"Ursan,"
Abby said, taking a few steps toward him with her hands out.
"I don't want to fight you."
He laughed harder.
"What? That has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Of course, you want to fight me. I want to kill you."
His last words came out as a hiss, and he sprang toward her, his fingers elongating into claws, the gift reaching out ahead of him. Abby felt her gift responding, rising to meet the attack. She bounced away, rolling and hopping to her feet, facing Ursan as he landed and slid, turning back her direction.
"Thraven wants me to kill you. He knew I would find you. He set you up."
"No. He knew you would find me because he wanted you to find me. He wants me to kill you. This is your trap, Cage. Your death, not mine."
He sprang toward her again. She didn't move away this time. She met his gift with her own, letting them cancel one another out. He landed ahead of her, leading with his claws, slashing wildly at her. She avoided the attacks easily, getting behind him and pushing him into the wall. He slammed it with his shoulder, the limb breaking under the force. He bounced off and turned. His arm healed in seconds, and he rotated his shoulder a few times to test it.
"Ursan, Thraven isn't what you think he is. He isn't a friend to the Outworlds. He isn't a friend to anybody."
"I don't care!"
he shouted.
"Do you think that matters? Do you think that makes any difference now? She's dead, Cage. She's dead because of you!"
He threw his gift out at her. She tried to block it, but this time it was too strong. She was thrown backward and then slammed down to the floor. She felt her body shatter as she hit, and she clenched her teeth in pain. He was there before she could heal and get up, pouncing on top of her, putting his claws to her throat.
"You aren't so strong when you don't have someone to shoot your opponent in the back, are you?"
"He's going to steal Trin from you. He took her head."
"A good reason for me to kill you, then, isn't it?"
he replied, almost calmly.
"He'll forgive me for disobeying him. He'll let me stay with her when he brings her back to life. We'll be together again. A team."
Abby felt her own fury rising. Not because of Ursan, but because of Thraven. He was using them all. Mars and Emily Egan, Olis, Ursan and Trin. Every life was a toy that he played with, a piece to be moved into position, manipulated into doing his will despite the illusion that the decisions were uniquely made. Now she was going to have to kill Ursan Gall, even though she knew they weren't really enemies. And that pissed her off more than anything else. She didn't even move. One moment, Ursan was on top of her, the next, her gift had pummeled him, blasting him away before he could react, knocking him back and into the wall of the warehouse. He landed on his feet, looking at her, a smile spreading.
"I didn't want it to be that easy,"
he said. He shouted and charged at her, coming so fast she could barely believe it. It didn't matter. She put her hand up, and he hit it like he was hitting a wall. He stopped in his tracks, his body contorting against the sudden barrier, his bones breaking. He fell back. She stood over him, holding out her hands. She had never seen it happen before, but now she watched as her fingers extended, the ends becoming a silvery gray that ended in slightly curved points. The anger was nearly overwhelming her. She could feel her heart thumping, and her face felt like it was on fire.
"Ursan,"
she said.
fighting to keep control over it. "I don't want to kill you. We can work together against Thraven. We can stop him from destroying the Outworlds and the Republic both. He wants something he needs our planets, our individuals, to get. I have a vague idea from data I found."
"You can't kill me,"
Ursan said, his body healing.
"You only have half."
He spread his hands, his body alighting in flame, the same way Trin's had. He pushed his palms out toward her. She was too close to avoid it. She didn't need to. It washed over her, surrounding but not burning. She felt a tickle against her flesh, and she could see a shimmer of her gift against her body, protecting her from the attack. Ursan's eyes grew big as he stared up at her, and he shook his head.
"What? What are you? What are you?"
The flames died out. Tears streamed from his eyes. He moved slowly, pulling himself to his hands and knees, facing her. She watched and waited, confused by his sudden fear and weakness.
"What are you?"
he said again.
"I don't know what—"
She didn't finish the sentence. He sprang toward her again, a gun appearing in his hand. He put it beneath her chin. He never got to fire. Her hand finished its arc, her fingers digging in deep, slicing through the front of his neck. He stood directly ahead of her, frozen for a moment as his system tried to recover. She didn't let it. She tore the gun away with one hand, placing the other behind his neck, and pulling across. The motion finished the separation between his head and his body, and the two disconnected pieces fell to the ground. Abby stood over him, her chest heaving, her entire body burning. She wasn't sure how long she stood like that, looking down at him. She stared at the blood that poured from his veins, dark and thick and full of the gift. She remembered the taste of Emily Egan's blood, the hint of incredible power. She wanted it. She wanted another taste. She wanted to drink it all, to add this power to hers. No, she didn't. She stopped herself. She heard someone clapping. Clapping.
The Father writes that the true strength of God lies in his ruins. What has been to fulfill the covenant. Abigail Cage, you are the proof.
Abby turned around, just in time to see the man step out of the shadows in the corner of the warehouse. He was wearing a plain gray cloak on top of a black uniform. He was old, but handsome in a powerful way. Two soldiers flanked him on either side, all in black, their heads hidden behind dark helmets.
My name is Selvig Thraven, Gloritant of the Nephilim,
he said, approaching her.
It's an honor to meet you.
40.
"You're Thraven?"
Abby said, turning to face him. She could still feel the gift beneath her skin. She could still feel her fury. She hadn't wanted to kill Ursan Gall. This asshole had left her no choice.
"I thought you would be taller."
The corner of his lip crinkled in a slightly amused smile.
You feel it, don't you, Abigail? The blood of life. The power of a god.
He smiled more fully.
The power of a god.
There was movement near the stairs. Irie and Bastion, along with Dak. They came out with their weapons drawn, pointed at Thraven. He barely reacted. A slight nod and their weapons were wrenched away, clattering to the ground ahead of them.
"Don't hurt them."
Why not?
Thraven asked. He didn't bother to spare them a glance.
You don't understand yet, Abigail. To use a Terran expression, they are like unto sheep in a confused flock. They don't understand what is going to happen to them, so they don't know to be afraid. We were there when your kind was created, Abigail. We were there with the Shard. We created man. We created Tro. We created LaRue and Ganatan and Atmin. We created all of the species, all of the intelligence. That means they are ours to use as we will. As are you.
Bullshit! I don't know who or what you think you are, other than an asshole with some fragged-up tech. I'm not going to let you trample your way across the Republic or the Outworlds.
You can't stop me. Not even you. Your power is impressive. It is so much more than I ever imagined it could be. The gift overcomes most humans. Most. But not all. Some are special. Some have the potential to become Evelyn's, the true harbingers of the return. Your anger makes you strong.
He lifted a finger. Abby felt a sudden pressure at her neck. It was familiar to her. Clio had tried to choke her the same way. She felt her neck burn, her body fighting to remain free to breathe. The gift was reacting to whatever Thraven was doing. She felt as though it wanted to listen to him, to comply with his desire to choke her. It had submitted to her once before, and it would submit to her again. She directed her energy inward, refusing to allow the reaction. She stared at Thraven, defiant.
You've been challenged,
he said, surprised.
And you've asserted.
You can't just lift your finger and choke me to death, if that's what you mean.
What did you see when you closed your eyes?
A flash of light.
He smiled.
The honor and glory that you could possess, Abigail, if you were to accept what I can offer you. It can't be described in words alone. The light you saw, that was a symbol of that power. The gift isn't darkness. It isn't evil. Come with me, and I will show you.
How can you say it isn't evil when you're using it to destroy?
Do you call it destruction when you catch a fish? Do you call it murder when you slaughter a sheep for food? I'm preparing the harvest. I'm leading this place forward to where it was always intended to be. It is written by the Father in the Covenant, and so it shall come to pass. The great return. The fall and the rise of the Nephilim and their children. It looks like killing to me, Bastion said. If the battlesuit fits.
Thraven's eyes shifted to him, and Bastion fell to the ground.
Don't! Lucifer, shut it!
Lucifer? Can you imagine all of the ways that you take the name of the Father in vain?
He curled his hand, and Bastion's body began to crumple in on itself.
Even the place where you came from. Hell? That's not the place of the Father. It's a twisted lie. The victorious should be remembered. The victorious should be revered, not forgotten, not waiting in the extant for thousands of years.
He lowered his head, letting Bastion go.
But you don't know the truth. I can change your universe, Abigail. I can show you the truth, as I showed Trinity the truth. She joined me because she knew my cause is right, that it is just.
She joined you because she was a power-hungry bitch. You lied to Ursan. You told him you were a general, fighting for the Outworlds against the Republic. He had no idea what he was fighting for.
Do you have any idea what you're fighting against?
I know you took people from hell and turned them into monsters. I know you're making shitty analogies to justify murder.
I gave purpose back to the purposeless. Power back to the powerless.
What about the ships? The fire and the brimstone, and the technology that powers them?
Humans exist to be used. They were created to be used. But this isn't about that. This is about you. This is about your power, your place in the universe. To think my original purpose for you was to capture a single mainframe. A simple task for someone like you. I didn't know what you were capable of. The speed and strength at which it has manifested is beyond anything I have encountered since I arrived here. There is more to you than simple tasks. More to you than these lessers can ever understand. Haven't you ever wondered if there was more to life than what you know? If there was more to the universe than senseless conflicts over planets and resources so clearly in abundance?
Abby couldn't help but consider it. She had been content as a breaker, and she wanted to get back to her daughter. Outside of that, she had never thought about it. The gift was forcing her to. She could feel it beneath her skin. She could sense the pull of it from the blood on the ground behind her. She could hear it in Thraven's voice. What if there was more to life? What if she were meant for bigger, grander things?
You're thinking about it now? You're wondering if there's some new, exciting purpose to your existence, one that escaped you until this very moment. That's why I came, Abigail. That's why I'm here in person. You are meant for better things. You are intended to share in the glory of the Great Return. It is promised by the Father in the Covenant. As a champion, as a High Evelyn, as a queen.
Abby stared at Thraven. Her heart was racing, her blood thumping in her veins.
Ursan. He looked at me like I was something else. Something inhuman. What's happening to me?
The blood of life is in your veins. You can control it somewhat. You cannot stop it. It is changing your DNA, rewiring your genetics, making you into something more. And something less.
The other half of the gift?
80% of those given the gift either die or lose themselves almost immediately, their minds and bodies too weak to handle it. Those minds that are lost can be controlled, and they become part of my army. The other 20% have the same potential you do. Well, not the same potential. But without the other half, you will succumb to the changes sooner or later. You will become nothing more than a monster driven by violence and anger and lust and greed and hate. A demon, as the heroes of the Nephilim, including the Father, eventually became. The other half allows you to control your change. It increases your ability in ways you can't imagine. It grants you true immortality and agelessness, so long as you keep your head.
Abby stared at Thraven. Was he telling her the truth? Would she really become a monster if she refused him? Irie had seen her eyes change. Ursan Gall had been terrified of her at the end. Were those hints of what was to come? She knew something was happening to her, but she didn't feel angrier or more hateful than normal. Or did she? Would she have jettisoned Coley from the airlock so callously 2 months ago? She wasn't sure.
What if I've taken the blood of someone who has both parts? What if I tasted Venerant Alrund's blood?
Thraven's eyes lit up in a way that terrified her.
Come with me, Abigail. Leave this simplicity behind. Accept the rest of the gift. Allow yourself to evolve.
You have to be kidding me, Bastion said. Queenie, you can't possibly be considering this bullshit. He's lying to you.
Abby looked back at the rejects. What the hell was she supposed to do? They couldn't fight Thraven. Not like this. Maybe not ever. What was the choice then? Stay here and die, or go with him and live? It was the choice he knew she would have to make. The more she resisted the idea of his control, the more it became apparent that he had her right where he wanted her. And he had done it so easily. She needed power to stop this, power only the gift could give her. But if she went with him now, would she ever escape? Would she want to? If she were destined for something more, was it to be the one to destroy him, or to help him destroy everything else? She had always believed destiny was what you made it, not some preordained bullshit. Olis had warned her about this in his own way. She knew what he would tell her to do. But this was her life, damn it. Not Thraven's, not Olis's, not the Republic's. Hers. Prove yourself worthy. The children had written it in blood on the floor of the workshop. Did they know how appropriate the statement was?
I keep telling you assholes,
she said, holding her eyes on Thraven's.
Go frag yourselves.
She was probably going to die. The rejects were going to die with her. But she couldn't submit. Not to anyone. Not for any reason. Haley would understand. If Thraven and his armies took Earth, she would fight him, and she would do it with every ounce of her soul, just like her mom. Thraven's smile vanished. He didn't look angry or surprised, only disappointed.
I respect your decision, Abigail Cage. Now you must respect the consequences.
He put up his hand. Then she was airborne, launching back toward the wall again. She hit it so hard it cracked around her, and she nearly went straight through. She landed on the ground in time to see the other rejects on their knees, choking.
Wait!
Irie said through it.
Gloritant Thraven, I want to go with you.
Immediately, Irie got to her feet, once again able to breathe. Bastion and Dak were still choking, clutching their throats as though that would save them.
Fury?
Abby said through still healing lungs.
What the frag?
Irie ignored her.
I've tasted it. From the blood on my sword. Trinity's blood. I've tasted the gift. I didn't die. I didn't go crazy. I don't know how to control it yet, but I want to learn. I may not be as strong as Abby, but I'm smart enough not to pass up the opportunity.
Abby's anger doubled, the burning heat of it inching toward the surface. Was that why Irie had been looking at her that way? Was that why she was immune to the convert's power? Not because she was better at being furious than the others, but because she had bartered her soul for the gift? Thraven glanced over at her and nodded.
Very well. Take your sword and prove yourself worthy.
He pointed at Bastion. Irie looked over, pulling the katana from her back and walking over to the pilot. Bastion was suddenly able to breathe again, and his head tilted up toward Irie, his face twisted in anger.
You traitorous bitch,
he said.
I'm not going to spend the rest of my life powerless to the universe around me,
Irie said.
Not when I have a choice.
Then the blade came forward, the tip of it spearing Bastion in the chest and sinking all the way through. She yanked it out just as quickly, turning to face Thraven as Bastion dropped forward to the ground.
No!
Abby said, the anger becoming too much to bear. The gift had never moved so quickly, had never felt so light and hot. She spread her hands out, rising to her feet as her entire body was engulfed in fire. It didn't burn her. It sat on top of her, and she pushed it out toward Irie, intent on turning her to ash for her betrayal. The flames only made it halfway, dispersing into nothing before they could cross the full distance. She whipped her head toward Thraven, who was holding his hand up and steady, his power easily destroying hers.
What you could have been, Abigail Cage,
he said, shaking his head slightly, a flame of his own growing from his fingertips.
Nephilim,
someone said from the other side of the room. Thraven and Abby both looked at once to the two individuals who had suddenly appeared as though out of thin air. A male and a female. The male was older, much older, with a white mohawk running down his head. He was wearing a silver light suit beneath a worn coat, a large ring on his finger, a gun in one hand, and a strange kind of curved blade in the other. The woman was dressed in kind, but she was younger, her skin smooth and tight, her hair short and dark.
Fanwell,
Thraven said.
You survived?
No thanks to your father,
the man replied.
You came for her?
I came for you.
You cannot defeat me. I have bathed in the blood of our brothers and sisters. I have taken more power than you have ever tasted. And yet, I am but the tip of the spear.
You and your kind took the One's gift and turned it from something beautiful to something repugnant. We knew you would be back. We've been waiting for you.
Then you've been waiting to die.
Fanwell shouted, bursting forward and firing the gun at Thraven at the same time he closed on him. Thraven turned his flaming hand away from Abby, directing it at the newcomer. It poured out toward him, but he dropped and rolled away, still shooting, his bullets hitting one of the guards standing beside the Gloritant.
Lieutenant Cage,
the woman said, suddenly standing beside Abby.
I am Jakun. We have to go.
Abby ignored her, finding Irie. She had backed away from Bastion, positioning herself closer to Thraven and his guards.
I need to kill her first. There is no time. The children will be coming, and Fanwell cannot win this battle. Then why is he fighting it? To get you out. Bastion.
She pointed to the downed pilot. The woman looked at him,
He's still alive. I'm not leaving without him.
Jackoon moved to him, leaning down over him. Abby looked back toward Thraven and Fanwell. The other man had tried to close on the Gloritant, but one of his guards had intervened, blocking his path. They were tangled in a furious melee, blades flashing and striking against one another. Thraven noticed her, raising a hand toward her again, only to have a bullet hit it and blast it into shreds.
"Take that, shithead,"
Dak said, freed from the chokehold by the distraction. Thraven started to turn his way, interrupted by Fanwell as he slipped past the guard and continued toward him.
We can't help him,
Jackoon said, returning to her. Bastion was on his feet, a shocked look on his face.
Lucifer? Are you okay?
I want my mommy.
Dak, are you coming?
The Trover nodded, rushing over to them.
"I'm not staying here."
This way,
Jackoon said. She tossed a puck-shaped device onto the floor. A beam of light spread upward from it. When she stepped into it, she vanished.
I don't know,"
Dak said, looking at the device.
Have it your way,
Abby said. She grabbed Bastion's shoulder and pushed him through, watching him vanish before he reached the other side. Dak looked back as the doors to the warehouse flew open, the children of the Covenant rushing into the space, growling as they bounded toward them. Fanwell was still locked in a duel with Thraven, his blade moving like a blur, met by the Gloritant motion for motion as though it were no effort at all.
"Frag you!"
Dak said, firing on the creatures. The lead target stumbled and fell, quickly replaced.
Dak, come on!
Abby said. The Trover turned back, extending his hand and scooping her forward as he crossed over the device. 41. One moment they were in the warehouse. The next, they were on the outside, in an alley nearly 50 meters away and still moving forward. Jackoon was standing directly in front of them, gun in hand, aimed right at them.
Get down!
She shouted. Abby ducked, pulling Dak with her. She smelled the creature behind her and then heard the sound of gunshots and the whistle of projectiles striking flesh over her head. The creature shrieked and fell to the ground beside them.
Pick up the transporter,
Jackoon said. Abby scanned the ground for the disc, assuming that was what she meant. She found it, lifting it from the ground. Immediately, the light vanished.
"Wow,"
Dak said.
"Nice trick."
Where's your ship?
Abby asked, getting to her feet as their savior knelt beside the downed child, putting her blade through its neck.
The dark side of the second moon,
Jackoon said.
How the hell did you get here?
Jackoon pointed at the transporter.
We have a more powerful version. It delivered Fanwell and me here, but it only works one way. I assume you have a ship?
Abby nodded.
Ruby?
Yes, Queenie?
We're in trouble. Lucifer.
Queenie?
Bastion said, still dazed.
Pass the coordinates for the closest upper-level platform to Ruby. We need to go.
Roger. Sending.
Receiving.
Ruby said.
What about the spaceport defenses?
Do something about them, or we're all dead.
Yes, Queenie.
She could hear scraping on the ground, hurrying their way.
We need to get to the upper platform. There's a tube that way.
Jackoon nodded.
Take the lead. I'll protect the rear. Roger.
"I'll help you."
Your bullets won't keep them down for long.
"Yours will?"
They're poisoned.
"Nice."
Abby led them forward, racing through the streets toward the tube. She knew they couldn't outrun the children for long. What about Thraven? Would Fanwell surprise Jackoon and emerge victorious? She doubted it. They crossed a wide street, nearing the tube. The fighting had intensified further, and she could feel vibrations on the ground and hear heavy fire a few blocks away. Mechs. By the sound of it, Thraven and Outworld Defense both had units crawling the down-level streets and alleys. Closer gunfire drew her attention back. The roar of Dak's pistol was impossible not to recognize, and she looked back to see the Trover shooting at a handful of oncoming children. Jackoon was ahead of him, having exchanged her gun for a second arced blade, which spread from her hand like a fan.
Lucifer, get to the tube. Make sure it's functional.
Roger.
Ruby, where are you?
On my way. I got clear of the fixed batteries, but the Faust sustained some damage.
Can she make it to orbit?
Yes, Queenie. I think so. ETA 47 seconds.
It wasn't the best answer, but it would have to do. Abby found Jackoon as a silver blur amidst the children, her blades flashing as she danced through their ranks, cutting into them while Dak knocked them down. She was impressive as she moved around them, jumping off the back of one, coming down on another, using her left weapon to block sharp teeth and the right to slice deep into a neck. More soldiers were coming behind them, converts in black light suits. Would they hold their fire until the children were clear? Abby wasn't taking chances. The gift was still flowing strongly through her, empowered by Irie's deceit. She put out her hand, grabbing one of the children with it and dragging it down. Jaunt saw it and bounced over to it, driving her blade through its neck. Abby caught another, flipping it back, throwing it at the incoming soldiers. The creature knocked them down.
Come on!
Bastion shouted from the tube.
Dak!
Abby said. The trover came running without hesitation. Jaunt looked back, found one more of the children to slaughter, and then jumped forward, landing easily beside them.
Up!
Abby said, leading them to the tube. They gathered in the module, Jaunt regaining her gun and firing at the enemy as the clear doors closed and they began to rise. They had gone up nearly 30 meters when they suddenly jerked to a stop.
"What the frag?"
Dak said.
Thraven,
Jaunt replied. Abby looked to the surface. She could see him now, standing with Irie on one side and one of his guards beside him.
bitch.
Abby said, her anger renewed. She knelt down, putting her hand to the bottom of the module. She could almost feel Thraven's power there, holding them in place. She pushed against it, fighting it. It took a few seconds, but it gave way. The module released from the hold and continuing upward, quickly climbing beyond the sight of the surface, reaching toward the platform above it.
Ruby!
Abby said, watching a stream of fire from the sky pounding into something on the platform.
A little messy out here,
Ruby said. The tube module reached the top. Abby could see the remains of a mech on the platform, still burning and sparking from the Faust's attack. There were soldiers nearby, both Outworld Defense and Thraven's, separated on either side of the platform and passing attacks back and forth.
"How are we going to get up there?"
Dak said.
Jaunt, do you have more of those transport discs?
Abby asked. She nodded, digging another pair out of tight packs on her suit. She handed one to Abby.
Press this to activate it. It has to be flat on the ground to make a proper scan. It will flash blue when it's paired. It won't work before that.
What's the range?
300 meters maximum.
You can't be thinking what I think you're thinking,
Bastion said.
The Faust can't land here,
Abby replied.
We need to get up higher.
I'll carry the transporter up,
Jaunt said, pointing at one of the buildings.
It should reach.
Go. We'll cover you. I don't have a gun,
Bastion said. Jaunt dashed across the platform toward one of the buildings. Abby scanned the field, finding a pair of dead Outworld soldiers nearby. She reached out with the gift, grabbing their rifles and pulling them to her, handing one of them to Bastion.
It's almost cheating,
Bastion said, tracking Jaunt and shooting at Thraven's soldiers when they began to target her. She reached the building, scaling the sheer face of it with hands and feet as though she had magnetic clamps on them, quickly rising toward the top. A Shrike streaked by, firing on the Outworld soldiers and blasting them from the platform.
Let's go,
Abby said, leading them toward the building. Bastion continued laying down cover fire as they crossed the gap, tossing the rifle aside when its magazine was empty.
I hope this works,
Abby said, turning on the transporter and tossing it onto the ground. The light flashed blue.
Onward and upward,
Bastion said, stepping into it and vanishing. Dak was next, with Abby right behind. 42.
Let's go, nerd,
Gant said, putting his hand on Erlan's shoulder. Erlan looked back at the Gant. He still wasn't quite used to him, and he drew back slightly as their eyes met.
Go ahead, say it,
Gant said.
I look like a squirrel, or a sloth, or an ox, according to Jester over there. You're never going to let me forget that, are you?
Ben-Hill said.
Not a chance. Sorry, sir, Erlan said. You're the first Gant I've ever seen. Then again, I've never seen any of those things you mentioned either. You don't get out much, do you? Faerû is a small planet. I gathered. Now get us in motion.
Ah, sir.
Erlan put his hand over the Brimstone's controls. Like he had told Bastion, he had watched tutorials on flying a starship before, but he had never actually done it. He thought he was doing pretty well so far. He had found the propulsion controls, the vectoring controls, and the emergency maneuvering controls, and he had them all laid out on the angled surface in front of him. He had also found a HUD that provided him information on the system's status, though it had taken a little help from the mercenary pilot whose position he had taken, a pretty woman named Waxaw, to get it all figured out.
Are you sure you don't want Ensign Waxaw to do it?
He asked, having second thoughts. He had been questioning his sanity since he had agreed to help Captain Mann get off the planet with his collection of former prisoners. What the hell was he thinking, abandoning the planetary defense to join a group of fugitives? Especially one that was being led by a woman who couldn't die and had claws. Fragging claws. He was known on Faru for being a little bit impetuous, like that time he had tried to kiss Jessup during that party after they had both had too much to drink. He could still feel the sting of it on his cheek when he thought about it too much.
I want you to do it. I'm not ready to trust Queenie's life to a mercenary crew. You know I've never piloted a starship before, right?
Gant chittered in laughter.
Then it'll be more interesting. Besides, we're cloaked. They can't see us. Any day now, kid.
Erland began shifting the thrust controls and updating the vectors. The system itself was somewhat similar to the Grabber, only with a lot more individual adjustments. Maybe if he could keep things simple, limit himself to the main thrusters and a few vectoring changes, he wouldn't frag up too badly. He should have stayed on Faru. He was out of his league here, with these individuals, on this ship. He had put on a good enough front during the stop at the depot, but that wasn't him. He was scared out of his mind. He wasn't a real Republic soldier. He was militia, trained just enough to pretend to be a warrior. He was ready to go home. The brimstone started moving, sinking toward the planet at half thrust. Waxaw had already helped him enter the rendezvous coordinates, and now it was up to him to get them there at the precise time. The Faust would be on its way, and it was his job to catch them. No pressure.
Sir,
the mercenary, Lieutenant Ian, said.
We have a problem.
Erland felt his rapidly beating heart somehow increase its pace.
What is it?
Gant asked.
The debris field. We're going to have to move right through it to reach the collection point.
So?
Cloaked ships still leave an outline when they're surrounded by space dust. Pacelle knows we're out here. If she's watching for us.
Gant stood on top of the command station, looking out of the viewport and at the HUD. Erland looked with him. Thraven's ships were visible on the sensors, arranged further out of orbit. Anvil's planetary defense was gone. So was the Outworld garrison. In terms of controlling the space around the planet, the invading force had already won.
What kind of firepower do we have on this thing?
Torpedoes, plasma, heavy railguns,
Ian said.
I'm trained on the weapons station.
You can't shoot at the brimstone with the brimstone, can you?
Gant said.
Fine. Sit there and be ready. If there's any sign they see us, we'll have to come out of hiding and try to dissuade them another way.
Aye, sir,
Ian said. Erland swallowed hard. He was enjoying not being shot at. The brimstone continued onward. Erland adjusted the vectors a few times, checking coordinates and watching the clock on the HUD. There was no word from Ruby yet on the Faust's escape. He hoped it would come soon. A blinding flash ahead of the station drew his attention. A moment later, another followed it, lighting up the space to the port side of the bridge as the brimstone's shields discharged.
We're taking fire! I think they've spotted us!
Evasive maneuvers, nerd, Gant said. Ian, prepare to fire back. Gavash, turn off the cloaking system.
Aye, sir, Gavash said. There was no obvious change inside the ship. There wasn't much change outside either. They had already been made, the density of the debris from the destruction of the Outworld defenses creating a silhouette around them.
Incoming!
Ian said. The HUD in front of Erland lit up, showing him that the shields were being hit with torpedoes. 3 of them. The system absorbed the blow, but not without complaining heavily.
I said evasive!
Gant shouted. Erland shook slightly in fear, and then set himself on the task. His hands moved across the controls, adjusting vectors and thrust to start turning the brimstone over on her side, and angling her to give the attacking ships less of a profile.
Ian, you can fire whenever you're ready,
Gant added.
Hopefully before we're all dead.
Aye, sir,
Ian said.
Firing!
Erland could see the two torpedoes launch away from the brimstone, streaking forward, covering kilometers in less than a second, and then redirecting and bursting toward one of the enemy ships. They struck its shields a moment later.
"Direct hit," Ian said. "No damage. The shields are too strong."
She paused a moment.
"More incoming fire. All of Thraven's ships are vectoring toward us."
"Not in the mood for dying right now," Ben Hill said. "We can't outrun them. Nerd, get us in close to that one. As close as you can."
"Ah, sir," Erland said, adjusting the controls. He did it almost without thinking, watching the HUD as he made changes, the computer updating the projected path and time. He brought them on a direct course toward the port-flanking ship, one of the large, dark-hulled vessels accompanying the fire. Its attack intensified as they drew closer to it. Torpedoes streaked their way, quick points of light that covered the distance in milliseconds, slamming into the shields. Railgun slugs were invisible to the eye, but all too visible to the sensors, and the space ahead of them filled with the munitions peppering the bow.
"We can't take this kind of fire for long,"
Ian said.
"Shields are down 40%.
"What does the word evade mean to you, nerd?" "I'm trying, sir. I told you I'm new at this." "Try something else."
Erland looked back at the HUD. There was only one thing he could think to do. He returned to the throttle, increasing the main thrusters to full power. The brimstone accelerated quickly, the force pushing him back in his seat. The computer began to belch out collision warnings as the enemy warship closed within seconds.
"What the frag are you doing?"
Gant said. Erland looked back at him. The Gant's eyes were so big it was almost funny.
"He'll move,"
he heard himself say. Since when was he so confident?
"Ian, get ready to fire everything we've got."
The ship was huge in front of the viewport. Erland checked the projections on the HUD. The target's path was changing, the vector updating as it tried to avoid being rammed. Erland powered up the vectoring thrusters, cutting the mains. The brimstone sank slightly and then began to rotate, drifting through space as it turned, moving into position at the back of the enemy ship.
"Fire!"
Gant said.
"Firing!"
Ian replied. Plasma beams and railgun rounds reached out from the broadside of the brimstone, slamming into the rear of the enemy ship. Its shields continued to flash, absorbing the energy while trying to change its path and get back in the fight.
"No, you don't,"
Erland said, adding more power to the starboard thrusters and pulling the brimstone back so that it was facing the enemy's rear.
"Fire torpedoes, now!"
Ian did, loosing a pair of torpedoes toward the stern. The first one was caught by the shields, but the second one made it through. Erland nearly pissed himself as he watched the projectile vanish into the ship's thrusters, detonating a moment later in a bright flash of light. The enemy ship fell silent, and then the back half of it started to come apart, spreading into a new field of debris.
"Target disabled,"
Ian said.
"Nerd, you are insane,"
Gant said.
"I didn't think that would work,"
Erland replied, a sudden sense of pride sneaking up on him. He had tried a similar tactic in the construct once and had been rewarded with a quick death.
"Don't get too comfortable. There are 4 more of the bastards, and we need to get back on course."
"Gant?"
Ruby's voice cut into the bridge.
"I've got Queenie and the others on board. We're headed for orbit. ETA 1 minute, 15 seconds.
"Out of time already. Get us there, kid."
"Aye, sir," Erland said, checking the HUD again. The other ships were getting close, but they were fortunate. The maneuvering had left the collection point closer to their side. The race was on. 43. The transporter brought them out on the top of one of the buildings, a flat surface high above the platform where they had started. Jaunt was already there, and she lifted the device behind them before pointing to the sky. The Faust was out there, angling back with a pair of shrikes behind her.
"We're only going to get one shot at this," Abby said. "Ruby, disable the hangar force field and bring her in."
Roger.
"How are we going to get up there?"
Bastion asked.
"I'll make the jump. I'll drop the transporter and you come through. No hesitation." "Lieutenant,"
Jaunt said.
"I should do it. I have more experience." "Okay."
Abby watched the Faust begin to drop, streaking toward them with the Raven's fighters on her tail. The wing-mounted turrets were firing backward, keeping them from getting the easiest attack vector, but also sending their rounds slamming into the rooftop nearby. Jaunt handed Abby one of the transporter devices, and then moved to the lip of the building, ignoring the hail of fire peppering the side of the structure. She put her hands up, her head turning to track the ship. They would have 5 seconds at most to make the transfer.
Get ready,
Abby said, activating her puck and tossing it on the rooftop. It wasn't blinking blue yet. Dak and Bastion stood close to it, prepared to walk into the light. She watched Jakun start to run along the edge of the rooftop as the Faust swooped in. Her heart nearly stopped when the woman jumped, launching forward as the Faust reached them, at first appearing as though she would slam right into the side. She timed her leap perfectly, passing through the open hangar and into it, no doubt hitting hard as the opposing vectors brought the wall to her at speed. It didn't matter. The puck lit up and blew. Dak and Bastion both jumped in. Abby followed a moment later. She stepped out into the hangar, the technology of the device handling the inertia and keeping them steady within. Jakun hadn't been as fortunate, and she lay in the rear of the space against the bulkhead.
Ruby, we're in. Re-enable the shields and get us out of here. Roger. Welcome aboard. Lucifer, how's your health?
I feel better than new, Bastion replied, putting a hand to the hole Irie's sword had left in his clothes. Revenge will be sweet, I'm sure.
Keep us alive long enough to get it.
Yes, ma'am. Bastion sprinted out of the hangar, heading for the cockpit.
Nice ship,
Dak said, looking around.
A little small.
We've got a bigger one waiting upstairs. It's called the Brimstone. You might be familiar with it?
Dak huffed, and then was nearly knocked over when the Faust banked hard to the left. Abby kept her feet planted, holding on until they leveled out again.
Queenie, best to buckle in somewhere,
Bastion said.
It's going to get a lot worse.
Give me 20 seconds.
I'll try.
Abby made her way to Jakun, leaning over her and picking her up. The woman gasped when she was lifted, her eyes opening, staring up at Abby as she carried her away from the hangar.
Did we make it?
She asked.
Yes, thanks to you. Will you heal? I will, but not quickly. I expended a lot of strength to repair your friend. Thank you.
Abby brought her to the ladder.
Can you climb?
Before she could answer, the Faust tilted again, dipping downward. Abby grabbed the ladder, holding it tight to keep them from crashing into the wall again.
Lucifer, would you rather be dead? Hold tight.
The Faust bucked a few times before rising, the nose pointing steeply upward. Abby continued to hold the ladder with one hand, getting her arm around Jakun's waist to keep them from being thrown back by the ascent.
Queenie,
Ruby said.
Gant and the Brimstone are decloaked and moving into intercept position. Gant reports that the Fire and 3 other ships are adjusting course to block. Fragging Thraven,
Abby said.
Don't worry about us. Do whatever you have to do to get there.
I was planning on it.
The Faust continued its sharp climb, vibrating slightly as it hit the atmosphere, the gravity generators gradually easing her feet back to the floor. It was an odd adjustment from her angle, but she was grateful when she was able to stand again. She helped Jakun up the ladder, showing her where to sit before rushing to the cockpit. Bastion was at the controls, while Ruby was managing the rotating turrets, firing back at the Shrikes still tailing them. She could see the Brimstone ahead, already in position and taking fire from the incoming ships. Shields flared around the starship, while streaks of light crossed the distance to the attackers, trading torpedo for torpedo. Except the Brimstone was outnumbered 4-1. There was no way she would survive for long.
She should have a few docking rings underneath,
Ruby said, her eyes closed while she studied the schematics Olas had provided.
We can clamp on there. What about the hangar?
She won't fit,
Bastion replied, eyeballing it. Not with these long-ass wings.
Ring it is.
Bringing her in,
Bastion said, increasing thrust and velocity. The view in the cockpit started to rotate as he put the Faust into a corkscrew spin. Tracers streamed past the ship, the Shrike pilots trying to keep pace with the maneuver. The Faust was getting ever closer to the Brimstone, approaching its speed.
You need to slow down.
I don't tell you how to grow claws. Don't tell me how to fly.
Bastion's expression was intense as they drew near the Brimstone, passing underneath in the opposite direction of the warship's forward momentum.
Where the hell are you going?
Relax, I've got this.
He hit the forward vectoring thrusters, sending the ship up and over, putting them back in the right direction and inverted compared to the bottom of the ship. Abby was pushed back against the rear bank of electronics by the shift in force, feeling the pressure. Ruby kept the main cannons firing on the incoming Shrikes, hitting one of them while the other peeled away.
See? Now we aren't going too fast.
Bastian said, increasing velocity to get back beneath the brimstone. A torpedo flashed to their left, threatening to hit nearby, only to be absorbed by the shields.
Gant,
Ruby said.
We need shields down on the hull for docking.
Roger,
Gant said.
Give us a minute to find the switch.
Are you kidding? Bastian said. He toggled the HUD, switching the view to show him his alignment against the opposite clamp.
Okay, they should be off. We can't reactivate the shields down there while you're connected.
Roger, I already knew that. Bastian guided the Faust forward, using the HUD to line things up. Flashes of light surrounded them, the shields taking the hits. But for how long?
Queenie, we're getting blasted out here,
Gant said.
Are we ready for FTL?
We would be, but there's a group of warships in the way.
The fire?
Of course.
Weapons?
Nearly out of torpedoes. Plasma is pretty much useless. We identified a weaker spot in their asses and took one of them out, but I don't think they're going to let us get back there to frag them again.
They twisted the gift to their needs,
Jakun said.
We were never able to overcome the monstrosities they created. The ships are only one kind. You'll have to explain that to me later. Right now, we need to get around those bastards and get out of here. Do you know of anything we can use? Any specific tactics that worked out for you?
Jakun shook her head.
No, I'm sorry. We've been in hiding for a reason.
Why the hell did you come out now?
Because we had to. It isn't by choice.
Bastian adjusted the yoke, maneuvering the Faust into position. He hit a switch, and Abby could hear the docking motor humming. The ship jerked slightly as the clamps connected, anchoring them to the underside of the brimstone.
Nerd, can you get us past those ships?
I'm trying, ma'am,
Erland said.
I'm holding my breath here. Don't make this the last one I take.
Ma'am.
Get it up on sensors if you can,
Abby said, pointing to the inverted HUD. Their view was limited, hanging from the warship's belly. Bastian reached up, toggling controls to get the sensor view loaded. They could see the Faust inlaid on the larger icon of the brimstone, with 3 other ships arranged in their path. I don't like the looks of that.
Have a little faith.
Our current pilot has less experience flying than our pleasure synth.
I have the equivalent of 4,000 hours in my memory stores.
Vertical or horizontal? The brimstone shook violently, and they shook with it, nearly getting knocked over. Maybe we shouldn't have connected.
We all make it, or we all die.
I'm putting my bets on die.
You're always such a positive, cheerful individual.
I do my best. Abby cringed when the brimstone shook again. They were closing on the ships, and it was clear their exit point was in the center.
Gant, what the frag?
Shields are failing, Queenie. We're taking hits. Armor is absorbing a lot of it, but it won't last. Nerd's doing the best he can. Pretty damn good, all things considered.
How long to FTL?
10 seconds.
Abby stared at the HUD as if she could will the position of the ships to change. The fire was shifting in front of them, adjusting course to intercept, to block the egress. The brimstone changed direction to match, trying to slip beneath.
We aren't going to make it,
Jakun said.
Yes, we are. I didn't do all of this to die out of the fight. Bastian, give me full thrusters.
What? Why? Oh. He smiled, pushing the throttle all the way open, and then grabbing the yoke. He shoved it forward, getting vectoring thrusters angling to help turn the brimstone away from the fire. I think it's working. The fire was so close the icons were nearly touching, the brimstone barely scraping by. Abby looked up and out the viewport. The entire field was filled with debris and derelict outworld ships, the remains of Anvil's orbital garrison. It was gone. All gone. The planet was going to fall to Thraven, and they had no choice but to run. But run where? We're clear! Bastian shouted. Woo! Abby turned her head. She could see Thraven's warships on their flank, a pair of torpedoes angling in.
Initiating FTL,
Erland announced. The starfield shifted, filling almost instantly with the nebulous vapors of Dysterium gas. The torpedoes vanished into the field, rocking the brimstone with one last heavy blow. If that one didn't destroy them, they would make it out. Abby froze, staring at the universe ahead. Space bent around them. Then they were free. 44. The crew of the Fire's bridge came to attention as Gloritant Thraven entered. He had an interesting look on his face, one that managed to meld anger, frustration, satisfaction, and amusement into one package. His surviving immolent entered behind him, flanked by a newcomer to the bridge and to the fire. A woman, but not the woman he had been after.
"Adjutant Sol," Thraven said. "What is your report?"
Sol turned to face him, raising his hand in salute.
"Gloritant, we tracked the Brimstone the moment she decloaked, trailing her toward the surface of the planet. At the same time, we began receiving reports from our Shrike pilots that a single outworld ship had broken away from the spaceport cordon and was en route. Trajectory models suggested the two events were unrelated, but the Brimstone and the outworld ship both made tight vector adjustments near the tail of their maneuvers to bring themselves in line. Your Eminence, we struck the Brimstone with 6 torpedoes and enough plasma fire to destroy an entire city. We believe she sustained heavy damage, but it wasn't enough. The ships were able to make their rendezvous and maneuver around our fleet and into FTL."
A silence fell over the bridge when the adjutant finished. Thraven didn't react. He stared out of the viewport into space.
"Your Eminence," Sol said after a minute. "Are you well, Gloritant?"
Thraven's head turned slowly. He barely flicked his finger, and Sol fell over, dead.
"Am I well?"
Thraven said softly. He was considering it, accounting for all of the sides. He had lost Abigail Cage. She had rebuked him. Even in the face of the loss of her mind and all that she was, she had denied him. He hated being refused. He also respected it. She had stood up to him when so many had not. It was an endearing trait in its own way, one that he could have looked back on fondly had he been given the chance to destroy her. But he hadn't. The Ophanum had intervened. The Watchers, the last of the followers. Banwell himself had come to counter him, to challenge him, to save the life of the woman who had quickly grown from a needle under his foot to a powerful thorn in his side. He had sacrificed his life so that she could escape, and he had killed one of his immolent. Still, killing Fanwell had been a pleasure, an enjoyment he hadn't felt in years. Long had he desired to remove the head of a seraphim once more, and he knew that day would come because the Father had promised it. The day was here, and it was good. Abigail Cage had escaped, and that wasn't good. Not at all. The Ophanum clearly saw enough in her that they had given up their most experienced warrior for her. Why? Her control of the gift was impressive, but she had refused to take the other half. She would be altered, and in that alteration become useless to them. Worthless. Did they think she could help them before that happened? Did they think she could defeat him? Never. He would see to it that she couldn't. Wherever she went, he would find her. He would hunt her. He would send out his children. He would send out his Evelyn's. Perhaps he would even send out an immolent. He'd like to see Cage deal with that. As for himself, he couldn't put any more of his personal energy into her. He had a harvest to plan, a mission to fulfill. He had taken a risk with the Brimstone, and he had ultimately come out ahead. Banwell's death was worth more than Cage's life. So was Anvil and the crops he would reap here. So was the fire, and all of the ships being integrated. Right now he would focus on securing the planet and starting the process of rounding up the healthiest of the surviving soldiers to transfer back to Kel to be integrated into the systems of the waiting ships. They would need more than he had originally planned. He had taken one risk. He wasn't taking any more.
"Honorant Purcell," he said quietly.
"Yes, Gloritant?"
Purcell replied. "Contact the other commanders. Tell them to prepare to accept cargo. I want it delivered back to Kel as quickly as possible. Make sure they, as well as you, understand you have failed me in the simple task of destroying a single starship when you outnumbered it 5-1. It is a failure that will not be permitted to happen again. A failure that I am only allowing now because I don't have the time or energy to replace you at the moment. A failure that has cost Adjutant Soul his life on your behalf. I will not accept such failure again. Do you understand?
Yes, Gloritant.
Picel replied, clearly shaken.
Gloritant Thraven?
Thraven shifted his eyes until they landed on the woman who arrived with him. She was a poor excuse of a replacement for Cage, and while she had tasted the blood of life and survived, he could tell her potential was weak in comparison. Even so, she would make a fair Evelyn given enough time.
I'm sorry to bother you, sir,
she said.
I took a big risk joining you. You see, when we were released from Hell, Captain Man had something injected into our heads to kill us if we tried to run. I thought with your power, you would be able to remove it or disarm it or something before Queenie had a chance to trigger it.
Thraven raised his eyebrow.
Interesting,
he said, reaching out with the gift. He connected it to hers, using it to scan her for anything out of the ordinary. Then he allowed himself a small smile.
What is it?
Irie asked, confused.
There is nothing in your head that isn't supposed to be there.
What?
I'm afraid Captain Man was playing you all for fools. You believed what you wanted to believe, based on his suggestions.
But that means Queenie must know the truth. She's keeping it from the others. That bitch.
Thraven didn't react. His mind had already moved on, carrying the new information forward, calculating how he might use it to his advantage. Cage was strong, but would she be even half as strong without support? It was a possibility he would have to consider further.
Gloritant,
Honorant Picel said.
The commanders have been notified. Ground forces are beginning to collect specimens for testing.
Very good,
Thraven replied.
This is Noviant Irie. Show her to the quarters beside mine. She will be in training to carry out the will of the Father.
Yes, Gloritant.
Picel looked at Irie, her jealousy obvious.
Follow me, Noviant.
Irie glanced at Thraven.
Your training will begin when we return to Kell, he said. I have no need of you until then.
He could see her become angry. Good. Anger was an essential fuel for the gift. It would make her stronger if she could learn to harness it.
What did you think you were coming to, Noviant? Unlike others you may have served, I have no need or desire for your flesh. What I do require is complete obedience and devotion to the way of the Covenant. You will not survive here any other way. I can be a harsh master, but I will lead you and all of our kind to glory. I will fulfill the promise of the Father and herald the great return. That is my oath to you, and to all who serve.
He glanced at Picel.
Take her.
Picel tried to grab Irie's arm, but she yanked it away.
I can take care of myself.
She headed off the bridge ahead of the Honorant, leaving Thraven's presence without honor or respect. Thraven watched her go for a moment. He would accept her lapse one time, and then he would be forced to teach her. He didn't think it would come to that. Trinity had once been equally angry and difficult to control, and he had brought her in line.
Adjutant Malt, the bridge is yours until Honorant Picel returns,
Thraven said.
Yes, Gloritant,
Malt replied. Thraven left the bridge, trailed by his Immolant. He required time to recover in the font, but there was one other thing he wanted to do first. He crossed the corridors of the fire, his servants moving hastily aside as he passed, kneeling or saluting, looking on him with respect and awe. He ignored them, singular in his pursuit. He entered medical soon after, making his way to an isolation room in the back corner. The hatch opened ahead of him. A Lurig was sitting on the floor in the corner. He looked tired and beaten, his eyes heavy, his body bruised. Resting upright beside him was a closed case. A decapitated head in a gel solution was set on the table for treatment.
Villueve,
Thraven said.
I am Gloritant Thraven.
The Lurig stood.
Gloritant?
Villueve said.
Those things that took me work for you?
Thraven nodded.
They are like children to me.
They could have been a little more gentle. I didn't resist.
You know how children can be.
Right. If you don't mind me asking, sir, what am I doing here?
The same as you were before. No more, no less. And when you are done, perhaps you'll go free.
Perhaps?
You're reliant on my magnanimity. Be careful.
Villueve kept his eyes down.
You want me to integrate the head into the suit?
Yes.
It isn't going to work. Not without Gorix to do the larger pieces. Your children killed him.
Worry only about your part in this, Villueve. I will take care of the rest.
And then you'll let me go?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Right. What's so important about this woman that everyone wants her alive again?
Good help is hard to find.
Villueve started to laugh, trailing off when he saw Thraven wasn't amused at all.
Yes, sir.
Thraven moved forward, leaning down in front of the head, looking into its dead eyes. Ursan Gall had been an idiot who ultimately needed to die. Trinity? She had still been one of his best, and thanks to the one misguided but intelligent thing her husband had done, perhaps she would be again. He had need of a new emelant. Maybe he would even give her a second chance with Cage. To convince her to join them? He still wanted her power under his control, especially now that he knew that she had asserted. On the other hand, she was a painful thorn, one that might be better off removed completely. No matter. He had time to decide.
Am I well?
He said. He paused a moment and then smiled. Cage was only one individual. The Brimstone was only one ship. Even with the aid of the Ophanum, it wouldn't be nearly enough to stop the harvest. It wouldn't be nearly enough to prevent him from leading the Nephilim to glory.
Yes, I am. I'm very well indeed.
45. Abby reached the bridge of the Brimstone, with Bastion, Ruby, Dak, and Jakun following at her heels. She heard the unmistakable chitter of excitement before she even saw Gant, and she smiled widely when he came into view, standing on the arm of the command station to get himself closer to her height.
"Queenie!"
he barked.
Gant,
She replied, leaning forward and hugging him. She could hear him purring as she did, and he shoved his arms against her to push himself away.
"Damn! Not in public."
He was still purring.
"Stop it!"
He closed his eyes.
"Fracking larynx."
Maybe I should be calling you Freak Kitty instead?
Bastion said.
"Shut it!"
Gant replied. He backed away.
"I wish I could be happier to have you here, Queenie, but we've got complications."
What else is new?
Bastion said.
what kind of complications?
"Well,"
He waved his arm out at the bridge, where half a dozen crew members she didn't recognize were stationed.
"that's one."
One of the crew members was standing, and she came forward.
Lieutenant Olaine Ian,
She said, introducing herself. Her attention shifted to Dak, her expression turning fearful.
Sir?
Lieutenant Ian,
Dak replied.
this ship is under Republic control, and you're still alive. Why is that?
Sir, we were led to believe we were boarded by General Thraven's forces. We didn't come to realize we were misled until it was too late.
"Led to believe?"
Gant said.
"Misled? Bullshit. You said it first, I just went along with it."
He looked at Dak.
"Wow, you're bigger than Pick. Where's Fury?"
Abby felt her hands clench at the question.
Gone,
Bastion said.
She turned traitor on us.
Ben Hill appeared from the side of the space. He was still armed and armored, keeping an eye on the bridge crew.
"Shit. Are you going to send the signal, Queenie?"
Abby shook her head.
It won't do any good. Thraven will have disabled it by now.
"Maybe we should all go—"
Ben Hill stopped talking when Abby glared at him.
"Never mind."
Dak, are you willing to take responsibility for this crew?
I don't know.
He eyed Ian.
Mutiny? After all these years?
Sir, you can't argue that the captain was losing it. You saw what he did to like it.
Besides, Gant said,
They didn't have that much of a choice. Not really. I mean,
I did kill half of your crew.
You?
Dax said, surprised.
Alone?
Gant nodded in reply.
If you don't mind me asking, sir,
Ian said.
Why are you here with these individuals?
She's got you there,
Ben Hill said.
I'm loyal to Ursan, but I can't say his mind was right. And he did lose fair. Queenie even tried to let him off the hook. And then there's Thraven. You've seen he's no friend to the Outworlds. We got him these ships, and now he's using them to attack our planets. He lied to us. He tricked us. Trin and Ursan are both dead because of it. I don't know who he is or where he came from yet, but I know this universe is going to suffer if he gets what he wants. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Well said,
Abby said.
This isn't about Republic or Outworld. What's happening here is bigger than all of that, and it's been cooking for a long, long time. We aren't many. Not yet. But we're the only ones who can do anything about it right now.
At least we captured the brimstone, Bastion said. Halfway there, right?
Yeah, about that. Remember I said complications. Plural, as in more than one.
What's wrong with the brimstone?
Those last 2 torpedoes did a number on her. Somehow she's still holding together, but I'm not sure what we're going to have left when we come out of FTL. Not to mention, we expended almost 80% of her munitions shooting back at the fire.
Severely damaged and unarmed? Bastion said. That's more like us.
Where are we retreating to?
An Outworld system Jester recommended. Machina 4?
Never heard of it.
It's not on standard maps,
Ben Hill said.
but we can trade our Dysterium to resupply there, and if we need any repairs, that's the place to do it.
How far is it from Kel?
Kel? As in the cartel?
That's where Thraven's building his fleet.
We need to get to Kel and stop him before he can launch any more ships.
Good plan in theory, Queenie, Bastion said. But in case you missed it, we just got our asses kicked. So did you, as surprising as that is. We can't go to Kel. Not if Thraven is going to be there. Not unless you want to die.
I don't intend to just go to Kel.
Abby turned to face Jakun.
You came to Anvil for a reason. You saved my life for a reason. Your friend sacrificed himself for a reason. I think now is a good time to tell us who you are, where you came from, and what you know.
Jakun met Abby's gaze. Then she nodded, took a deep, strong breath, and began to speak.